Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Could Summon Champions? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a world where 80% of the global population had a special ability called a quirk, Izuku Midoriya always wondered what kind of quirk would he get. Would it be a strength quirk like the number hero and his idol All Might? Maybe a telekinetic quirk like his mom or a fire quirk like his dad? Or maybe it's if you keep mumbling like that, your food will get cold. Izuku. Inko said with a giggle as she interrupted Izuku's mutter storm. Quirks are part of our bodies, you know? If you don't eat, then you won't be able to develop your quirk to be strong like All Might. The 4-year Izuku gasped in horror at her words and immediately started to eat his dinner. Seeing the frantic movement of her son caused Inko to giggle even more. It's been a week since he turned 4 and the excitement of having quirk always filled their apartment with positive energy. Mom, I want to watch Heroes on the TV, Izuku excitedly said as he pointed at their TV. Oh dear, looks like she got lost so much in thought that she didn't notice that they were done eating. Alright then, but remember to not make it too loud, alright? It may hurt your ears. Inko said as she turned on the TV and gave the remote to Izuku. I will be washing the dishes if you need me. The green-haired boy nodded at his mother's words. He immediately changed it into the news channel, eager to watch pro heroes in action. Izuku's eyes brightened at every hero that was shown, from the top 10 heroes like Endeavor to the young heroes at their debut, showing the world what they were made of. One certain debuting hero piqued the boy's interest, a hero's debut. The ninja hero Edshot. Izuku watched as the young hero took down villains with his amazing stealth and speed. They didn't notice him until it was too late. He truly was the ninja hero. Seeing him in action only fueled the young boy's desire to become a hero. Maybe I can be like him. A hero that saves people like a ninja. He then went off into a mutter spree on what quirk he wanted. Maybe a stealth quirk so he could be an actual ninja or a speed quirk so that he can save people in a blink of an eye. Izuku's rambling caused him not to notice how his hands and eyes glowed with a green light. A spiral of blue light appeared in the air at the coffee table. It soon materializes into a tall muscular man in blue armor with a sword on his back. Said man, however, fell on the coffee table causing a large crash that alerted Inko of the situation. What happened? The man said as he held his head in pain. He looked up to see a frozen Izuku that stared at him with wide eyes. Where am I at Ionia, child? Or is this even Ionia at all? He asked with his head tilted in confusion. Izuku, however, still stared at him in shock. How did a ninja-looking blue-eyed man suddenly appears before him? He then did what a normal 4-year-old boy would do in his current situation. He screamed. 10 years later. Get out of the way, you stupid extra. An ashen blonde teen shouted as he shoved someone out of his way with several other teens following behind him. Said someone was a boy forced to ground with an oof, dropping all of his things. When he recovered, he glared at the ashen blonde teen. Hey, a-hole! He shouted as he stood up, causing the ashen blonde to look back towards him. If looks could kill, the boy would have been dead. He gulped before steeling himself as he continued. It's rude to call people extras, you know. You're probably like just because you have a stro dash. He was interrupted by the teen throwing an explosion with one of his hands, causing him to fall to the ground. The boy was scared now. The teen had a powerful quirk and the smoke from the explosion was causing him to cough. However, he didn't feel any pain from the attack. How was that possible? That explosion surely would have hurt a lot. The smoke cleared as everyone at the scene stared wide-eyed at what they were seeing. A light green barrier surrounded the boy like a shield, the ashen blonde's hand on top of said shield. That's enough, Katsuki, let the guy go. A green-haired teen said with authority as he entered the scene. With him was a black-haired, dark-skinned woman with clothing that could be described as a mix of a dress and armor. An arch-like object floated behind her with 2 green dragon-like objects within. The woman's hands and eyes were glowing as he held one hand up towards the downed boy who looked at the duo with wonder. The now identified Katsuki looked at them with a scowl, clearly now liking the authoritative tone that the other teen had. Mind your own business, you stupid Deku. This doesn't involve you dash. Actually this does involve me, I want to become a hero after all. The teen named Deku interrupted, as he continued to walk towards them. Katsuki glared at him before huffing and leaving the area, with his lackeys behind him. Deku sighed as he watched them go. He looked towards his companion and said, "That's enough now, Karma, good work." Karma nodded as her hands and eyes stopped glowing, the shield around the boy with it. A flash of blue then appeared as the woman disappeared. The teen held his hand where she disappeared as if catching something. The boy looked confused at what happened before seeing the trace of green on the teen's hand, a chibified version of the woman the size of probably a finger. "Whoa," he said in wonder as the teen chuckled, causing the boy to look at him in a mixture of embarrassment and surprise. "Oh, sorry Deku-san. Thanks for helping me." "No problem. Oh, by the way, my name's Izuku Midoriya. Deku was a nickname that Katsuki gave me," Izuku with a smile said as he put Karma on top of his shoulder. "Deku? Why that?" The teen's smile faded into a sad one when he heard the question, which caused the boy to apologize, to which Izuku said that he didn't mind. It means useless, so he calls me that since he sees me a useless and worthless Deku." The answer caused the boy's eyes to widen. How was he worthless? That Katsuki guy has to be stupid and an a-hole to not realize that. I guess you could say that, but Katsuki is smart, just a little rough around the edges, Izuku said as the boy realized that he just said all of that out loud, causing him to blush in embarrassment. The teen then noticed the uniform that the boy was wearing. It was the same as his. "Say, are you new here?" Midoriya asked, to which the boy nodded. "Well, don't worry about Katsuki, we're both third years here, so next year we will be changing schools. Welcome to Aldra, kid." Izuku began to walk away towards the school building with a smile on his face, only to stop when he heard the boy call out to him. "Thanks for everything, Midoriya-senpai." Izuku's smile widened as he heard those words. He looked back towards him to shout out his reply. "No problem, remember to always smile, all right." "I still wonder why do you still tolerate Bakugo's behavior, Izuku?" A small armored ninja with red eyes asked as he sat on top of Izuku's left shoulder. The teen sighed as he heard those words. "It's not like I can do anything, Zed. The school is trying to ride on both our successful futures when we become pro heroes. They won't risk our chances of getting into UA." The now named Zed didn't seem to like the answer but accepted it, based on his stature as he sat. For someone who wants to be the #1 hero, he sure is not acting like one. That's why being a hero shouldn't be a job, Karma said from her position on his right shoulder, the distaste of his childhood friend's behavior and how society was evident in her tone. Izuku sighed once more at his companion's words. He couldn't argue with what Karma said. There were many heroes out there on the job only for the sake of money and the glory. The word hero surely has changed throughout the years. Before it was people who are admired for their courage and noble qualities, outstanding achievements that always set them apart from everybody else, doing it all just because it was the right thing to do. When everyone is super, no one will be. The word hero now used for people who are essentially glorified police officers, with small pockets of true heroes amongst them. We can't do anything about it, Karma. It's just how society is nowadays. Besides, I'm only one guy. How can I change everything? Izuku said as he climbed up the stairs. Bringing an era of peace like All Might is different from changing everyone's view on heroics. One small change can make a big difference, Izuku, like how a flap of a butterfly's wings can cause global conflict. A voice said on top of Izuku's head. He was similar in appearance to the ninja 10 years ago when his quirk first appeared, the only difference being his eyes were not glowing blue. It was just an ability of his that allowed him to see things that were impossible to the naked eye. The teen nodded when he heard those words. He was familiar with the butterfly effect, how one small action can cause massive change. Like the butterfly effect? Shen, you know I have no power to change such things. It would be more gradual, not sudden. Shen nodded at Izuku's answer. A sudden change of perception would only cause chaos as people won't have time to adapt to the changes. Agreed. For now, let us focus on getting you to UA. It is the best hero school in the area. A sudden flash of blue light then appeared on Midoriya's head. Another figure appeared. A tattooed young woman with her dark hair tied into a ponytail. Her outfit could only be described as practical. Similar to the other two ninjas only without the armor, baggy dark green pants with weapons, a pack that was tied with a rope that hung behind her, and cloth that only covered her chest area and green mask that covered half of the face. Her appearance screamed assassin to anyone that looked at her. Her sudden appearance caused the others to look at her. You know, if you keep talking like that, you won't convince people that you're not old. She joked as Shin gained a metaphorical tick mark on his head as he looked at the new arrival in annoyance. Akali, how many times do I have to remind you that I am not old Diminit? I am only 32. Yeah, keep reminding yourself that. Izuku sighed as he listened to the two bickering ninjas. For someone who is in charge of balance between both spirit and physical realm, Shin sure has an odd weakness. He thought before remembering his personality before. Years of being with Izuku in a new world changed his original personality. Listening to him when I was 5 was more boring than talking to my grandpa, maybe because I couldn't understand anything he was talking about. He shook his head to remove those thoughts. He still had school and he needed to focus. Alright, stop bickering you two, I'm close to the classroom already. For all of his excitement and eagerness to go to class, Izuku forgot how bad a school Aldra was. After their teacher said how pretty much every one of them was aiming to get in the hero course, all of the students sans him and Bakugo showed off all of their quirks. At least the teacher was competent enough to remind them that public quirk usage was against the rules. They treat being a hero like a game. Once they get to the field they'll get killed with that attitude. Akali whispered as she hid in Izuku's hair, an advantage of having fluffy hair that his companions were sure to make use of. Shin sighed once he heard his ex-student's words. Sometimes she forgot that they were not in Runeterra and that they were not expected to kill. The chaos was momentarily stopped by Bakugo's telling his teacher not to dump him with the other students that he called rejects. It then continued as the other students reacted to his declaration, only to be finally stopped when the teacher mentioned that the Ashen Blonde was applying to UA, the best hero school in Japan that produced top heroes every year. Chaos then became amazement as murmurs about the school's acceptance rate and how hard it was to get in. This only fueled Bakugo's ego as he stood up on his desk. He declared that he was the only one in the school that get in U.high. To surpass all might and become the top hero as he aced the mock tests. This only annoyed Izuku's companions while the teen was praying that the 4 of them wouldn't make a scene. Please don't make a scene, please don't make a dash. Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to you. To right? Their teacher said, interrupting Bakugo's whole, I am better than all of you speech. This caused the class to look at the frozen greenette with wide eyes except for Bakugo who was glaring at him. Midoriya? That's the guy with that weird summoning quirk, right? Yeah, heard it's pretty strong. Did you see him protecting that first year earlier? He tanked that explosion like it was nothing. He looks pretty cute too. The last comment caused Izuku to both blush lightly and groan internally. All of the praise that was being thrown at him might cause Bakugo to get angry and give in to his temper. Speaking of which, Deku. Bakugo destroyed his desk with an explosion, causing him to raise both his hands in surprise while Akali and Shin disappeared in flashes of blue to avoid being thrown out. You going to UA with that cowardly quirk of yours, you shitty bee. Izuku sighed as he listened to his words. This is gonna be a long day. After a long day of class, it was finally over. Izuku managed to dodge Bakugo the whole day, avoiding him at lunchtime in particular by eating on the roof. The green-haired teen was one of the only students that were left in the classroom. He was finishing up packing his things as he grabbed one important notebook. Said notebook was taken by one Katsuki Bakugo. We're not yet done talking, Deku. He began before reading the notebook's name. Analysis, the champions of Runeterra? What shitty name is that, you nerd? He and his lackeys began to laugh as Izuku sighed in annoyance. They were getting on his nerves. Bakugo ignited an explosion that ruined the notebook before throwing it out the window. He then grabbed Izuku's shoulder with a sickly smile on his face. You know how top heroes have their origin stories, right? Well, mine will be how I was the only one who went to this mediocre junior high school. Smoke then erupted from his palms, an explosion ready to happen. So do me a favor and don't apply to you, all right? Bakugo then left with his lackeys with a satisfied grin on his face. Izuku, however, stayed silent toward the whole ordeal, opting instead to stare at the Ashen Blonde. said silence that Bakugo noticed and now became annoyed with. Can't even talk back, huh? Hiding behind that cowardly quirk of yours? I think you don't even know how to fight with those so-called champions of yours. He shouted as he was about to leave the room, deciding that it still wasn't enough. He added words that many would call villainous. If you want to, you can get a better quirk if you swan dived off the roof and pray to get on in your next life. With that, they left the greenette alone, his face now adorned with a frown. Said frown lasted up until he reached downstairs to get his notebook. The sound of his companions appearing and the blue flashes alerted him of their presence. That idiot, doesn't he know that he could have just instigated suicide? If Izuku jumped, then he'll never be a hero. Akali said as the others agreed with her. The tone of her voice showed for all to see her anger. He's foolish to even think of using those words. If it was someone else, he would have never achieved what he wanted. Like you said, Akali, Zed added. The red-eyed ninja already had little tolerance for the blonde's behavior, and what just happened solidified his opinion of him. While personally disappointed, I must applaud how you composed yourself there, Izuku. Showing your anger would only make the situation worse, Shin said with Karma nodding in agreement. Shin is right. For now, let us focus on returning home. We still have to plan your 10 months of training until the entrance exam. Izuku smiled at hearing his friends. Their words of encouragement and belief on his goal always lightened up any day. He began thinking about Karma's words. He needed to plan out the 10 months once he's back home with the others. Ideas were already circulating on his mind, and he chatted with the four as he walked under a bridge. The small friends suddenly stiffened as they neared the end of the bridge. This is... The sound of fluid movement stopped Izuku as he turned around. A person entirely made out of slime began to form in front of him. The teen shakingly took a few steps backward. Was this a villain? The next few words confirmed what he was fearing, a medium invisibility cloak. The villain lunged as Izuku managed to get off his funk and bark out orders. Karma shield. Karma jumped from Izuku's shoulder with a flash of blue. She then reappeared as a full-grown woman in what they called their champion form and immediately created a shield between them, blocking the attack. He looks like he's made out of fluid, so physical attacks won't work against him. Akali smoke while Zed distracts him with his shadows. The two nodded as they transformed. Akali threw a smoke bomb on the ground that blocked everyone's vision, Karma's glowing eyes and hands the only light visible. Two shadows then appeared behind Zed before charging towards the sludge villain. Shadows, huh? What use are some puny dash? The villain's train of thought was interrupted when one of the shadows punched his eye. As the villain was distracted, they ran, with Karma making sure to maintain the shield as long as possible to cover their escape, with Zed's shadows annoying him. The sound of a sewer hole being opened made all of them turn around. They felt the wind being moved as if something heavy was running quickly. It's all right now, young man. Those words caused everyone to stop as their eyes widened at the voice. I am here. The number one hero, All Might said with a stomp as he stared down the villain. What happened next was what Izuku would describe as 10 seconds of awesomeness, Texas Smash. After helping the symbol of peace secure the villain in 2 plastic bottles, they began to have a small talk on what just happened, clarifying that the 3 champions were not heroes but they were actually part of Izuku's quirk, All Might praising them and thanking them for their help, and most importantly, I have All Might's signature. Izuku cheered as All Might gave his signature laugh. Happy to be of service to a fan, young Midoriya, he said as he crouched down as and prepared to jump. I'll count on your continued support. They watched as the number one hero jumped away with the 3 returning to their companion forms. Whoa, he truly is something. Akali commented, I know, right? He's so cool. Izuku replied with fanboy enthusiasm as she sweat dropped. More like show-offy but yet cool. The group continued their journey home, only to a small detour to a store when Izuku remembered that his mother asked him to buy some things after school. The act caused him to receive a small reminder from Shin on not to forget errands, as some habits at home might translate into battle, where forgetting a detail might cost him his life. Lessons aside, their journey to the store went off without a hitch. Hey, Karma, are you all right? Izuku asked as he felt her small head leaning on his own. I'm fine, it's just that using my abilities the whole day has tired me a little. The teen then told her to take a rest, to which Karma agreed as she disappeared in a blue flash. You know, she wouldn't be as tired as she would be if a certain someone helped us take out that villain earlier. Akali joked, causing Zed to give a small laugh as Shun sighed. You know it's impossible for me to help out, you know? Izuku can only maintain 3 of us in our champion forms. The blue-armored ninja said as before looking down at Izuku on his position in his fluffy hair. That will be one of the things we will work on as we train for you. You need to be able to at least maintain 4 of us as champions for half an hour and not be exhausted afterward. Izuku nodded as took in his words. He already had a rough idea on his goals for the 10 months before the exams from their talk earlier. What the hell was that? Akali's shouted what the 4 were thinking when they heard the large explosion. Is that smoke? Is there a villain around here? Izuku thought before running towards the pillar of smoke as his 3 companions desperately tried to hold on to him, only to give up and disappear in blue flashes. But that wouldn't make sense. With all might around, the villains would be too scared to do anything. When the green-haired teen arrived at the scene, he couldn't help but pause at what he was seeing. Fires were everywhere. Most of Tewin Shopping District was destroyed. The pro-hero backdraft was trying to contain the fires from spreading. Other pros like Death Arms were fighting the villain but failing. The fact that he was made out of fluid-like sludge meant that physical attacks wouldn't do anything. Sludge. Izuku thought, shocked that the villain that was causing so much damage was the same villain that All Might apprehended. How could he escape? We placed him in bottles that restricted his movement. He tried to think of a way for the villain to possibly be here before remembering one important detail: the pocket. His pocket didn't cover the entire bottle to make sure it wouldn't fall off. The speed that he was jumping probably dropped the villain without him knowing. Stomping alerted him of another hero arriving. People cheered at the sight of the rookie heroine MP lady, only to be disappointed when she couldn't do anything due to the small amount of space. People began to become concerned as they watched the scene, especially when some realized that it was the same villain that the #1 hero was chasing earlier, causing people to doubt that anyone could stop the villain. The murmurs were also the way that Izuku learned that the villain held someone hostage, like how he was trying to do the same to him. I hope someone can end this quickly. That villain looks like he can suffocate anyone within seconds. The thought horrified the teen. He couldn't imagine such a slow and painful death. Screaming and the hostage turning towards the crowd revealed his identity. Ashen blonde hair with red eyes on his terrified face. Katsuki? Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? Death Arms shouted as Izuku's eyes widened. Why am I running? Why can't I stop? He thought frantically before narrowing his eyes at the villain before him. Questions later. Izuku, what are you doing? Akali's shout alerted him of the 3 returning. Fool, he's trying to save the hostage, unlike those idiots there. Zed said as he pointed toward the stunned heroes. Shin shielded him while Akali and Zed double-team him. The teen orders caused any reply to be left unsaid. They had work to do. All 3 of them jumped from their positions as they transformed into their champion forms in blue flashes. Shen went first. He slammed his hands together as his eyes glowed blue. A shield that wrapped around Bakugo like a protective bubble appeared, releasing the villain's hold on him. Akali and Zed went next. The young woman threw a smoke bomb at the villain's face that caused him to shout in surprise. Zed summoned 2 shadows like earlier and proceeded to perform hit-and-run tactics with the smoke that Akali provided. As all of this was happening, Izuku ran towards the coughing Bakugo as immediately grabbed his hand and dragged him back into the shocked crowd, ignoring the blonde's shouts. They couldn't believe it. A kid just ordered 3 ninjas like an army captain and did more work than the pro heroes. He even rescued the hostage. All good times must come to an end, however, when the villain retaliated. He slammed Akali into a wall with an unseen part. The smoke worked for him too. Zed and Shun were forced to dodge as the red-eyed ninja's shadows disappeared along with the shield as they both lost concentration at the surprise. The villain then lunged at the 2 boys as they looked at him in horror, only for a muscled arm to block his path. I am a disgrace of a hero, letting a young man like you do my job, All Might said with a big smile as he looked at the amazed Izuku and still enraged Bakugo. Rest easy now, young hero, for I am here. Detroit Smash. Izuku smiled tiredly as he recounted his day. After All Might smashed, "No, that sounds weird," punched the villain into oblivion, and even managed to change the weather. Bakugo was taken in by paramedics and was being praised by the pro-heroes for his tenacity. Midoriya himself was being scolded by Kamui Woods and some other pro-heroes for being reckless but gave him a thumbs up of approval for his actions. Some were even offering him a place in their agencies when he grows older. Other than having to dismiss both Akali and Zed forcibly as they were ranting at the pros for not acting with him and Shin apologizing for their behavior before the Blue Ninja was dismissed himself, life was good. Though it was odd that Bakugo didn't blow up on him yet. Deku! Ah, speak of the devil and he shall appear. The blonde grabbed the other teen by the collar as he glared at him, clearly not happy. "I didn't need your help, alright you shitty nerd. You didn't even do anything and just let your stupid champions of yours do all of the work. Hell, All might even have to step in because you're so useless." The venom when he said the word champion was not missed by Izuku. The fact that his quirk had more potential than his explosion hurt his ego and caused him to call his quirk cowardly to try repair it. After that outburst, the ashen blonde left with a huff causing Izuku to sigh. "At least he can go home now. I am here." "What the hell? How did you escape all of those reporters?" All Might laughed as he gave him a two-fingered salute. "I stand for justice. Not sound bites." He began to flex his massive muscles. "Because I am All Might Blay." With a pop of smoke, a skeletal blonde man appeared as he vomited blood, as Izuku's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates in shock. "All Might W, what happened? Are you a fake?" "No, that W wouldn't make sense." Izuku managed the stutter out in shock. He couldn't imagine the talk that they both had afterward. The blonde explained his situation, an injury that he had received 5 years ago that limited his time as a hero. Only having the ability to maintain the form for a few hours, Izuku was horrified at the information he just received. The symbol of peace's time was near? In just a few years the #1 hero is forced to retire? This also leads to him asking the question of why telling him all of this. The explanation led to Izuku to think it was all some crazy dream that he had, only to receive a laugh from All Might. A power that can essentially be cultivated generation after generation, and you're telling me this? Why? All Might only smiled when he heard his question, even though it should be really obvious by now. "When I saw a young man rush in and almost saved a friend while the pros only stared in shock, I felt something special in you." All Might began as Izuku stayed frozen as he listened to the hero's words. "When you turned around as you dragged your friend out, what I saw was a face of pure determination, the fires of heroism burning inside you. That wouldn't be possible with anyone that was going in with a plan already in mind. Your body moved before you could think, didn't you?" He continued, finishing with the question that Izuku answered with a nod. How did he know? And most importantly, what did it mean? The #1 hero only smiled as he can guess what he was thinking right now. He could feel a pink leaf land on his shoulder. The blooming cherry blossoms were fitting. He was looking at the future of hero society before him. There's a story about every hero, how they became great, but most of them had one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they could think. All Might said Izuku was crying at this point. The words that his idol was saying was too overwhelming. The young man I am looking at right now is the future of our society. And that boy is the reason I am telling you this. I want to guide that future every step along the road. I want you to inherit one for all and become my successor. I want you to live your dreams of being a hero and lead your generation to greatness. And most importantly, I know you can do it," he declared as he pointed at the boy in front of him. The said boy clenched his fist as he controlled his tears. "He said so much, he believes in me and I won't let him down. I'll do it Smith. I thought I taught you better than that, Izuku." A gray-haired old man said as he appeared in a blue flash and smacked the teen with his cane. The man's attire is what one that screamed leader at anyone looking at him. Obsidian armor with a black coat over it. The fact that he had a demonic-looking red arm didn't help things. All Might stared at shock at the man's sudden appearance before asking, who are you if you mind if I ask?" The man looked the blonde with a frown before introducing himself. "I am Jericho Swain, but call me Swain. If you're wondering, I am also part of the young master's quirk like Karma and Shin who you have met earlier." All Might nodded in understanding before being confused again. I am confused, Swain. Why did you interrupt young Midoriya? I am merely disappointed in my young student who is also my master actually. He seemed to have forgotten one of his lessons. Swain said only to not receive a reply. He sighed before continuing, you see, from what I could understand from your explanation, One for All also empowers the inheritor's quirk. The fact that we don't know how it will empower Izuku's quirk is quite worrying. All Might frowned when he heard the answer. The chance of missing the perfect successor was apparent to him. What is young Midoriya's quirk exactly so that I can come up with a theory on how One for All will empower it? Izuku's quirk is called Summoner. It allows him to summon an exact and perfect copy of anyone or anything from a world called Runeterra. He can legendary items or people who appear in two forms, champion and companion. The first form, champion, is the people in their true form and the ability to use their full potential. The second, companion, is, as the word states, a companion. They appear close to the size of a finger in a form that you Japanese would call chibi. In this form their power is limited but they can still communicate and act like a normal person. But the big difference is that young Izuku can only maintain 3 of us in our champion forms with the companions having no limit. We also can't die, rather, we return to our companion forms and sleep when we take lethal damage. The worse the damage, the longer the time needed to rest. 4 days to recover from a missing limb, for example. There's also the fact that your quirk is completely different from Summoner. It will be difficult to keep the secret when saying that he suddenly has 2 quirks is too suspicious. All Might blinked at the long explanation but he got the gist of it. That is one powerful quirk. Swain does have a point though. It's too suspicious to suddenly have 2 quirks. Looks like my search continues dash. How about we tell people that it's an aspect of my quirk? Izuku's voice interrupted the blonde's train of thought as the 2 men looked at him in confusion. He then explained what he was thinking. My quirk is summoning things from Runeterra, right? What if we can explain One for All as summoning energies from that world? All Might smiled when he heard that. He didn't lose his successor yet. How about the quirk boost then? We don't know how it will affect Summoner. For all we know it might overwhelm you that you can't control it. Swain said. Internally though, he was proud that Izuku was able to figure out a way to use One for All. He was just concerned about his master's safety. Izuku paused at the question before steeling himself. Even if it will be difficult, I will find a way to overcome it because achieving the impossible is the first step in becoming a hero. The 2 men smiled at that declaration. The cherry blossoms surely were fitting to their situation. Spring truly was the time of renewal as they watched the young man before them that had eyes of renewed determination and will. The sparks of heroism that started when he protected kids from bullies have now become flames that will vanquish evil as he accepted his newfound duty. Swain thought about Shin's words before school. One small change truly creates a big difference, with All Might dropping the bottle by accident leading to young Izuku becoming his successor. He smiled at the thought. You will become you will become the world's greatest hero, Izuku Midoriya, and we will be always with you along the way. Hey, this is such a comfy fridge to sit on, All Might said as he watched Izuku try to drag the fridge that he was sitting on. Akali, Swain, and Shin watched with a sweat dropped as they sat on the massive blonde's shoulder. For someone that saves people with a big smile, you are quite the SDST in training, Akali said as they witnessed Izuku fall to the ground for the 3rd time that morning. All Might moved his head a little to look at the small ninja that rested on his shoulder. What are talking about? Can't you see I'm smiling? Yeah, a sadistic one. You haven't seen anything yet if you call this sadistic. All Might thought as he slightly shivered, remembering the training, beat down, that he had when he was his successor's age. He began to take pictures of Izuku, who fell down again making the count to 4. Besides this is necessary for him to be able to use One for All. An unprepared body will explode because of the awesome power that it grants the user. The teen and his companions paled at the thought. The fact that the massive blonde said that while smiling didn't ease any of their worries. All Might laughed when he saw their reactions. Fortunately, your body already has some muscle in it, young Midoriya, meaning we still have time to teach you how to wield One for All before the exams. Izuku nodded as he began to look around him. The entire beach was filled with trash, some small, some big. This surely gonna take a while. So I have to clean up all of this trash? The teen asked as he returned his look to the smiling All Might. Don't worry, young Midoriya, I already have a plan for your 10 months of training. I even included ways to train summoner while we're at it. The blonde said as he gave him a piece of paper while his companions jumped on his shoulders to also read its contents. Aim to pass the American dream. The three companions' sweat dropped again at the name. The number of hero surely was dramatic and a complete American even if he was Japanese. Wait, I can use my quirk to help me clean the beach? Isn't that illegal? Izuku asked in confusion at what he read. Public quirk usage was illegal without a license. All Might smiled at his successor's question. He surely knew his stuff. I will be training you in my civilian identity, Toshinori Yagi, who is actually registered as All Might's assistant and has a teaching license, so don't worry about the authorities, just present them with this and resume your work. He gave him an ID card that displayed all the necessary information. While this primarily serves as your training, heroes used to do voluntary service that helped the community. He put a hand on top of the fridge he was sitting on earlier and crushed it into the ground, opening up a small section of the beach. You already told me how achieving the impossible is the first step of being a hero. Let's finish that first step by clearing this beach together with your companions. Izuku's face transformed into one of determination when he heard those words. His flame won't be dying out anytime now. He looked at his friends as he nodded. It was time to finish their first day. 3 months later. Izuku couldn't help but groan at how sore his muscles were. He already was 3 months into his training and from All Might no Yagi's estimates, in 5 more months he would be ready for One for All. Today was a Sunday, which meant that it was a rest day for him, much to his relief. As much as he wanted to make the symbol of peace proud as his successor, he would take any break that he could get since the days were not getting any easier. It was not like he was lazy, it was more of being disappointed that he couldn't do a certain hobby as much as he wanted to, plus the rest was great. I hope I can finish at least 3 chapters. The green-haired teen thought as he stood with his bag hanging on his shoulder outside the entrance to the city's library. Analysis has not been the only thing that he has written about his companions. In his free time, Izuku wrote stories based on what they have shared. Legends of Runeterra. He dubbed the series as it was a collection of short stories that always focused on his many different companions. The series slowly gained popularity as people that reviewed it online commented on how the stories were always so mystical and filled with adventure but still very believable. In the 2 years he wrote those stories, he has completed and published 20 different stories that often connected with each other. All of this possible with some friends on his mother's part and under his pen name, I. He was too deep in thought as he walked that he accidentally bumped into someone and dropped their things. Izuku apologized as he helped pick them up. He lifted his head only to pause when he saw some of the most beautiful eyes that he had seen. Cerulean. Let it be known that blue was one of the few colors that rivaled his love for green. It was probably because of his love for All Might due to the costume that he wore in his debut, or probably because how it complemented his green hair. No matter the reason why, he can happily admit that he wouldn't mind staring into those orbs. Izuku broke off his trance when he heard that, only to realize that he was staring at a girl's face. Wait, girl? He thought frantically as he took in the girl's appearance. Bob-shaped black hair, side-swept to her right with some shorter strands hanging above her eyes, with fair skin. She wore a peach long-sleeved shirt with a green checkered skirt with a belt that was in a darker shade of green close to black. Red shoes and a pure expressionless face that was staring at him completed her look. Sorry for staring at you like that, your beautiful eyes distracted me, Izuku stuttered without thinking about it out, only to receive a blink as his reply. He then realized what he just said and blushed to a shade of red that people can call him a strawberry because of his freckles. With an outburst that he blurted out in speeds that could make an auctioneer jealous, he left and finally went inside the library, leaving the girl still blinking in surprise. And it is Izuku, get yourself together. How can you face down a villain just a few months ago only to stutter to a girl like an idiot? The green-haired teen thought as he dragged a hand on his face. He then heard giggling, momentarily wondering where it was coming from before seeing the pink-haired woman with a hand on her mouth. For someone who was so fearless against the sludge villain to stutter while talking to a girl, you sure are an odd one, Midoriya-kun. The woman said as she stopped giggling to smile at the blushing teen. Sasakura-san. He stuttered out as he realized that the woman has just seen what happened. Your one and only beloved librarian at your service. She joked with a pumped fist, causing Izuku to smile once he got himself under control. So how is number 21 working out? Some visitors are asking me if we already had it available here. Sakura asked, referring to the next story that he was about to work on. Izuku scratched the back of his head bashfully. He had already announced in his social media that he was starting to train harder since the entrance exams were fast approaching and his schedule was gonna change. The readers understood and accepted his situation, with many of them wishing him luck, but it seems like some were getting a little impatient for the next one. I am close to finishing it actually, just a couple more chapters and it will be published. He answered with Sakura nodding. Well, I hope that you can finish it without any issues. Good luck, hero. Izuku smiled at her words as he thanked her. He then bid farewell to the pink-haired librarian and entered the study section of the library. He continued to walk past most of the tables and couches to climb a set of stairs that lead to more space. With every passing person that he made eye contact with, he smiled and gave a nod. In a world where digital devices were very common and the public perception of libraries was mostly reduced to a place where older people read and young ones study and cram for their exams, there were still people that frequented the place. Most of them could recognize the green-haired teen that always went there and always stayed in a spot that only he would usually use. He continued walking until he reached a door that leads outside. Izuku opened the door to reveal a large balcony area similar to those that you would see in restaurants. Tables and chairs were set up with a small couch that laid close to the wall next to the door, all covered by the shade of the balcony roof. The best part of the spot for the teen was the view. Right in front of him was the hill that UA High rested on. Due to the location of the library and building and its height, it gave a clear view to the school of his dreams, with nothing obstructing it. It always relaxed him to be here. He could read or write for hours without end, only to realize that he spent too much time due to the setting sun. Izuku's eyebrows rose in surprise at what he saw at one of the tables. A book with a gold-colored spine and blue cover. The design and colors were very familiar to Izuku as he had an idea on what it was. He walked towards the table to confirm his suspicions. This is Volume 18 to Legends of Runeterra. He thought as he read the book's title. He then smiled as he looked at the cover picture. Shen and Zed were together with their backs facing one another. It was a story that his two companions told him about using the memories of their world. Since they were only exact copies of their original selves, the two of them had no problem in showing both sides of their stories. He remembered being surprised when he learned the two were actually enemies but mutually agreed to help him achieve his dreams. Doing so only made them closer as they both began to reconcile over the years. He shook his head to clear them of thoughts. The book didn't have the library's seal on it, meaning it was a personal copy and the owner have probably left it there by accident. Izuku flipped open the book to take a look at the first page. He made sure to have space where the owner can write their names so that they won't lose it completely in situations like this. Yui Kodai. He read before noticing a part of a paper that was sticking out like a bookmark. The teen opened it to the page. The paper was located only to blink at the folded sheet on it. He picked it up to read its contents, only to be surprised what was written. Is this fanfiction? The greenette thought in complete bewilderment. The fact that someone was writing fanfiction about his works surprised him. Looks like he inspired others to write without him knowing. He read its contents fully, only to frown at some of its mistakes, grammar issues. And some dialogue is pretty messy. Izuku thought before sitting down on a chair and reached for his bag for a pen and paper. He began to write some points on how to improve the work. Some spelling errors that he pointed out, fixing some of the dialogue. All errors in the piece of paper being fixed by him like a professional editor. He was so into it that he didn't notice someone in his presence until they tapped him on the shoulder. The teen jolted at the sudden touch in surprise as he looked at who was with him, only to widen his eyes at the person before him. It was the girl earlier at the entrance. Determined not to stutter like an idiot for a second time, he began to compose himself as he cleared his throat. Sorry about that, how can I help you? He asked with a smile. The girl nodded before pointing at the book and paper of fanfiction that he was correcting. His eyes widened at recognition before asking, "Are you Yui Kodai?" The now identified Kodai nodded. Her face still held no emotion. "Oh, sorry about touching your things. I got curious and saw what you were writing. I couldn't contain myself, so I wrote some things for you to fix. Sorry if I offended you or anything," the boy said as he gave her the paper that he was writing on. Kodai took the paper and read it with her face still showing no emotion. She took the book and slipped in the two papers before closing it. She then gave a small bow as she left, leaving a blinking Izuku, the opposite of what happened earlier at the entrance. A crack of thunder broke him off his trance as he looked at the now gray sky in surprise. Yui was not one to judge someone off their social interactions. After all, she had difficulty in showing even a bit of emotion in her face, much less so being able to say a word. But she couldn't help but call the boy that she met as odd. From stuttering and being a complete fool in their first interaction to being calmer and composed in their second one. It was probably because he was embarrassed. She thought as she thought back on what happened at the entrance earlier, only to blush lightly when she remembered his words. Did he mean it? No boy outside his own father called her eyes beautiful, with most of them being off-put by her expressionless face until the green-haired boy that she had met. A crack of thunder made her turn her head to the window to see the gray clouds beginning to drop their rain. "I forgot to bring my umbrella," Yui thought as she continued to watch the rain hitting the windows. The coming storm didn't do much to dampen the mood in the library. It actually added to how relaxing it felt inside due to how the raindrops created a soft tune with how they landed. If she was annoyed, she didn't show it, her face still expressionless as she continued walking towards the librarian to borrow an umbrella. She can just return it in her next visit. The black-haired girl went up to the librarian desk, only to see the pink-haired woman was doing some paperwork. What do I do? Yui thought. It would be rude to interrupt the woman as what she was doing appeared to be important, but she was already close to being late for her train going back home. You need to get her attention. But how? Oh, sorry about that. How can I help you? The librarian's voice interrupted her train of thought and caused her to freeze. She tried looking around the desk for an umbrella so that she can just point at it and leave with it, only to find none. Well, that left silent communication off the window. Yui steeled herself for a moment to think of her words, only to stop when she saw the woman looking at her with a confused look on her face. The teen began to panic. What is she supposed to say? Should she apologize for wasting too much time? Or should she get to the point and say what she needed? She didn't have many friends, and the few people that she interacted with haven't been in a situation similar to this. Yui opened her mouth to frantically say a response, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice. "I think she needs an umbrella, Sakura-san." Her eyes widened slightly as she turned her head to look at the green-haired teen that was now approaching the desk. His distance from them gave Yui a good look at him now. He was taller than her, that was obvious, a blue hoodie and gray pants with red shoes. The outfit screamed casual to anyone looking at him. He exceeded a relaxing vibe similar to the library they were in. The librarian, who she now knew as Sakura, gave a small "ah" in understanding as she stood up and entered the office behind her. Yui gave a nod of appreciation to the boy, who returned it with a smile on his face. Oh, how she wished she could be like the boy that she was sharing comfortable silence with. Having the ability to talk without freezing while wearing his heart on his sleeve for everyone to see. She wondered why the boy was here before she saw the phone that he was holding in his left hand with his right holding the strap of his backpack. Something probably came up and he needed to leave. The girl thought before snapping her head to Sakura, who returned from the room with an apologetic look on her face. "I'm sorry, we seem to have run out of umbrellas. A lot of people have been stopping by to buy one instead of borrowing lately," said the pink-haired woman, causing Yui to nod in understanding. Well, this was quite the predicament. The rain didn't look like it would stop anytime soon, and the train that she was trying to catch was in 20 minutes. The next train after that would take another hour, which would simply take too long for her to get home and finish her homework. How about I escort Kodai-san to the station? All eyes went to the blushing boy, who in turn blushed harder at all the attention before explaining his suggestion. "Well, Mom needs me home anyways, and I brought my umbrella with me. So how about we kill two birds with one stone?" Yui couldn't argue with his logic. A kind gesture that seemingly had no interior motive, but a part of her mind had other ideas. It just screamed, romantic. She blushed at the thought. Even if she had difficulties in expressing herself, she was still a girl. The idea of walking with a boy as they shared an umbrella under the rain made her heart feel fuzzy. Yui shook her head to dispel those thoughts. It was just a kind gesture by a kind boy. Great idea, Midoriya-kun. Is it okay for you, Kodai? Sakura said as she smiled. The young girl couldn't help but see a bit of mischief in the woman's smile, but nodded in agreement. Midoriya, as she now knew his name, dropped his backpack from his shoulder as he got his umbrella. He fixed his bag before he looked towards her and gave a nod with the same smile that she gave her earlier. They walked towards the entrance only to stop as Midoriya nodded at her again. You ready, Kodai-san? When he received an in confirmation, he went outside and opened his umbrella with Yui follow after him. They maintained in complete yet comfortable silence as they walked towards the station. She couldn't help but notice how some people would whisper as they looked at them. Some, well, the women, were giggling at the sight while some boys gave thumbs-ups toward their direction, causing Midoriya to be confused. Other than that, they arrived at the station without a problem. Yui looked at the clock to notice that they still had 10 minutes before the train, which surprised her. The 10 minutes they spent walking here felt more like 5 to her. They then sat down on a bench as they waited for the train to arrive. As they sat, the girl couldn't help but wonder why Midoriya was doing this. While he seemed to be a kind-hearted boy, that wouldn't be enough of a reason to go out of his way to help her out. He even pointed out her mistakes in the fanfiction that she was writing, and he treated it like it was nothing. She may have not have shown it, but she has been surprised at how professional his editing was, and yet he treated it as it was not a big deal. Maybe he was trying to score brownie points from her? But that wouldn't make sense. He seemed like one who wore his heart on his sleeve, so his gesture was genuine kindness. But why? She unknowingly whispered, causing the boy to look at her in surprise before a smile appeared on his face. It's because you looked like you needed help, Midoriya said, causing the girl to look at him with eyes widened in surprise. The boy seemed to control himself not to laugh before continuing. You have difficulty in expressing yourself, don't you? She paused in surprise at the sudden question before nodding in confirmation. The boy hummed as he raised his right hand and looked at it. I have a friend like you, someone who finds it hard to communicate with others. He then moved the hand towards her as he looked at her with his undivided attention. Do you want to meet her? Another nod. A flash of blue light alerted Yui as she saw something amazing. On his hand was a small, beautiful woman with long blue hair that tied into 2 ponytails, a blue dress that hugged her fair-skinned body. With her was a floating instrument that Yui couldn't name. The woman's appearance was what she could describe as ethereal. A small laugh broke the girl of her trance as she looked at Midoriya. Amazing, right? This is Sona. Like you, she can't communicate with people normally since she is mute, he said, causing Yui to widen her eyes in surprise as she watched Sona play soft tunes with the strange instrument. Instead, she shows her emotions through her music. She watched in wonder as the small woman played. Was this a way for her to show how felt? Was this why Midoriya decided to come with her? To show a way for her to display her emotions? I wasn't lying when I said that your eyes were beautiful, Kodai-sen, said the blushing boy, causing the girl to also blush lightly at his words. And no, this is not why I decided to help you. This caused Yui to be confused. What did he mean? I already told you, I did it because you looked like you needed help. The girl looked at him in complete bewilderment. Can he read minds or something? Your eyes, Kodai-sen, your eyes. The boy said. Bewilderment now became confusion as she looked at Midoriya. The boy looked at the distant railway as Sona disappeared from his hand with a blue flash. The reason why I showed you Sona was to show you that there are other ways to show emotion without the need to speak. He picked up her copy of Legends of Runeterra from the bench as he looked at it with a smile, like how you told me how you own this book by just pointing at it with a nod. Or how I could see that you had questions based on your eyes. He looked at her with a smile. Don't lose hope when the first option fails. Just improvise and improve every time. Don't be afraid to say what is in your mind. He closed the book before returning it to her. She received it and stared at the cover. When I saw you begin to panic when you talked to Sakura-san, I couldn't help but move in to tell her what you were thinking, Midoriya admitted. like how both Shen and Zed wanted to help the beaten man on the road in Chapter 8 of that story. I moved because I knew I could help. I want to be a hero like All Might, and one important aspect is sacrificing for the good of others. Yui took a moment to take in everything the boy said. Like him, she also wanted to be a hero. Her goal wasn't as big as his. He wanted to be a hero like the symbol of peace, while she wanted to be a hero to be able to find her purpose on the job. The PA system broke her train of thought as she watched Midoriya stand up to go to the train. It seemed like his trip home was a few minutes earlier than hers. She looked down towards the book and noticed how one of the papers inside were sticking out. Yui opened the book, only to pause at what he saw on the first page. If you ever need a friend, you can call me if you want, Izuku Midoriya. His contact number was written below the message. She frowned slightly at how he wrote on her own book without permission, only to widen her eyes at what was above the author's pen name. Always remember to smile, was written along with a signature. Did she just talk to the author of her favorite series and even get his signature and an offer of friendship? Instead of freaking out, she decided to take Midoriya's advice and smiled. 2 months later. Hiya! Toshinori smiled as he watched his successor block a kick from Akali with a shield he summoned. They were 5 months into the dream plan already, and they made a lot of progress. About 60% of the beach was clean now due to the combined efforts of Midoriya and his companions. Once he finishes the last 40%, then he would give him one for all and officially become his successor to both its legacy and as the symbol of peace. Speaking of legacies, his smile faltered slightly when he remembered the reason one for all was created. Toshinori has yet to tell the boy on the quirk's origin and its purpose. He has yet to tell the boy that he had dragged him to a struggle that has lasted generation after generation. He prayed that the BSTRD that he has clashed with 5 years ago was finally gone and the legend of one for all and all for one ended there. He deserves the right to that knowledge, you know? A voice behind him caused him to turn around in surprise. Toshinori saw Swain approaching him with widened eyes. How do you know? The gray-haired man gestured to the blonde's left. Confused, the symbol of peace looked to his left only to pause at what he saw. A floating eye in the same shade of red as Swain's demonic arm was looking at him. Seeing the man's confusion, the armored man clarified. This is a piece of my power. The power to know the secrets of the world. Swain said as he snapped his fingers, causing the eye to disappear and Toshinori to give him his full attention. When I was in Runeterra, I was in a war that caused me to lose my arm. To make it simple, I essentially made a deal with the devil. I wield the power of the demon of secrets, Ram. Toshinori was shocked to hear the short story. He knew that the world that Midoriya summons from was vastly different from their own world. The fact that demons existed in Runeterra caused a shiver down his spine. Knowing his successor can possibly summon copies of said demons didn't help. Wait, Toshinori paused as he thought about it. He looked at Swain with a face that showed confusion. How come young Midoriya has yet to summon such demons, Swain? How come he has only shown to be able to summon you and the other companions? The gray-haired man let off a small grin when heard the question. Changing the subject, aren't we, Yagi? Swain began as he prepared himself for an explanation. Anyways, Summoner is limited by the young master's imagination. For example, when his quirk first manifested, he was thinking of ninjas and imagining to be one as a hero. This caused Shin to be the first companion that he has summoned. From there, Shin told him stories of Runeterra. With those stories, young Izuku's imagination was flourishing as he began to summon more and more copies of us. But that it also caused some disputes. Toshinori was confused at the last part. How can a quirk cause problems between people? Swain answered his unsaid question. Summoner only grants him the ability to summon an exact and perfect copy of anything and anyone from Runeterra. It won't force the other companions to work together and help Izuku. It's also a reason why he has yet to summon those demons. After a clash of egos and some companions refusing to help him either because of their pride or being forced to work with former enemies, the young master's imagination was limited, deciding that he was going to work on a small but effective roster. Toshinori nodded at the explanation. It made sense as to why he always saw Midoriya training with only a small amount of companions from what he had seen. He would be glad that the original subject was changed before Swain interrupted. When do you plan to tell him? he asked as the blonde took a moment to think about it. Eventually, he said as Swain took time to observe the symbol of peace. He didn't seem to like the answer as his next words were something that he would be thinking about for a while. He agreed to become your successor, Yagi. He will accept any duty that comes with that decision. That's just how the young master is, someone who is an embodiment of what a hero should be. The number one hero watched as Swain dismissed himself in a blue flash before he turned to his successor who had just finished his spar with Akali. Soon, my boy, after the exams, I will tell you of its origins and the holder's duty. Good work, Kodai-san. Yui smiled when she heard Midoriya. It has been 5 months since their first meeting, and 5 months when she accepted his offer of friendship, becoming closer as a result. They were at Dagoba Beach cleaning up trash as his companions sparred against each other. When learning what the boy was doing for training, she thought that it was a joke at first. Who would have the determination and willpower to clean up a beach that has become a dumping ground and has been forgotten by the people? Midoriya, apparently. She answered herself, every day that she has been with the boy, he constantly surprised and inspired her with his passion for being a hero. Are you all right there, Kodai-san? The subject of her thoughts asked with a voice of concern that snapped her out of her trance. Yui blushed lightly, embarrassed that he caught her being lost in thought and at the concern that was in his voice. Yet I'm fine, just got lost in thought. Midoriya seemed to accept the answer as he resumed picking up a microwave to put in Yagi's truck. Seeing him work so hard caused her to look at what she was doing. When she first told Midoriya about her quirk, he almost fell from his chair in a mixture of both surprise and excitement. Size allowed her to alter the size of objects that she touched with all 5 of her fingertips. After learning all the details like her limits and weaknesses, he offered training with her so that they can be ready for the entrance exams. Yui began to put her hands together as all the trash in front of her began to change size. First, she made them as big as a truck before changing them to be as small as a water bottle. Midoriya told her that her goal was to develop her quirk to become stronger as well as having the ability to alter objects like second nature. She has been doing this for 5 months now as they began training together on the 3rd day of their friendship, and she was already making a lot of progress. Before she was only able to alter up to 10 objects, now that number went up to 20, which still surprised her. You're slowing down, Kodai-san. If you don't keep up, I might leave you in the dust. Midoriya's teased as he picked up a washing machine and began walking to the truck. His strength never failed to surprise her due to his height of 5 feet and 6 inches and the fact that he wore baggy clothes. She then let out a grin that was laced with mischief as she shouted out her reply. If you keep talking like that, I might as well stuff your mouth with the letter that told me I passed, since you're not going to, Deku. Midoriya groaned at that while Yui giggled at his reaction. When he first told her about the nickname, she accidentally slipped out on how it sounded like Dikairu, which meant, you can do it, because it reminded her of his determination and the never-giving-up attitude that came with it. When he told her that it sounded like a good hero name to inspire people, she made it her personal goal to annoy him as much as possible with the nickname since it reminded him of the cheesy speech that he made. Midoriya then gained a mischievous grin of his own as he put the washing machine to the ground next to the truck. Gagging, huh? I didn't know that you were into that rule. He shouted as he blushed at his words and even stuttering as he struggled to say it. Yui, on the other, had blushed heavily for 2 reasons, one being the semi-lewd joke that he made and the other one being the hero name that the boy shouted out. The memory of telling him that she was thinking of using it as a hero name since she thought it sounded cool still embarrassed her, even if it was already 2 months ago. Their teasing went back and forth before resuming to do their work. The boy already dismissed his companions, leaving the 2 of them working alone in comfortable silence. Well, that's done. By tomorrow morning this entire beach will be clean, Midoriya said as he began to admire his work. It was almost completely different from how it was 8 months ago, as only a small section of trash was left uncleaned. Now we can just leave all the trash in the truck to Yagi-san when he returns. He continued as he looked towards his friend, only to pause. Yui was staring at the boy as she watched him wipe the sweat off his brow, said sweat was all over his body, causing the shirt that he was wearing to tighten around his, even if she was embarrassed to admit it, muscular frame. Kodai-san, are you sure you're alright? You have been spacing out a lot recently. The green-haired teen asked in concern as the girl yelped at the question that broke her off his trance. The boy being completely oblivious that his friend was staring at his body just moments ago. Why, yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking about how much progress we have made, Yui said in response as the boy nodded at that. Are you still coming tomorrow? I can clean up the last section all by myself since you might want to spend time with your parents. Midoriya asked as he began packing up his things with Yui doing the same. She thought about it for a moment before saying her response. Well, I might not be able to help you clean, but I can still come here to admire the view that we just created, she said, causing the boy to give her a smile and a nod in response. They finished packing up as they prepared to leave their separate ways, with Yui going to the station and Midoriya walking back to his apartment, with the boy saying his last words to her for the day. Your hard work really helped me, helped Kodai-san. You're amazing and you will make great hero. That caused Yui to pause as she turned around to watch his retreating back. Her thoughts then went back to their first meeting and the 5 months they have spent together. The times when Midoriya helped her out in social interactions, teaching her ways to express her emotions. He even made her be able to laugh and giggle with the jokes and teases they exchanged with their friendly banter. The Yui of 5 months ago has certainly changed with only one boy. She already admired him for his books, but the kindness and determination that he had caused that admiration to grow. She smiled as she watched him fade into the distance. You want to be a hero like All Might, but I want to be a hero like you, Midoriya-kun, since you're already my hero. The next day, Izuku let out a primal roar as he stood on top of a pile of trash. Akali, Swain, and Shin watched in bewilderment as this ripped little man celebrated his goal being completed. Swain reached under his coat to get his pocket watch. Even if they were not in Runeterra, he will keep his style. Barely even 6 a.m., the young master started at 4. In 2 hours he cleaned up the entirety of the last section. He thought with both surprise and pride. Akali let out a whistle as she watched Izuku breathe heavily, with a cute face and a body like that he's gonna be a lady killer once he goes to UA. She said, causing Shun to look at her oddly. Akali, you're 19. I didn't say anything, besides that's only a 4-year difference. Akali! Swain let out a quiet laugh when he heard the interaction. Young Izuku already won the heart of a fine lady even if she doesn't realize it. He thought, referring to the girl, that the teen had changed for the better. Oh my goodness! Yagi's exclamation caused all eyes at the beach to look at him. All Might! Izuku shouted as he jumped from the pile of trash and ran towards him with a big smile. Yagi responded by opening his arms with his signature All Might smile as he caught the boy into a hug. Well done, my boy. When I said to clean the beach, I didn't say to not even leave a speck of dust. This is amazing, the massive blonde said as he released the hug. The statement caused the boy to pause as he looked at Yagi. I didn't do all of this alone, All Might. I wouldn't have done it with Kodai-san's help. Izuku said dejectedly. He realized how he somewhat cheated his training with Kodai helping. She helped out by adjusting the heavier objects to smaller but still challenging sizes. The symbol of peace's signature laugh broke him off his train of thought, causing the boy to look at him with wide eyes. Well, that's even more amazing. A hero can't do everything alone, you know, and you letting someone help means you have the capacity to do so. Izuku looked at him with wide eyes, surprised that he even made his cheat as a lesson. There's also the fact that you helped out young Kodai in her training while you were also doing the same. You were doing 2 tasks without even realizing it. Chin up, my boy, because it's time for the awarding ceremony. The green-haired teen followed his advice as he prepared himself, already forgetting about his previous thoughts. One for all was an amazing power. The way to pass it on has to be in equally amazing. The thought seemed to be shared among his companions as all of them waited with bated breath as they waited. Zed and Karma even summoned themselves as they waited on Shun's shoulders. The blonde picked a strand of hair as he looked down on Izuku. Toshinori Yagi, the hero All Might and the symbol of peace and justice, was about to officially make him his successor. This was something I was once told. Something that you receive because you're lucky and something that you are recognized are different in essence. He began as he looked at the boy with pride. Young Midoriya, I recognized you when you stepped in when the pro-heroes were afraid. Now I know I have made the right choice when naming you as my successor. Now, eat this. You need to digest my DNA, and eating my hair is the least gross thing that we can do. All Might explained as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head when he heard the complete silence after his declaration. Akali's laughter broke the silence with Zed joining in shortly. Karma deadpanned at the blonde while Swain looked in disappointment at the simple way to pass on the power of several generations to defeat one evil. Shin didn't seem to care, but the way that he slouched slightly also showed his disappointment. Izuku, on the other hand, looked at the strand of hair in a combination of disgust and shock. He gulped as he reached for the hair. It won't be as bad if I do it quickly, right? He thought as he stared at what he was now holding. He opened his mouth to practically shove it inside, immediately swallowing it with Yagi looking at him with a face of pity. He had to do the same with his master, and he knew what the boy has to be feeling right now. It will take a while for you to digest the DNA, so in the meantime, we will go to a special place to test how well you will be able to use it, young Kodai. All Might's shout caused everything to stop as everyone snapped their heads towards the girl standing beside Yagi's truck. The girl had an expressionless face plastered on her, clearly in shock if she was going back how she was 5 months ago, and by the basket, she dropped to the ground near her. When I wondered who the hero Yagi-san was under with, I didn't expect it to be All Might of all people. Kodai began with, the others still staring at her in shock. She then looked at the massive blonde who still has his jaw dropped. What I really didn't expect was Yagi-san to be actually All Might, the same person who he should be assisting. They eventually recovered from their shock. The companions stayed silent, not knowing how to handle this, while Izuku looked at his mentor expectantly, obviously wanting to know how to handle secrets suddenly being learned. Yagi cleared his throat as he began to speak. How much did you see? Everything, came her blunt reply. Izuku suddenly gasped as he remembered what she told him yesterday, causing everyone to look at him. He began to sweat at all the attention as he said the only thing that was inside his head. Oops. And that's the reason why I made him my successor to my quirk and my legacy as the symbol of peace. Izuku blinked as he watched Kodai's face at the end of the explanation. They were riding on Yagi's truck as they waited for their destination. The two of them were alone at the back as his companions dismissed themselves to avoid the awkwardness that was sure to follow. Her face was as expressionless as it was at the beach. He thought he would get the occasional wide eyes and jaw drop, but he got none. How are you taking this so calmly? He asked nervously, causing the girl to look at him. I'm actually pretty surprised, I am just not showing it. They began to sit in silence. Unlike the other times, it was filled with awkward energy that made it uncomfortable. It's important to not tell anyone of this, young Kodai, even your own family. The dangers that could lead holders of this knowledge is not something I wish to place upon innocents. Yagi said in complete seriousness, though he was clearly trying to end the uncomfortable silence that in the air. The girl said with a nod, understanding the situation they're in. If the world knew that there was a villain that could wound the #1 hero and even forced him to hide the battle from the public, then there would be chaos. Sorry about not telling you about this, Izuku said, causing Kodai to look at him with a raised brow. What's there to apologize? We were only been friends for 5 months, why would you even tell me in the first place? But still Midoriya-kun, shut it, you haven't even told your own mother about this, what right do I have to be angry at you? Izuku promptly closed his mouth at that. At least he knew that his friend wasn't angry at him. It would be a shame to lose their friendship and the fact she was a good training buddy. Besides, I can't let All Might's successor to be slacking off now that I know about this, Deku. Her tease broke his train of thought as she looked at him with a grin. Izuku instantly broke out a smile at that, with Kodai doing the same. He didn't say a reply. He already knew that he can't break his momentum right now. He had to make All Might proud and be the future that the man believed he could be. All right, we're here, Yagi said as he stopped the engine. The two teens exited the truck only to pause as they realized their destination. The hero hopefuls stood outside the gates of UA High, the school that has turned up many of the world's greatest heroes. The massive entrance and the iconic H-shaped building behind it was their goal, being able to walk those halls with the UA uniform and train with other students in heroics. The snow of winter that blanketed the otherwise green trees behind the wall didn't do much to diminish the view. If you're gonna keep gawking at it, you won't be able to get inside it. Come on, you zygotes. That broke the two teens off their stupors as they ran to catch up to Yagi, who was already at the closed gate. They were both brimming with excitement. They couldn't believe it. They were in UA and they were about to test out a new quirk that has the potential to surpass the symbol of peace due to its nature. The sound of machines alerted them of the gate opening. Once it was finished, they were greeted by a fluffy rat bear dog. Am I a mouse? A dog? The bear? My real identity is the principal, he said with a wave. With his small size and his cute appearance, people wouldn't be surprised to see toys based on him. Your principal Nedzu, right? A rare case of an animal having a quirk and known as one of the smartest beings in the world. Izuku asked excitedly. The fact that he had the chance to talk to the principal of the School of Dreams was almost too much to handle. He was barely keeping himself from shaking in excitement to not embarrass himself. Quite the observation, young Midoriya, as expected of All Might's successor. The Chimera laughed as he turned around to begin walking towards the school building, causing Izuku and Kodai to freeze in shock. How do you know? The girl shakingly asked, the shock still in her system. Yagi, seeing their reaction, decided to explain. The principal is a friend of mine. It's also the reason why we can train here due to his knowledge of my quirk. The two nodded at that as they began to follow the principal. With nothing else to do, they decided to admire their surroundings. Nedza, seeing their attention, caused him to begin to explain like a tour guide. The soon-to-be heroes in training listened to him attentively. Every detail and piece of information caused their eyes to be filled with wonder that turned into determination. They now knew how UA turned up some of the world's greatest heroes. With that knowledge, they will make sure to ace the entrance exams and be here. Here we are. The small tour ended when Principal Nedzu stopped at a set of doors to a large building. Welcome to the Gym Gamma, otherwise known as the Training Dining Land, or TDL in short. The Chimera nodded at Yagi, who saw what he wanted and proceeded to open the doors to be greeted by an old lady who was wearing a doctor's outfit with a large helmet with a visor. She was holding a cane that was designed like a syringe as she stood behind some protective barriers. Recovery girl! The two teens shouted as they recognized the youthful heroine. The aged heroine paid no mind to the shout as she immediately took to observing Izuku. So this is the one you picked, Toshinori? Someone who is barely 15 years old and you want to give him your quirk? Recovery girl asked as she looked at the skeletal blonde, who began to sweat slightly at her look. Age isn't a good criterion to judge someone for one for all. Besides, he finished training his body to handle it and he has everything I was looking for as a successor. He explained, to which the heroine nodded and redirected her look towards said successor, causing him to sigh in relief. Well then, let's begin our first test, shall we? We have Recovery Girl here on standby just in case of injuries. Nedzu said with his usual joyful tone as he clapped his hands together. Izuku nodded at that as he steeled himself. He was confident that he finished digesting Yagi's hair, but he didn't feel any different. No matter the answer, he decided to walk past the barrier, assuming it was so that the others can safely observe. What's Midoriya-kun's target? We need one to properly see his power, right? Kodai asked as she took position behind the barrier. The sound of steaming caused her to turn around to see her answer. His target will be me, All Might said as he removed the jacket he was wearing. The answer caused both teens to look at him with widened eyes. Is that safe, All Might? If what you said was right, then Midoriya-kun's power would be greater than yours. The girl asked as the blonde only laughed as he walked past the barrier. She then looked at the other two. Recovery Girl sighed as she face-bombed while Nedza decided to answer. Well, you see, young Kodai, one for all is a quirk that stockpiles energy. While you're right that young Midoriya will eventually surpass All Might, he needs time to stockpile enough energy to reach that level. Both Izuku and Kodai nodded at the answer, with the boy listening to it from his position afar. All right, young Midoriya, show me what you can do. The symbol of peace taunted as he stood before the boy. I don't feel any different, All Might. Are you sure I digested your dinner already? Izuku asked in concern. All Might put a hand on his chin as he took a thinking pose. It's probably because you have a quirk before getting one for all. Try to feel summoner and remember it. After that, try to find something else and use it. He supplied helpfully, causing the teen to nod. Izuku closed his eyes as he focused on summoner. Try to have a feel of it. He paused before relaxing. He managed to feel his quirk. Now find something else. He began to look for it, something different from what he felt when he tried to use Summoner. For a whole minute, he stood there with his eyes closed. He suddenly gasped. He finally felt what he was looking for. Summoner felt like he was opening a chest, a portal to a pocket dimension that holds his companions and items from Runeterra. One for All felt like a pool of energy that he can call upon. Focus on it. And use it. With those final thoughts, he began to pull energy from that pool. Izuku took up a stance as he prepared to throw a haymaker. His right arm began to glow with power as he opened his eyes, seeing his mentor's proud smile as he braced himself. He gave a smile of his own as he shouted out his attack. Smash! Boom! The force of the punch made a shockwave of wind as his clenched fist landed on All Might's muscular chest. The wind pressure that he produced was similar to the one that the blonde made to blow away the sludge villain and change the weather. His smile widened as he took in what he had just done. He had done it. He has All Might's power and has officially become his successor. The power of that punch caused his mind to go into overdrive as he began to think of ways to incorporate this with his companions, but alas, all good things have to come to an end as his adrenaline ran out. Ag! His pain scream as he held his now broken arm caused Recovery Girl to rush out the barrier with Kodai soon following, concerned for her friend's well-being. After being healed up by the heroine and witnessing the small lady smack Yagi, who was now in his true form with her cane. Clearly not happy with the result, you could have at least told him to hold back. He clearly went 100% because you forgot to tell him, she shouted with the blonde frantically trying to apologize. Izuku gave a tired smile to Kodai as she asked if he was okay. Well, that went close to what I expected. Netsu's voice stopped all the conversations as they all looked at him. Even if it's not enough to surpass All Might in his prime, One for All still evolved to a level which young Midoriya would struggle to handle, unlike how you were already able to use 100% the moment you receive it. The difference between bodies might also be a factor we neglected to consider. Izuku nodded as he looked at his previously broken arm. His own excitement got the better of him and he paid the price. He knew he was going to get a lesson from Swain and Shin on this. The fact that he forgot their lessons in the heat of the moment will probably disappoint them. It's a good thing that I brought him to assist us. A yellow streak caused Yagi to yelp as he bulked up to his muscle form. The streak went all over the place before hitting All Might in the face as they finally got a good view on him. A short old man in a full-body monochrome suit with a yellow cape and black domino mask that covered his face kicked the symbol of peace as he shouted, "You goddamn idiot Toshinori." 2 months later. Alright, that's enough. Take 5 and we will continue. Netsu smiled as he watched the Midoriya take a deep breath as he squatted down to the floor. He was impressed by the teen's improvement. In 2 months he trained with Gran Torino, All Might's former homeroom teacher. In 2 months, he created technique after technique, strategy after strategy, and the potential he had with his quirk summoner made the Chimera feel giddy in excitement. The boy has already had quite an analytical and tactical mind. The ability to summon people from another world who were experienced with war, like Swain, or people who were wise and knew the principles of balance and peace like Karma and Shin. Netsu was mostly happy by the fact that he finally had someone who he would struggle against in chess in Swain. The gray-haired old man reeked of experience. The way he understands things were similar to Netsu, being moved by logic and the success of their institutions. Granted, that has been mellowed down by his time on Earth. The fact that he was only an exact and perfect copy of his original didn't help things as he sought out to find his place in the world by helping his young master. Speaking of young masters, Netsu began to walk towards Midoriya, who didn't seem to realize that he was approaching. The high-speed fights he had with Gran Torino using 5% of One for All in a technique he called full cowling had clearly exhausted him. Quite impressive, Midoriya-kun, the Chimera said, causing the boy to yelp in surprise. Thanks, Principal Netsu. I wouldn't have this much progress if you didn't allow us to train here, Midoriya said when he managed to calm down and recover from his surprise. The reply only made Netsu smile when he heard it. The boy was kind and humble, 2 qualities that a good hero would have. He couldn't wait to have this boy in the school and have the chance to personally train him. Nonsense, I only gave you a place to train, it was your hard work and your analytical mind that allowed you to make such progress. You could have done the same in Dagobah. Nezu said with his usual cheerful tone. He was then surprised when the boy looked down when he heard what he said. Yemi. The green-haired teen said, causing the chimera to blink in surprise before raising an eyebrow. That is something wrong, Midoriya-kun? He asked, causing the boy to look up at him with wide eyes. He probably didn't mean to say that out loud. Midoriya then looked towards another part of the gym once he recovered. That no, I'm fine. Nezu followed his eyes only to raise an eyebrow at what the boy was looking at. Young Kodai, someone who accidentally learned that Midoriya was the successor to the symbol of peace. She also trained hard in the 2 months that they were here, like the grained-haired boy, learning under Recover Girl, who was teaching her first aid and how to identify injuries. The girl's quirk made her an effective medic. The ability to make everything she needed to smaller sizes to not slow her down was helpful. If Nezu was going to make it an analogy, Kodai would be the recovery girl to Midoriya's All Might. The two of them were now watching the girl as she listened attentively to the aged heroine as she taught her how to calm down panicking patients. Is something wrong with your friend Midoriya-kun? Nezu asked, causing the boy to look at him wide eyes. No, nothing is wrong. Midoriya frantically said before looking down to look at his hand. It's just that. I have been thinking lately. The chimera tilted his head in a mixture of curiosity and confusion as he gestured at the boy to explain. It's just that, I remembered how Yagi-san told me that a hero can't do everything alone and that sometimes we have to let others help. Midoriya began as he looked at Kodai again. When I heard that, I began to realize that the idea of the symbol of peace is dumb, isn't it? Nezu looked at him in bewilderment but said nothing, curious about where the boy was going with this. Don't get me wrong, Yagi, as All Might brought an era of peace and crime rates have been the lowest we have seen them. But what if the time comes for him to retire? The idea of the symbol of peace worked short-term, but long-term. People began to rely on him too much, always saying that if he was there then everything was okay. Zed mentioned how it's every generation's duty to surpass the previous one, but with the idea of an invincible All Might around, people began to look at him as the ceiling. Most trying to be as strong as him, not surpass him. Nezu nodded at that. He raised some good points the more that he thought about it. Then how will you change that? Changing society's view is different from bringing an era of peace. If he wasn't curious before, he sure as hell was now. The question caused the boy to pause as he thought about it. Then, Nezu saw it. In his eyes was filled with so much determination that it almost made him take a step back. The fires of heroism burned brightly with the torch of one for all inside of him. Yagi has mentioned how this boy will become the future, and now Nezu can see why. I will become a symbol of hope. Someone who brings hope for a better tomorrow. I will not be the one who would bring peace, rather I will be someone that people to look up to and say, I'll keep fighting. I won't give up. With that hope, heroes won't be alone, I won't be alone. People will want to surpass me instead of being like me, for achieving the impossible is the first step of being a hero. I know it will take time, but I will start small. I will go UA and become friends with both hero courses. Then together, we will become the pillars of justice with me as the roof of hero society if need be. Even if I fail, I won't give up, for failure only means that I'm human, someone who isn't perfect. But I hope that my will to never give up even though I failed will inspire everyone else to work harder to cover my weaknesses as we become the next generation of heroes together. Everything paused as they took in the fiery speech. The way Midoriya looked at his clenched fist with those eyes of his was inspiring. The young man has made his declaration and the world be ready for it. Nezu, in particular, had a big smile as he thought about everything the boy said. The smile lasted until the two teens left the gym to head back home. Recovery Girl noticed this as he looked at him quizzically. I know that face, what are you thinking? The chimera only laughed as he watched the back of Midoriya fade away into the distance. I was just thinking about how to help Midoriya-kun in his goal. The future is in good hands. Looks like I have a few board members to contact. UA High, the school that has turned up some of the world's greatest heroes. Many in the top 10 heroes like Endeavor and Best Jeanist were alumni here, like the world's premier symbol of peace, All Might. It was also known for how difficult it was to get inside the school, with a low acceptance rate that reflected how it was at the top 0.2% just the last year. Rumors of the freedom of teachers at the institution that circulated due to stories of students being expelled on the first day of school due to the lack of potential. Some were even demoted to general studies while others were promoted to the hero course. The competition inside the school was nothing new due to its famous sports festival which was broadcasted live to the entire world. You do know it's not the first time that we've been here, right? Kodai asked quizzically with her head tilted in confusion at the wonder in Izuku's eyes. The boy yelped as he blushed, embarrassed that she caught him staring at the building, but it's different this time. Last time we were only training, this time we will be fighting our way through the exams to officially become UA students, he declared when calmed down. He was confident in his ability to pass the exam. The 10 months he trained wasn't for nothing. After all, Izuku smiled as he felt a hint of one for all inside of him and his companions waiting to be summoned. Out of the way, Deku, Bakugo said as he shoved the shorter boy away from his way with Izuku barely being moved by the shove. Not that he cares anyways, Izuku thought with a sigh. He placed a hand on Kodai who was glaring at the ashen blonde and shook his head to tell her not do anything. He honestly didn't care what Bakugo wanted. His childhood friend wanted to be a hero that always wins, which is impossible according to Swain's teaching. The gray-haired man made an emphasis on the idea that defeat teaches you more than victory. While the green-haired teen wanted to fulfill his duty as All Might's successor and be the symbol of hope that he declared he was going to be. Izuku couldn't help but think what would happen if the two would fight as he and Kodai walked towards the building. He was confident that he can catch up with him in speed by using full cowling. He also had the numbers advantage with Summoner, which he had trained to be able to maintain 4 of companions as champions without 1 for all and 5 for half an hour with it. It's a good thing I filled up the forms for support equipment, Izuku thought as he remembered bringing something to help him with his quirk. Nothing complex really, it was actually laughably simple. He shook his head to remove those thoughts. They were about to take entrance exams and he needed to do his best. He shared one last look with Kodai when as he nodded with a smile, with the girl replying with one of her own. The written exams were challenging if Izuku were to be completely honest. While he didn't see himself as a genius, he knew he was smart. Swain and Netsu made sure to remind him of that. He can now see why UA was so hard to get in, and he knew that it was only the tip of the iceberg. The practical exams won't be any easier. Izuku then paused as he frowned. The exams were biased towards combative quirks. Support or mental quirks like Netsu or Recovery Girl would have a hard time getting past it. The goal was simple: get as many points as you can in 10 minutes with 4 types of villains. The fourth one being an obstacle to avoid as mentioned by Present Mike, with 1 to 3-pointer foe villains all around the battle center. Unlike everyone else in the area, you have support equipment even if it's only 1. The fact that it's 1 for communications might mean you are a cheater, which is the complete opposite of what a hero should be and disrespects the spirit of the UA entrance exams. A loud voice broke Izuku off his thoughts as he instinctively put a hand on his right ear. It was a communication device that heroes typically used. Gran Torino gave a set to him as a gift for him to use in the exams to communicate with his companions. The green teen raised an eyebrow as he looked at who shouted at him, a tall and muscular boy with blue hair who was wearing a blue shirt with matching short along with a pair of glasses. He remembered him as the one that interrupted Present Mic's explanation earlier at the auditorium. You do know that we're allowed support equipment if we fill out some forms, right? The response caused the boy to pause as he took in what he said. He opened his mouth to say something only to be interrupted by the voice hero. Begin! Izuku immediately powered up as he used full cowling. Green electricity began to dance around his body as he took off in a green streak. He ran past to the now open gates as he charged at the 1-pointer conveniently at the entrance. An axe kick crushed the robot. As the teen stood atop of it, destroyed remains in victory. He smiled as he used Summoner. 5 blue flashes all around him as Akali, Shin, Swain, Karma, and Zed appeared, all 5 of them already in their stances. No order needed to be said as all of them immediately took off. As all of this was happening, the other examinees stared in shock. They eventually broke off their stupors when Present Mike shouted at them at how there were no countdowns in real-life situations and to move. They all ran off to catch up to the green-haired boy as when he heard that. That practical exam has officially begun. Boom. Yui grinned when she heard the robots explode under the weight of the rocks she enlarged. It has been 3 minutes since the exams have started and she already had 25 points in her name. Hearing something approaching her from behind, she turned around only to dodge an attack from a three-pointer. The girl rushed towards the robot. She then slapped her hand on it as she ran past it. Yui put her hands together as the faux villain became as small as a piece of Lego. She stepped on it and felt the small explosion to confirm the kill. Well, make that 28 points now. Midoriya-kun would have a field day at this. Yui thought as she reached for her pocket to get some rocks that she had and threw them at some robots. She waited for the right moment before putting her hands together to enlarge them as they were about to land. 33. She added once she confirmed their types. Her thoughts went back to Midoriya as she began hunting for more. The boy was already strong with his quirk. Giving him one for all only made him stronger. The ability to effectively fight back alongside his companions effectively was granted because of that. Not that she doubted he couldn't fight before it. Her thoughts ended when her eyes caught an attack about to hit someone from behind. She threw a rock as she enlarged it to intercept the attack. Not wasting time, she threw another rock to destroy the villain. She gave the person a small nod as she continued her hunt. She won't be surprised if her friend got top 1 once the exams were over, but she would be mad if she didn't fight him for it. Yui wanted to prove that she was strong. She wanted to be strong enough to stand beside him in the future. A small blush that formed on her face when she had the thought went unnoticed as she spotted more villains. She had a job to do. Izuku, 10 points worth of villains are near your area. Take them out. Izuku nodded when he heard Swain's voice in the communicator. The plan was simple. Swain would take a vantage point as he spots villains using his powers for the others to take out. The battle center that the boy was in was filled with demonic eyes, with at least one in every street. The sound of machines notified Izuku that the targets were near. He turned the last street to find 2 3-pointers with another 2 2-pointer robots. They all turned at him to attack only to stop when the boy disappeared in a burst of speed. One by one they were destroyed, crushed under the power of one for all. He took deep breaths. He was starting to get exhausted, while he was used to sparring with his companions. Sparring and actual combat were different. The distance that he and his companions were traveling to find faux villains were starting to take a toll on his body. 6 minutes in, point check everyone. Swain's voice once again was heard in the communicator. Izuku put a hand on it to activate it. I got 40 points, how about everyone else? He said as he calmed down his breathing. 20 from me. That was Akali. She seemed to be enjoying herself based on her tone. 40 from me also. These villains are no match for me. Well, looks like Zed was having a blast. The sounds of explosions from his communicator meant that he recently got those points with his shadows. The laughing didn't help either. Looks like he was finally happy to be able to let loose. 30 from me. Izuku shook his head when he heard Shin. He was always straight to the point that sometimes it was funny. A meager 15 from me. Apologies if my performance is not adequate enough. So 145 points, huh? The green-haired teen thought with a sweat drop. If he being completely honest, they were going a little overkill with the points. Izuku already deducted that a minimum of 30 points will give a big chance of passing the exams and be accepted. It's alright, Karma. If we are correct, then that means you won us a minimum of 20 points already. Alright? Swain said that the exams didn't exactly make sense since it awarded people with combative quirks to kill faux villains, something that a hero shouldn't be doing. So he suggested that Karma should be focusing on shielding and protecting fellow examinees from attacks just in case there was a secret point system in the exam to award heroic actions. Karma, Akali, is it alright if you dismiss yourselves? I am getting exhausted right now and we are pretty much overkilling the exams at this rate. Izuku said on the communications. There were no complaints as the 2 women only confirmed their dismissal. Shin soon followed after. Not that he can blame him. With 100 points they were pretty much guaranteed to pass the exam and get in UA. Speaking of passing the exam, holy shit, look at that kid go. Midnight's shout brought a smile on Toshinori's face. His successor can finally show what he can do. For the past 6 minutes they watched as his point counter keep getting higher and higher. Midoriya was already guaranteed to pass the exams when he got to the 50-point mark. He was just setting records at this point. While it's a shame that we couldn't change the exams on time, at least we can see the students perform admirably as they destroy the last batch of faux villains to use for our exams. Netsu's cheerful voice made Toshinori remember the staff meeting they had a week ago. Midoriya's fiery speech the week before the exams have clearly inspired him as he began to change a lot of things in UA's curriculum. There was a bigger emphasis on teamwork now, and the 2 hero course classes are set to be having joint exercises throughout the year. All of this for the sole purpose of not creating another All Might. They will be creating a new generation of heroes that stood together as the pillars of justice, with his successor as the symbol of hope that brought hope to fight for a better tomorrow instead of the peace he brought everywhere he was as the symbol of peace. But 145 points? And that's not even counting the 40 rescue points that you have. Toshinori nervously thought. He honestly felt bad for the other examinees. Midoriya summoned 5 more people to fight for points, and the fact they were experienced with war and countless battles didn't help. If he was like this with only 5 companions as champions working in tandem with him, he couldn't imagine once his successor reaches his prime. He, however, smiled when 3 of the champions were dismissed. The other examinees can play catch-up now that they were gone. Let's see how you will fare against the zero-pointer future symbol of hope. The blonde thought with a smile. He has already acknowledged him as a symbol when he inspired him to during the sludge villain incident. How Midoriya will react to the final boss will only cement his opinion of them. Izuku Midoriya, show them why I chose you. Show them the future that you can be. The ground shook as everyone froze, rumbling so loud that Izuku could barely hear Swain in his communicator. Panic filled the air as buildings began to collapse. The sound of machines now accompanied the rumbling. They only added to the panic as it confirmed what the other examinees feared. They looked up to see the giant zero-pointer robot staring at them. It held onto some buildings with its left hand crushing the roof beneath it. It was basically a dinosaur, with said robo-dinosaur lifting its right hand up, ready to throw a punch. Izuku, Zed, don't engage the villain. It's simply too big for either of you to take out. Swain's voice broke Izuku off his shock as he braced for impact. The faux villain slammed its fist on the ground, causing many to shout in surprise. Dust went everywhere as many struggled to stand from the wind that was blown by the punch. Many began to run outside the dust cloud that formed in front of Izuku. He narrowed his eyes at the giant villain before turning to run. There was no use in fighting the villain. It would be better to withdraw and watch. The pained cries stopped the train of thoughts as he turned around. He saw a brown-haired girl that was struggling to get up. The boy put a hand on his communicator as he powered up and used full cowling. Swain, change of plans, moving to engage the villain. A girl got left behind and is struggling to get up. There's not enough time to move all the rubble to get her free. I have to stop the villain myself. Completely ignoring Swain's reply, Izuku began to run towards the girl. I can't use one for all to stop it. I need to use something to channel through to not break my body, like a sword. As the green-haired teen began to jump from rubble to building to gain height, a blue spiral similar to when he was 4 years old appeared on his right hand. He looked at it when a blue flash appeared, meaning he summoned something only to be shocked at what he saw. A massive broadsword with a brown handle and golden yellow guard. Silver edges on a darker blade with the end of it being broader like an arrow. Izuku grinned as he looked back at the villain. I need to get higher. Channeling 50% of one for all to his legs, his final jump had him in the air as high as the villain. He lifted the sword as he channeled energy into it. Green sparks began to appear as the runes on the center of the blade began to glow brightly. Izuku then remembered what Present Mike said at the end of his explanation at the auditorium. Go beyond. The sword began to grow brighter alongside his arm. A giant glowing yellow blade formed behind him like a ghost. In the heat of the moment, he shouted out the school motto. Plus Ultra, Infinity Edge. He swung the sword down sidewards from the right with its giant ghostly copy following alongside it. One moment the robot was whole, the next it wasn't, the entire upper portion cut in half. The buildings around it were not safe from the destruction. So was the land that now had a metaphorical scar on it. The attack truly lived up to its name of Infinity Edge, as the sword even damaged what was out of its reach. As all of this was happening, Izuku had a big smile on his face as his eyes widened in shock. Holy shit, it worked! It was a recent discovery of his. Since the items he summoned were part of his quirk and quirks are part of the body, he deducted that he could channel one for all through it like an extension. What surprised him was the amount of damage he caused. The ghostly copy that he felt behind him was also new. The teen then realized that he was still in the air as he held his arm in pain. The golden blade dissipated as the sword on his hand disappeared in a blue flash. Izuku looked down as he frantically accessed his situation. My legs are definitely broken, so I can't land with them. It's either I time a smash to soften my landing, or by a miracle, there's something like goo to absorb or bounce me like a trampoline. The last thought was mostly desperation to summon something. He lifted his left arm ready to throw a push, only to pause when he saw another blue spiral. After the blue flash came a literal mass of goo that then expanded before it landed. Izuku, seeing it, then rightened his body to land safely. He hit the mass with an oof as he laid down on his back. "You alright, kid?" Izuku froze when he heard that. He turned its head to see a pair of yellow eyes with a mouth beside him. He then realized that what he summoned was actually a champion and decided to respond, yeah, I'm alright, thanks for the help, Dash. Zack, call me Zack, kid, it's what my parents call me in Runeterra." The now identified Zack said, causing Izuku to nod, as he closed his eyes and sighed in relief. His new companion was pretty comfortable. "You know, the next time you try to save someone, run by everyone else in your team what you were planning to do." Swain's voice caused Izuku to snap his eyes open as he looked to see the gray-haired man looking at him with a mixture of pride and disappointment. He looked to Zed, who was beside him. Based on how he crossed his arms, the teen could tell that he was impressed in what just happened. "Can you dismiss yourselves? I am feeling really tired right now, so save your lesson for later," he said, causing the two of them to nod as they disappeared in blue flashes. He then relaxed on the goo, with Zack understanding what the boy wanted and chose to stay silent. "This is one hell of a kid." 1 week later. "You know, I still can't get over what you did a week ago," Akali said as she sat on Izuku's shoulder, who groaned before continuing to write on his notebook. His mother got angry once she learned what happened from Swain. Dinner became a lesson when Inko and Swain lectured him on his actions. "What are groaning about? What you back there was pretty amazing," Zack said from his position on the teen's desk. He was a new addition to Izuku's roster, stating that his move to save a girl that he didn't even know was pretty heroic, and he didn't mind helping the boy in his goal. Izuku only sighed when he heard those words as he held his head in phantom pain. "It's because I keep remembering Kodai-san's fist hitting my skull once she heard what happened." The statement only made everyone on the table laugh, with Akali, Zack, and Zed being the loudest ones. Karma and Swain were more subdued, while Shin only gave a small heh. The teen still had no idea why the blue ninja didn't have his sense of humor, but he knew it was not his place to know. "Izuku, your letter is here." Inko's excited voice ceased all laughter as they all looked at the teen expectantly. "Coming," Izuku replied back as he stood up from his desk to open the door to his room. He opened the door to be greeted by the kind smile of his mother. He knew his mother was beautiful, a slim body with green hair like his tied to a ponytail. He even had to fight off some men trying to get together with his mom. After a small exchange of words, he got the letter and closed the door behind him. He noticed how the letter seemed to be heavier than it should be, paid it no mind, after sitting down with all of his companions taking places on the desk to be comfortable. He opened the letter only to be shocked when he saw a small metal device. He placed a hand on the device only to be interrupted when it suddenly projected, "All Might. I am here as a projection." Slap. Swain slapped a hand on his forehead as Izuku smiled at his mentor's antics. The others merely laughed or gave a grin of amusement. "To refresh your memory, you're looking at the newest member of UA's faculty." Izuku nodded at that. He knew that Yagi originally went to UA to find a successor but found him instead. "Now your results. You placed high in the written exam, in the top 5 in fact. For your practicals, on the other hand, you passed with flying colors with a total of 145 points. The teen then nervously laughed when he heard that. "Looks like Swain was row, if we were only counting combat points." "Right." The gray-haired man gave a smug grin at that. Looks like he was correct in his assumption. Due to your continuous heroic actions during the exam and you taking out that 0-pointer to save someone you didn't even know. The Board of Judges hereby reward you with 100 rescue points, making your grand total to be a record-setting 245 points. Geez, kid, hold back a little. I feel bad for the other examinees at your battle center. Izuku stared at the projection gobsmacked as it displayed the top 10 students at the exam. He even beat Bakugo with a giant gap between the two of them. His face then shifted into a smile as he looked at his companions. After years of hard work and training, with the last 10 months being intensified, this was their reward. He made everyone proud, and now he can do what he had declared 2 weeks ago, work together with the 2 hero courses and become the best heroes they can be. Yagi's last words only cemented what he already knew. Young man, this is your Hero Academia. Analysis: the champions of Runeterra. Champion roster. Updated. Welcome to my effective roster of companions that are willing to help me. I used gaming terms for others like my friends to easily understand. Hope you find this useful. Alias, the Eye of Twilight. Urgent, Ionia. Role, tank support. Kali. Alias, the Rogue Assassin. Urgent, Ionia. Role, infiltration disruption. Karma. Alias, the Enlightened One. Urgent, Ionia. Role, support. Alias, the Master of Shadows. Urgent, Ionia. Role, infiltration disruption. Name, Jericho Swain, but call him Swain. Alias, the Noxian Grand General. Urgent, Nox. Role, information gathering strategist. Name, Sona. Alias, Maven of the Strings. Origin, Demacia. Role, support. Alias, the secret weapon. Origin, Zon. Role, tank disruption. Wait, you can now channel energy to champions now? Kodai's question caused Izuku to scratch his head in embarrassment, the accident that leads to his discovery still fresh in his mind. They were walking the road towards UA, wearing their new uniforms. A long-sleeve, button-up white shirt under a gray jacket with blue-green stripes and a red tie. The only difference being Izuku wearing pants while Kodai wore a skirt. Yeah, I was using Zack as a stress ball when I accidentally channeled one for all through him. Izuku began as he blushed in embarrassment at the incident, so when Zack jumped out of my hand, the energy boosted him so much that he launched himself towards the wall and broke a hole through it. The girl began to laugh loudly by the end of the explanation, with the green-haired boy following afterward, though more subdued. I honestly think that it's because my companions are also part of my quirk, meaning that technically they are still extensions of my body. Izuku theorized while Kodai looked at him in surprise. Like your items? She asked, surprised that literal people are essentially just a part of the boy's body. Yeah, I think I didn't discover it earlier because I keep forgetting that my companions are part of my quirk, the teen said as he began to think about it, the things that he can do with one for all after making the discovery. The people in Runeterra were powerful, very powerful. If Izuku was going to be completely honest, All Might in his prime might be the only one who can live comfortably in that world. If Zack as a companion could make a small hole through a wall with one for all, what more can he do as a champion in his full size? Someone who is as tall as All Might that can already easily crush bones boosted by the quirk was a scary thought. He wasn't even talking about the possibilities with the others, like the ability to create portals. Izuku then paused as he frowned, determined not to finish the thought. He remembered when he was younger, summoning companion after companion, naively thinking that everything would work out. The result was catastrophic. He remembered crying to sleep with his mother right by his side. The arguments that happened once the companions learned their situation was still something that he could remember. Izuku was happy with his roster. 7 companions out of the infinite amount that he can possibly summon was already amazing. But the fact that he can't even use his quirk to its full potential didn't sit well with him. Midoriya-kun, are you alright? Kodai's voice knocked him out of his thoughts as he took a step back at surprise. The girl was looking at him with complete worry in her beautiful eyes. The smile that she previously had was gone now as her complete attention was given to him. You know, actually, there was no use trying to lie to her. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku took a moment as he thought about it. He opened his mouth only to close it again when nothing came out of it. He really wanted to tell her, but he just couldn't. The demons of the past would be something that he would face alone. No, not yet, at least. He knew that she didn't like the answer. After all, he helped her out with her own insecurities when they just started being friends. She wanted to return the favor and do the same with him, that he knew. The rest of the walk became uncomfortable as they both didn't know what to say with the other. Hope came when the gate at UA was in sight. Hey look, we're close to UA, Izuku said as he pointed at it. Kodai smiled as she gave in response. At least it wasn't uncomfortable anymore, the girl grateful at his attempt to move the topic. They walked past the gate and entered the building ready for their first day at UA. 1 week ago. And that's why I decided to do changes to how we handle the hero course, Netsu said cheerfully as he clapped his paws together. They were at a staff meeting to discuss the changes that the Chimera has implemented in the school. It was now spring, the cherry blossoms marking the start of a new school year, a new batch that they would accept in their school. For the past month, he has kept the teachers in the dark, opting to explain his reasons as to why he implemented such sudden changes at a later date. That date being today, a week before the first class would begin. Netsu began to look around the table in the conference room. The teachers have stayed silent when he explained his reasoning. Taking a moment to process the information he had given them, not that the Chimera would blame them, starting the meeting off by saying that one of the main reasons for the changes was to not create another All Might was probably a bad idea. Yagi was smiling. He knew that the blonde has had his suspicion as to why he changed things. He was also there when his successor had his fiery speech. Midnight was out of her hero persona, completely serious as she took a thoughtful look on her face. Snipe was interested based on his posture. The mask he wore made it hard to figure out what he was truly thinking. With him was 13 and Hound Dog. The two heroes were very accepting of the changes and didn't question much about his motives. Ectoplasm's posture didn't change much, completely indifferent to the situation, with Cementos sharing his thoughts. Netsu then looked toward the three people most affected by the changes. Power Loader, who was in charge of the support course, was pleased by what the Chimera had said. He had always wanted a better connection with hero course classes. The man was very accommodating of hero students coming to the development studio for changes and upgrades to their costumes, but he felt like the support course was only a convenience for the hero course. With the new changes, they would have a more active role in the creation of pro-heroes. There was also the potential of grouping up students with one support course for two hero course students working together. This would ensure that there was more connection between the courses and easier communication with students just going towards their personal support course student in charge of them. Netsu's eyes then moved to the homeroom teachers of the new batch. They would only be implementing the new changes in the new students and the batches after them, as changing how things are handled with the students who were already used to the old ways would be a nightmare. Ken, better known as the Blood Hero, Vlad Kind, had a thoughtful look like Midnight. The homeroom teacher of the soon-to-be Class 1B then nodded his acceptance of the change. His classes would always engage in a rivalry with Class A. The changes would make that rivalry more important and less toxic. He had seen fights between the two classes go out of hand as hate began to fuel their actions. Wouldn't this make the students weaker individually? They won't always have their classmates to assist them to cover their weaknesses. As much as I don't like the show-off, at least he can handle his own and still work well with a team. Aizawa, better known as the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead, Netsu had expected this of him. The scruffy-looking man had a reputation of being hard to impress, not hesitating to expel students who didn't have potential. While Aizawa was relieved that the entrance exams were finally being changed, the changes to lesson plans were something that he still wasn't sure of. The rivalries between the two classes will push them towards our school motto. One-on-one spars, and the system that we plan to implement would make them seek to surpass their limits. Netsu began after drank some tea off his cup. We won't be changing much in how we will handle the students individually. The two of you are in charge of that. We are only changing the lack of connection between the two classes and their teamwork. That also means that you can't skip the orientation, Aizawa. There have been complaints on how Class A seems to be more special since they can skip the boring orientation and do the quirk test earlier than Class B even if they got in with the same exam. recommended or not. Aizawa stayed silent as he took in what he just said before nodding in acceptance. He might not like the changes, but he won't waste the opportunity in trying out a new approach. He was a little disappointed that there might be a chance that he might scare the living sheet of the students, but he will still do his logical ruses if he won't decide to expel anyone. Yui couldn't help but be nervous when she walked towards the door to 1B. She and Midoriya have already gone their separate ways, with the boy going to the other class being 1A. She could still feel the disappointment when they found out they weren't in the same homeroom. More so with her, because she needed to rely on Midoriya. She knew that he didn't know that she still had problems with social interaction when it wasn't with him. Emotions seemed to be easier to show when she was with the boy, someone who wore his heart on his sleeve, and the knowledge that he didn't mind her expressionless face. You couldn't reverse years of difficulties in social interaction and emotions in just 6 to 7 months after all. Every time she separated from Midoriya, she instinctually reverted back to her poker face, showing no emotion and being off-putting to anyone she came across. She began to steel herself once the door became closer and closer, determined not to make a fool of herself and make her hero proud. Yui maintained her blank face as she carried with her an air of coolness. Even if she can't show her new classmates what she felt, she will be able to talk with them without freezing like at the library. She took a deep breath as she prepared herself to open the door and enter the classroom. The black-haired girl opened the door to be greeted by a girl long orange hair that was tied into a side ponytail with teal eyes. She was talking to another girl with dark moss green hair with dusky green eyes. When the two of them registered her arrival, they turned to smile, or grin, for the green-haired girl. "Hey, I'm Itsuka Kendo and this is Setsuna Tokage, hope we get along." The redhead, who was now named Kendo, introduced herself while gesturing to the other girl. Yui nodded once she got their names and introduced herself, Yui Kodai. Well, that came up as blunt. No use in trying to recycle the first impression when she saw Tokage tilt her head quizzically at her. "Not much of a talker, aren't you?" she asked as Yui took a moment to think about her reply. She said with a nod, her face betraying what she was feeling inside. While she was relieved that the two weren't off-put by her expressionless face, she was still disappointed that she couldn't use what Midoriya taught her. Yui walked past them to find her seat, determined not to make an awkward situation. Once she found it, she placed her things on the ground and rested her head on her arm as she sat down. Waiting for their homeroom teacher. "All right, everybody quiet down now. I'll speak of the devil and he shall appear." She lifted her head and observed the hero, who just silenced the entire room. Both tall and muscular, with a few visible scars on his body and short pale gray hair. He was wearing a dark red skin-tight suit that exposed the middle of his chest, white over-the-knee boots, and thick vambraces over his lower arms, a thin wire snaking from one of the two small protrusions on the left one to the back of his neck, and red gloves. Around his waist, he has a 3-piece metallic belt that dips downwards in the center, and he wears an orange mask over his eyes. "You may know me as the Blood Hero, Vlad King, but call me Ken-sensei," Ken began once. He got everyone's attention. "Now get outside the room in an orderly manner to form a line to the auditorium. Orientation is about to start." Everyone immediately complied with his order. The tone of his voice reeked of experience and discipline, and that made it hard to disobey him. Yui followed the others as they walked towards the auditorium, with Ken leading the class. She, on the other hand, was at the back observing her new classmates. They quite the crowd, if she was totally honest. There were some who were really eye-catching, like a boy whose skin is pitch black and someone who has a literal glue dispenser as a head. She stayed silent for the whole ordeal. Many of her classmates were already forming groups amongst themselves. If Midoriya was right, then the extrovert would come to the introvert, with Yui being said introvert, so she plans to just stay quiet unless someone approaches her. Once they entered the auditorium, she noticed how it was full, with a few seats being vacant. Looks like all of the first-year courses would be around. The entire orientation was pretty boring, if she was being honest. She didn't expect a hero school to be so normal. Yui looked to her right and saw where 1A was seated. Midoriya was there, sitting quietly with a tall blue-haired boy and another boy with red hair right by his side. Oh, how she wished she was in that class. Using him both as a shield and a bridge would have been preferable to being alone right now. She felt like she disappointed the boy since she failed to use the lessons that Midoriya had told her about social interaction. Fortunately, Nedzu saved her from continued self-loathing when he announced that the other courses will be having a tour of the campus while the support and hero course stayed. What happened next caused a smile on her face as she listened to the Chimera explaining things. Recovery Girl had told her the week before the exams that the smile that Nedzu had after Midoriya's speech meant that he was planning something. Now she could see what the Chimera had been planning. All of the changes that Nedzu had listed in his explanation could be connected with the points that the wielder of One for All had, an active rivalry between two classes with an organized point system. Every time they had a joint training exercise, would be all the time, they would be given points based on their performance. If a class would win an exercise, they would gain more points while the losing class will have 0 to less point if the fight was close. After the classes elect their class representatives, they can convert these points into something that could either help them or provide comfort. The idea of free ice cream brought a smile on many students' faces, Yui included. There were also changes to the support course. 2 students, one from each class, will partner up to share one personal support course assistant who would cater to all their requests and questions in regards to their gear. All of this with the goal of not creating another All Might, and so that they would all become stronger together as the pillars of justice in the future. A goal that Midoriya had with his declaration to be a symbol of hope to inspire everyone else to keep fighting for a better tomorrow. Once everything was explained, the support course was dismissed as they followed Power Loader to the development studio, probably to discuss their groupings. The hero course, on the other hand, was instructed to change into the iconic UA gym uniforms and go to the training field nearby. Yui noticed that they were doing this together with the other class. Nedzu had said that the point system had already begun with the rivalry with it. She adopted a determined look as she had a smile on her face. Even if Midoriya was strong and was her friend, she will prove herself to be strong enough to stand beside him, and that meant winning. Izuku took a deep breath before looking around him. They were at the training field that Nedzu had instructed them to go. It was a sea of blue as the new students wore their uniforms with pride. If the green-haired teen was right, they would have a test that would let the teacher gauge their abilities, particularly their quirks. He smiled as he felt his companions waiting to be summoned. Zack, in particular, was excited since he was the less experienced among them, but Izuku knew that he might be the most useful if they would do what the same test like in junior high, with the only difference being they would be allowed to use their quirks. Izuku, Midoriya, step up. Aizawa's voice broke Izuku's thoughts as he complied with the order. He couldn't help but sweat slightly when he felt all of the eyes of both classes staring at his back. You scored highest at the entrance exams with a record-setting 245 points. The Erasure hero ignored the amazement of the other students as he threw a softball at Izuku, who caught it easily. In junior high, how far could you throw? He asked as the teen took a moment to remember his score before answering, 68 meters sensei. He said, causing Bakugo in the crowd behind him to growl, said that he got beaten by 1 meter. Izuku ignored the scruffy-looking man saying something about irrational under his breath, opting to walk to the circle that he guessed would be where he would be throwing from. A nod from Ken only confirmed what he was thinking as he looked back at Aizawa. This time use your quirk, you can do anything as long as you stay inside the circle. The teen took a deep breath as he looks around the circle while thinking about his options. Looks like he was right about one thing, and that Zack would be the most useful out of his companions. Though there was still something that was worrying him. Aizawa-sensei, do quirks count as me leaving the circle? Aizawa rose an eyebrow at confusion before shaking his head for a negative. Izuku smiled once he saw that as he looked towards the distance. 2 blue flashes appeared on his shoulders as he summoned the 2 companions that he would need. Alright, what's the plan, boss? Zack said excitedly. He knew that the teen was going to use him for the throw, but he didn't know why the Noxian was with him. Swain, calculate the best angle with your powers. I don't need something exact, an estimate will do. Zack, I will boost you up while you stretch yourself to something similar to a slingshot. Adjust your angle using Swain's commands. The 2 nodded as they jumped off his shoulders and transformed into champions. A massive dust cloud was formed. After the goo man landed, as he stood proud with his massive height of 7 feet and 6 inches, even taller than All Might. The other students look in shock while the teachers rose an eyebrow of confusion on Izuku's plan and surprise at the size of Zack. He didn't look as large as he was now during the entrance exams. It was probably an ability of his to change his size, the teachers deducted. Swain snapped his fingers as demonic red eyes appeared on the field while Zack began to move forward off the circle. They watched as the two began to work together like a well-oiled machine. Kodai, in particular, was smiling as she hid her surprise at the compatibility of the two champions. Izuku gave an appreciative nod as he watched Zack beginning to stretch back with his hands stuck to the ground. He shared one last look with Swain as the gray-haired man nodded in confirmation before dismissing himself. Once Zack arrived back at the circle, the green-haired teen stuck the ball on him while his left hand began to channel one for all through him. Green lighting began to dance around the stretched goo as he began to glow. Let it rip, Zack. The champion had one last smirk once he heard those words with Izuku's hand out of the way before complying with the order. Boom. A massive dust cloud even larger than the previous one formed, the wind causing everyone to brace themselves with some of the less fortunate students being pushed back as they covered their eyes. Zack was laughing as he flew through the air. Once he was high enough he puffed out his chest causing the ball to go higher as he spun. One final smack from his arm caused the ball to go even further as he disappeared in a blue flash signaling him being dismissed. Izuku had a massive smile on his face once he realized his plan worked. He looked at the teachers who just recently recovered from the aftershock, eager to know how well he did. This kid. Aizawa thought as he forgot everything he was planning to say about how this was the most rational way to test their quirks, impressed by the boy's potential. A ding from his right hand notified him of the ball landing. He and Ken took a quick look at it before he directed it to the shocked students. 1 kilometer? Oh man, how are we gonna beat that? As expected of the top scorer at the entrance exams. The young summoner had a big smile on his face once he heard that. Things were certainly going well. Izuku groaned as Kodai giggled at his reaction. Correction, things were not going well. Even if he had the top spot at the quirk apprehension test, the students from 1B had better placings across the board than 1A, meaning they won their first rivalry battle. He sighed once he remembered what happened back at the training field. 60 points. They won 60 points while we only have 30, he thought disappointingly. They were walking the halls of UA on their way to the staff room. Yagi had texted him that he needed to talk something with him and that he could bring Kodai along with him. The two were talking about their day as they walked, sharing their first impressions with their new classmates. He had to cheer Kodai up once she told him about her less than stellar introduction. The shock expressions that 1B had when they discovered that the girl was more than a poker face and the glare that he gave them while Kodai hid behind his back caused him to sigh once again. Disappointed on his reaction when one of the students shouted, "Wait, you can talk?" was something that he wasn't proud of. It was a good thing that they quickly cleared up the small misunderstanding and his protectiveness towards his friend. They opened the door to Yagi's room only to pause on what they just saw. "Please come in," the blonde said, completely serious as he stared at the coffee table in front of him. Izuku and Kodai quickly got over their shock and closed the door behind them before walking towards the couch to take a sit. They stayed in complete silence. The air was tense as it was filled from the seriousness of the discussion that the symbol of peace was about to have. Have you ever wondered how One for All came to be? No quirk would have two abilities like quirk transfer and stockpile without a reason, right? Yagi began as he lifted his head to see the two nods from the teens. They have been wondering why there was quirk like One for All in the first place. If they were being completely honest, it was simply too convenient. Now I will explain why. The explanation afterward was something that Izuku and Kodai were having a hard time processing what they just heard. Swain had summoned himself as a companion to listen also once he realized the nature of the conversation to help Yagi explain. A quirk passed on generation after generation, with the goal of destroying one evil. The opposite of a quirk to be used by all people, all for one the ability to take and give quirks from people. Said ability caused him to be the symbol of evil. Someone who was essentially immortal. Someone who created a criminal empire and ruled Japan from the shadows, taking advantage of the chaos that was created due to the sudden rise of quirks. Kodai had latched a hand on Izuku's arm once she realized the purpose of One for All. The villain All for One had defeated every wielder before All Might, who barely escaped the battle alive. The same battle that had given the wound that destroyed his stomach, the same wound which limited his time as a hero. Izuku stayed silent for the whole ordeal. He was accepting the fact that he was actually accepting 2 legacies as Yagi's successor. "But is the villain still alive?" he asked, breaking the silence that in the room. He could feel Kodai's hand tighten once she heard his question. She was worried for him, that he knew. "I truly hope so. I am sorry for dragging you into this dash. I don't mind at all." Izuku interrupted as he abruptly stood up, causing all eyes to fall upon him. "I already have a big responsibility as the symbol of hope. Accepting this would truly be no problem for me," he began as he looked down on his hands. "The life of a hero will always be a dangerous one, and accepting this legacy wouldn't change that. If that villain truly is still out there, we can work together to put an end to him, right? You won't be alone anymore, All Might. I can help you fight him again, with my friends supporting me along the way." Yagi stared at him with a strained smile on his face. A smile that Izuku had failed to see what he truly felt behind it. The blonde felt Swain looking at him. Worriedly, the companion knew that he might now be able to help his successor more in battle. For when the time comes when All Might will retire, the flames of One for All remaining in him will be extinguished. When the symbol of peace will finally fall, that will be the time when the symbol of evil will make its move. "So how are you guys liking UA so far?" Izuku couldn't help but smile when he asked the question. They were on their 2nd day at the prestigious hero school, eating their food and enjoying the lunch break. Sitting on his table were the new friends that he had made along with Kodai. From the bubbly Uraraka to the disciplined Ida, they were a mixture of different personalities bunched up together in a table to eat lunch. Not that Izuku was complaining. Having people who actually wanted to be his friend like Kodai was something he wanted in middle school. There were simply too many leeches at Aldra, and the other good people either idolized him or weren't really interested in him, only seeing him as the friendly guy with a powerful quirk. It's amazing, everything really molds you into a hero. From the training equipment, the facilities, and even food. Kirishima said enthusiastically as he ate his bowl of rice in speeds that you can call him a vacuum. A chorus of agreement and support appeared throughout the table, though Ida seemed to not like how the red-haired boy was eating his food. "While I agree with you, Kirishima-kun, you should be more careful when you eat. Caring for your own safety is essential to be a hero," the blue-haired boy reprimanded while chopping his hands, causing Kirishima to apologize while the others giggled in amusement. "Geez, chill out, Ida. The guy can obviously take it if he's eating like that," Tokage said as she bumped a fist on Kirishima's shoulder, causing Ida to look at her quizzically. After clearing up the misunderstanding yesterday, the green-haired girl and Kendo became quick friends with Kodai and Izuku. The table dissolved into small chaos as Ida went into lecture mode, with the others at the table testing his knowledge as they constantly changed topics. "Well, looks like they are getting along well," Izuku thought with a smile before looking to his right to see Kodai giggling at the conversation. A blue flash appeared on the table, causing everyone to stop talking as to see Akali, who summoned herself as a companion. "Hey, Ida, you would make a great dancer with how you mastered the robot," the green ninja teased, causing everyone in the table to laugh as Ida sputtered at the tease, struggling to come up with a reply. Another blue flash alerted them of Shin arriving with a sigh. "Akali, what did I tell you about breaking teenagers?" he said, causing Akali to look at her old master quizzically. Seeing her confusion, the Eye of Twilight gestured towards Ida, who's still struggling to reply, causing Akali to laugh along with the others. "Hey, Midoriya, I've been wondering. Can your companions summon themselves, or do they just, I don't know, request you to summon them in your head then you summon them?" Uraraka asked, causing Izuku to sigh tiredly while Kodai giggled. The others at the table looked at them, confused about their reactions. "Yeah, they can summon themselves, but I have to give them permission to transform into champions. Which means I will always get annoyed by the little guys," Izuku said as he pushed a finger on Akali to push her down while ignoring the ninja's shout of, "I'm not annoying." His friends gave nods of understanding while they watched amusingly at the sight of Akali trying to charge at the summoner, only to be stopped by the finger still keeping her at bay. "It's still pretty cool that you can summon friends like that to help you fight. Makes me wonder how strong you are going to be once you're at your prime," Kendo said once she finished eating her food, causing the green-haired teen to laugh nervously. Everyone at the table finished up their food and prepared to go back to the classroom, unaware of the frowning ashen blonde who was eavesdropping on their conversation. Izuku frowned as he stared at the glass containing red liquid. They were at ground beta for their first heroics class as instructed by their homeroom teachers. The students were an array of different dark and bright colors as they wore their costumes proudly. The green-haired teen's costume was something that he was proud of, a full bodysuit that was thick enough to absorb low-caliber bullets. It was mostly green with some black lines here and there. He also wore knee-length black combat boots and white gloves with blue stripes that went up to his elbow. To finish it off, he wore a white cape that had the kanji for hope on it. The cape wasn't only for show since it was made to be fireproof and to protect allies or civilians due to the easy way to remove the cape and throw it to block an attack. The students were now waiting for the teachers and the other students to catch up so that they can begin the exercise. Izuku was with some of the boys as they studied the container that he held on his hand. Someone had asked him if he could summon food with his quirk and would it be considered cannibalism since it was technically still part of his body. Another question was if people could even digest the food and absorb the nutrients since it was still a summon it could be desummoned once Izuku would release control on it. I don't know man, you summon things with your stamina, right? Then that would mean that you can just eat without doing anything to your body except for tiring yourself. Kirishima said as he scratched his head in confusion at the situation. Izuku had already sent Swain to study his body and quirk to find the answer. It has been 5 minutes since the Noxian had been given the mission and looks like he was also having a hard time. A blue flash on the green-haired teen's shoulder caused everyone to look at Swain expectantly. The gray-haired man cleared his throat before speaking. After some close examination, I have come to the conclusion that you can still absorb the summoned food that you have eaten without being desummoned. They don't have a cost to maintain them since it will take more stamina than normal to summon it initially since it's a different category of items than weapons. Congratulations young Izuku, you have essentially made yourself into a food generator. Swain dismissed himself while the boys stared at each other with wide eyes at the revelation. How about you drink it? It's not alcohol, right? You made sure of that. It's probably just juice or something. Kaminari said excitedly to Izuku with the other boys sharing his sentiment. The green-haired teen raised an eyebrow before looking at the container again. What's the worst that could happen? He shrugged before removing the cork to open it. He looked around him first to see the others looking at him before raising the bottle to his mouth. Izuku's eyes widened once he got the taste and removed the bottle from his mouth as he stared at it in surprise. It's pretty good actually, like a mix of cherry and apple, he said before drinking again, causing the boys to cheer at the discovery. Izuku looked back to the tunnel to see if the others have caught up with them, yet only to spit out his drink and desummoned it as he began to cough violently. Midoriya, Midoriya-kun, the boys exclaimed as they began to help the green-haired teen to recover. Kodai looked at her friend in confusion. Izuku had spit out his drink once he laid his eyes on her. Does he think that her costume was bad? She looked at herself before moving towards the boy who had stopped coughing. Midoriya-kun, what's the matter? She asked, causing the boy to immediately straighten himself up as he tried to look anywhere that didn't have her. It fits her so well. Izuku thought as he blushed slightly. He had been surprised at the girl's costume and how it suits her. Her hero costume consists of a simple red bodysuit with a white collar trim, a matching V pattern running over her chest and around her upper arms, which also includes a short white skirt with a red design at the front, dipping so it follows the one in her chest. She wears plain vambraces as well as a hat which resembles the front of a baseball cap, colored red with white U-shaped lines around the sides, with a metal piece resembling a fin attached at the back of the strap around her head. She has a belt at her waist and straps around her shoulders, what appears to be an oval-shaped gemstone set between them on her chest, each adorned with a small pouch that probably contained her medical supplies and other things that she liked to use with her quirk. It's nothing. Kodai-san was just surprised at how well your costume suits you, Izuku said, trying to not think of any perverse thoughts about his friend. He's still a healthy teenage boy after all. The way how her costume hugged her body and showed her athletic figure was not helping the fact. He's totally smitten, the boys thought amusingly once they realized why he reacted so violently, aware of something that the green-haired boy was still oblivious about. Aizawa thankfully came to the rescue as he gathered all of the students' attention. Alright, form up, you are gonna meet your heroics class teacher. The erasure hero said, causing Izuku to mentally sigh in relief as he formed up with his classmates, with Kodai doing the same. I am dash. All of the students snapped their heads up once they heard the shout with widened eyes of surprise. Here to teach young students on how to be heroes. Everyone except for the teachers, with Aizawa opting to sigh as he slapped his forehead, and Izuku and Kodai, who smiled warmly at the boy's mentor and predecessor, cheered at the number 1 hero's arrival. Murmurs began as the students began to talk to each other as they realized who was going to be their heroics teacher. The goal of today's training was simple. There were 2 teams, heroes and villains, with 2 students from each class in one team, making it a 4v4 scenario. The villains have a bomb that the heroes have to capture. They have 5 minutes to prepare their defenses in the location that was given to them. The heroes have to capture the bomb within the given time limit, 15 minutes, or capture every villain with the capture tape that was given to them. Their opponents, on the other hand, either stop the heroes from getting the bomb within the time limit or capture every hero with the same capture tape that had been given to them. Or it would be simple if they didn't have Katsuki on the enemy team. Izuku thought with a frown. The ashen blonde would make things hard due to his hatred. Any plan to stick together as a team was thrown out of the window, since the green-haired boy was needed to cancel out Bakugo because he was bound to charge at him the second he saw him. They were the hero team with Bakugo on the villains. The building that they were in was massive, something close to an apartment complex. Izuku looked around his team and smiled as he saw them interacting. Kodai and Uraraka were listening to Tetsutisu, who was hyping the 2 girls up. Izuku held out his hand to summon Swain, who jumped out of it to transform into his champion form. They have been allowed to do pre-battle preparations like reconnaissance. Swain, scout them out. Try to not make it obvious, they might destroy your eyes. Swain nodded at the instructions, causing the young summoner to return it as he walked towards his teammates. What's the plan, Midoriya-kun? Kodai asked once she realized the boy was approaching them, causing the other 2 to go silent as they looked at him expectantly. Swain will scout out the bomb's location. You 3 will be capturing it while I distract Katsuki. He will most likely come at me the second he will see me, Izuku said, causing the 3 to nod, but Tetsutisu became confused. You sure about that? I know you can summon ninjas and stuff, but Bakugo is still pretty strong. If one of us goes with you, we can easily overwhelm him and turn it into a 3 versus 4 scenario. The silver-haired teen said. His answer came in the form of a kali arriving on Izuku's head. Don't worry, Izuku knows what he's doing. Just focus on Kirishima. The 2 you basically have the same quirks and will cancel each other out. Tetsu nodded with a determined look on his face. The 2 had tied on the quirk apprehension test and was determined that he would win this time. The bomb is at the 6th level with Kirishima and Kendo guarding it. Bakugo and Hananuki are nowhere to be seen, probably to delay your advance, Swain said once he finished his job and returned to Izuku, who gave a nod of thanks at his work. Swain, thanks for the help. Dismiss yourself. I'm going to be using 2 champions at most to conserve my energy. Katsuki will be a tough opponent, Izuku said, causing the Noxian to disappear in a blue flash as a sign of dismissal. Hananuki will probably delay you guys with his quirk. If I remember correctly, it allows him to soften up the ground. Kirishima and Tetsuisa will cancel each other out as tanks, so both of you are in charge of finding a way to capture the bomb. His head moved towards the 2 girls, who gave him a determined nod. Uraraka will float the 3 of you up to the 4th level. I will go through the main entrance and try to find Katsuki. 5 minutes are up. Heroes, you may now enter the building. All Might announced, making Izuku crack his knuckles as he walked towards the main door. He looked back once last time to say one last thing to his teammates. Remember to go plus ultra. With that, he went inside the building, beginning the hunt for his childhood friend. Izuku couldn't help but remember the times when the 2 didn't get their quirks yet. They both had a bond of stone as they promised to be heroes together. That all changed when they manifested their quirks. The 2 stopped being friends at that. Everyone at their school called them rivals as they competed for the top spots. Not that it was Izuku's intention. The teachers and other students have fed Bakugo's ego. His image of heroes was something more of a fighter. Izuku had stayed humble at that. He never wanted to be Bakugo's rival, he just wanted to learn his quirk and experiment with it. Boom. Izuku instantly powered up full cowling and dodged the surprise attack from Bakugo around the corner. Not good, need more space, it's too tight to summon anyone and Katsuki can fill the hallway with explosions. The greenette thought as he ran away, there was a more open room nearby if he remembers the building layout correctly, there he will make his stand. Why are you running, Deku? You have those champions of yours, right? Then why don't you use them? Bakugo shouted as he charged at Izuku, using his explosions to boost his speed. Karma shield. The summoner summoned Karma, who then put up a shield behind him, blocking the explosion that Izuku was about to throw. Izuku gave a nod of appreciation before dismissing Karma. He then continued his escape away from the bomb site, determined to make this diversion last. The chase was on as the two boys ran the hallways on the building with the ashen blonde spitting insults at the greenette to stop running and fight. There! Izuku thought as he entered the room, creating a green streak due to his speed with one for all. Bakugo followed after him as he charged at him with explosions, only to stop momentarily in surprise when the boy suddenly turned and launched a kick that he was forced to block. Moving the leg away with his left arm, Bakugo launched an explosion at Izuku, who blocked it with an iron shield he summoned. Stop looking down on me! He raged as he launched a massive explosion that Izuku narrowly dodged. Izuku frowned when he heard his words as he threw another punch at his childhood friend who also dodged it with his explosions, causing the two to disengage. I'm not looking down on you, I never was. It's just your ego telling you that. He shouted as he summoned Karma once again, who put her hands together like she was holding a ball. A light green orb formed as Karma launched it at Bakugo, the magic of Ionia now showing itself. Bakugo the attack as smoke and dust formed into a cloud due to the small explosion that happened from the attack. Bakugo wasn't given a chance to breathe as he launched another explosion to dissuade Izuku from kicking him again. The green-haired teen had used the smoke to cover his advance. Only the ashen blonde's reaction time saved him from receiving the punch. Then why do you always hold back? Why do you keep limiting yourself with that amazing quirk of yours? Bakugo shouted as he launched a massive explosion that Karma had to shield due to her master unable to dodge in time. Speaking of masters, Izuku's eyes widened once he heard the words that his childhood friend had said. The boys disengaged once more as Karma was dismissed again to conserve energy. Hold back, what do you mean hold back? I'm not holding back. Izuku said as he amped up 1 for all to 6% for a second to rush at Bakugo, who was surprised at the sudden burst of speed and was knocked into the by an uppercut. Determined not to lose the trade, he launched an explosion that Izuku was unable to dodge, causing damage to the two boys as they disengaged the third time that fight. Then what are you doing right now? You could have ended this fight already with that amazing quirk of yours. You could have just summoned F&G Dragon and be number 1. He shouted as eyes began to get wet. Amazing, Izuku thought with widened eyes. That was twice that he had called his summoner amazing. That was more times than ever in his life. The greenette looked at his childhood friend in confusion and shock once he saw the tears of frustration coming from his eyes. Katsuki, what's wrong? Everything is wrong. Bakugo shouted, not that he was showing weakness to the boy who he was determined to prove wrong. I am jealous, all right. Jealous that you have everything, better quirk, friends, and support. I just want you to stop looking down on me and fight me at your 100%. Chapter 7. Reason for Hatred and Chapter 8. Hope versus Strength, teaser. I keep insulting you so that I can finally make you snap and stop looking down on me. Guys, I have a plan. You really are a hero, aren't you, young Midoriya? Extending the fight so that you can remove all of his pent-up emotion. Katsuki Bakugo was not one for emotions, he was raised to be strong, and being strong meant to show strength. But what use was strength when you couldn't test it? It has been 11 years since his quirk manifested and 11 years that he was praised and reminded for his strong quirk. Explosion allowed Katsuki to excrete nitroglycerin like sweat from his palms and ignite it at will to create various types of explosions. The quirk was versatile that he knew, combined with his keen intellect and combat prowess, he had the potential to be a top hero. But he couldn't say that. How can he say he can become the top hero when he can't even catch up with the boy that always in front of him? The ability to summon was more versatile than the ability to create explosions. The amount of collateral damage wouldn't allow him to be effective in rescue, something that Summoner has no problem with. The potential to be the jack of all trades, that was the potential that Deku had. All he had going for him was to create powerful explosions and beat up stupid villains. His mother always reminded him to be strong, but how could he know how strong he was when that stupid Deku was looking down on him? All of that led to the situation they were in, an open room inside of a building in ground beta, Katsuki and Deku staring at each other, tears running down the ashen blonde's face. He had hunted down the boy in the hopes of actually pushing him to the limit, in hopes that he can finally test himself against the one he had been chasing for years. But he couldn't. The BSRD was still holding back. The BSRD was still looking down on him. Throughout the fight, he couldn't help but remember everything he had done to try and beat the nerd. The combination of his past and the frustration of barely hurting his opponent had led him into tears, something a weakling would do. In his moment of weakness, he had admitted the reason for his drive, why he was so angry at even Deku. I am jealous, all right. Jealous that you have everything, better quirk, friends, and support. I just want you to stop looking down on me and fight me at your 100%. He shouted. Deku was frozen, his wide eyes showed his shock. Seeing that the beast was still not getting it, he continued, I am always insulting you so that I can finally make you snap and stop looking down on me. Well, that obviously didn't work. For years he had insulted him, yet the boy didn't seem to care. Those stupid champions of his obviously stopped any progress at that. When they were younger he would get him to cry a little, but he wouldn't budge. He had given him the nickname Deku, but he still wouldn't budge. The shitty nerd even changed the name's meaning. Deku will be the name of a hero. Even if he was called useless, he will rise above anyone else. He will inspire others to keep fighting and won't give up. That was what Deku before he left when Katsuki had confronted him after being congratulated by the principal in their admission to UA High School. The shitty nerd had mentioned how a friend of his made him realize that the word friend was also a sore spot for him. He knew he didn't have the best of tempers. Sometimes it bit him in the butt, like during the sludge villain incident. The shitty extras that he hung with were just here for the ride, wanting cozy up with him so that they could profit when Katsuki became a top hero. Friends also meant support, something that he only truly had with his family. As much as he didn't want to admit it to the old hag and the old man he called parents, he was grateful for their support. His mother and father wanted the best for him, with Mitsuki always encouraging him to be strong for his own safety and so that he will become successful. Ever wondered I always go after those stupid extras even though I was only really going for you? Katsuki shouted. He received no answer. The silence was getting really irritating now. I went for them because I knew you would care. I went for them so that you can finally get set at me. He continued. He received only more silence. He was about to open his mouth before Deku interrupted him. Is that how you truly felt? He asked, finally speaking for the first time since his outburst. I was never looking down on you, Katsuki. We just had different goals. You wanted to be a hero who always won, while I wanted to be a hero to save people with a smile. Deku narrowed his eyes as he stared at him. We both wanted to be like All Might, but for different reasons. I am sorry if I hurt your ego, but dash. The green-haired teen stopped when he was interrupted by the ashen blonde's laughter. Ego? I never gave a shit about my ego, you stupid Deku. Katsuki shouted once he got over his laughter. Like you, I would do anything to make my dreams a reality. To achieve my dream I needed to be strong, I needed to test myself, but how can I test myself if the strongest one near me kept looking down on me? Silence once again filled the air as the two boys continued their stare down. Their bodies were tense as they prepared to move. Katsuki's eye twitched at the silence and opened his mouth to talk, only to be close to it immediately when Deku charged at him. He smirked before launching another explosion that made the green-haired teen dodge. Not giving him a moment to rest, Katsuki ignited another explosion on his other hand to boost him towards Deku and readying to swing his right arm for a hook coupled with an explosion. Deku reacted immediately and summoned another shield to block the attack with his left arm, readying his right to throw a punch. Once the explosion connected, the green-haired teen launched his counterattack, but Katsuki was able to dodge it and ignited an explosion to try dissuade him. Deku spun around, not caring much for the explosion, to kick the ashen blonde with his right leg after finishing the spin. Katsuki grunted once the leg connected to his stomach, launching him back. Blue flashes from the corner of his eye alerted him of another summon as he immediately recovered to dodge a stretching hand of goo that was about to grab him. Narrowing his eyes, sparks began to appear on his palms as he ignited another explosion to launch at the arm. The attack sent him backwards to reposition himself and cut parts of the arm off due to the blast. "Damn, that hurt," Zack said as he retracted his arm, his towering frame almost hitting the ceiling. Katsuki frowned at the sight of the champion. It was the same one that Deku had used for most of the quirk apprehension test yesterday. The same champion that allowed him to launch a softball to a kilometer. "Why are you still using the same champions over and over again, you shitty bastard?" He shouted, angry that the Deku was still looking down on him. "I already told you stop looking down on me." Suddenly he paused at the sound of his support gear being ready. Katsuki gained a sickly grin as he raised his right arm up and pointed the gauntlet at Deku. "If I can't push you on my own, then the sheet that those support nerds will." Young Bakugo don't dash. He ignored All Might as he pulled the pin. "Now Dai." Earlier. The sounds of explosions below confirmed what Midoriya had told them. Yui, Tetsu, and Uraraka were sneaking the hallways of the building. Following the green-haired boy's instructions, they were on the 4th floor, now approaching the 5th. He had not explained why they entered 2 floors down the bomb room, but Yui could deduct was so that they can still mask their entry. The villains didn't know how they were going inside. With the battle going on below them, they might think they were in the lower levels. If they didn't enter the 5th floor immediately, Hananuki might be tempted to go down and help Bakugo since they had no sight of the hero team. With the sound of battle below their only information on where the heroes might be. "Hey, Kodai, you and Midoriya seem close. Care yo explain that?" Tetsudisu asked as he leads the way with Uraraka in the middle and Yui covering the back. The formation was to maximize their quirks. The silver-haired teen would serve as a tank while Yui could cover the back with her quirk if there were any flanking maneuvers. The black-haired girl blushed, felt her cheeks become slightly warm at the question, but she didn't know why. "I and Midoriya-kun had been friends for 5 months before the entrance exams. He was the only one who could understand me and helped me get out of my shell," Yui said with a cool voice. They were training and she needed to be professional. Unknown emotions have no place at the moment. "If it weren't for him, I would be an expressionless girl that no one could understand. If I could wish for anything, I would wish that I could have met him sooner in my life." The small speech caused Uraraka to coo in delight while Tetsu murmured, "manly," as he clenched his raised fist in respect of Midoriya. "Well, isn't that sweet?" A voice in front of them said, causing all of their heads to snap up in attention. Hananuki stood there with his costume, a dark bodysuit with a set of armor over the top and a mask that covers the face. However, rather than being knight-like, Juzo's helmet is more round and elliptical, tinted black with orange lines supporting the sides. The helmet does not cover his entire head. Some tufts of hair around the back of his head and chin are still visible. His chest plate is made up of 3 pieces which are held on by 2 thick metal straps going over his shoulders, along with a jewel-shaped plate supported between them. He wears orange vambraces and plates placed over his thighs, calves, and upper arms. He also sports a pair of elevated, green and orange boots with pipe-like S on his feet, white gloves on his hands, and white knee pads. "Sorry to interrupt, but we have an exercise to win," the armored teen said as he stomped the floor, activating his quirk and causing it to soften as the 2 teens began to sink. Not waiting for a moment, Yui looked towards Uraraka, their ways of escape. "Uraraka, make us weightless," she ordered, causing the brunette to nod as she touched both of her teammates as they began to float. The black-haired girl then reached for her pouch and took some nuts and bolts that she carried with her and threw them at Hananuki. She put her hands together as the barrage of iron became bigger, forcing Hananuki to dodge and soften up the projectiles that he could touch. Uraraka threw Tetsudisu towards him. Yui said she continued her barrage. The brunette nodded as she grabbed Tetsudisu's arm and threw him towards the lipless teen. Hananuki, who was still protecting himself from the onslaught of iron, gasped when he saw his silver-haired classmates float towards him. Tetsudisu grabbed the teen and pinned him to the ground, causing Hananuki to lose control of his quirk, causing the ground to harden once more. Uraraka released her quirk, causing the 3 members of the hero team to land to the ground as the 2 girls approached Hananuki, capture tape on hand. Well played, guys. I got too cocky there, didn't I? The armored team said, disappointed at his quick defeat. Wasn't expecting Kodai-san to release a barrage like that, was just planning to slow you down and retreat afterwards. There was no use in softening up the ground to escape, with the knowledge of Uraraka being able to help them escape it and Yui possibly being able to throw another barrage. Hananuki decided to give them the win. They deserved it after all. Hey, it's alright, man, you made a mistake and paid for it. This is just training after all, don't beat yourself up for it, Tetsutisu said, cheering up his classmates who gave him an appreciative nod and a small laugh at the silver-haired boy's enthusiasm. Yui and Uraraka couldn't help but smile at the sight. Everyone seemed to be getting well together so far. They prepared to wrap the capture tape around him, only to stop when the building shook when they heard a loud explosion from below. The black-haired girl immediately went to contact Midoriya with her communication device. Worry evident in her cerulean eyes. "Oh man, that really hurt." Zack groaned as Izuku looked at his companion in shock. The goo man had moved him out of the way and enlarged himself to take the blast. There was now goo everywhere, scattered all around due to Zack being split apart from the powerful explosion. The part closest to Izuku happened to be his head, as his yellow eyes showed his pain, the same pair of eyes that went towards the summoner in worry. "You alright, kid?" he asked with a small grin despite the pain. In all of his life, that had to be one of the most painful things that he had felt. Nothing can top experimentation after all, but tanking a massive explosion that caused him to split apart was up there. "I should be asking you that question," Izuku said with a small grin before his face shifted to complete seriousness as he looked towards Bakugo. "Zack, dismiss, take a good rest," he said, causing the small head to nod slightly as all the goo in the room disappeared in blue flashes. The ashen blonde had a sickly grin of satisfaction on his face as Izuku narrowed his eyes in response. "Is this how you really felt, Katsuki? All this time you just wanted to do everything to achieve your goal, but I stopped you without knowing it," he thought as he remembered all the times that Bakugo had demanded to fight him. Izuku had noticed the strange looks that Bakugo had given to him every time he thought the green-haired teen wasn't looking. It always felt like he was being observed, as if the ashen blonde was studying the interaction that he and his companions had. He remembered how the two of them were always competing against one another ever since they manifested their quirks. Every quirk competition or test they had, Izuku and Bakugo were always in the top 2, with everyone in their schools cheering them on. As if they were rivals. Izuku thought as his eyes widened slightly. How did he not notice it? Was he really that dismissive of his childhood friend's demands to fight him? Was he really looking down on him? Izuku could help but have those thoughts as he thought about his more. Shen and Swain had told him that the ashen blonde only wanted to fight him because of his ego. But no one truly knew how he felt. No one could really understand Bakugo enough to know what he truly wanted. As wise as the companions may be, they were from a different work, a different way of thinking. They lived in a world filled with war and demons, while Izuku lived in a world with quirks and peace. For 11 years Bakugo had a one-sided rivalry with him. For 11 years he hasn't noticed. He inspected the ashen blonde's face again. His face showed satisfaction, but his eyes showed that he wanted more. Izuku clenched his fist as he silently cursed himself at the realization that he was the reason why they lost their friendship in the first place. It was a childish rivalry gone wrong. They would have had mutual respect toward each other had he not looked down on him. They would have been friends had he not been so weak and cried every time the ashen blonde insulted him and his quirk. "Midoriya-kun, are you all right?" The frantic voice of Kodai broke him off his thoughts. He reached for his communication device and said his reply, "I'm fine. Zack took the hit for me, but he's out of commission," Izuku said as he narrowed his eyes again at Bakugo, whose hand were sparking with small explosions, clearly excited to push him to his limits and finally test himself. "You guys focus on the bomb. I am sorry, but you're on your own. I have something to settle with Katsuki," Izuku said as he felt guilty at the thought of leaving behind his friend and teammates. What he was going to do was selfish, but he knew the two boys needed it. He needed to make up for the lost time. Izuku called upon One for All as he used full cowling at 5%. He turned around and withdrew from the room and moved somewhere farther from the bomb and where the others were. Young Hananuki has been captured. Young Bakugo, do not do a move like that again or you and your team will be disqualified and lose immediately. All Might announced as Izuku ran the hallways of the building with Bakugo going on the chase. A grunt from the ashen blonde was the only answer that the blonde hero received. The sound of explosions and boots hitting the floor echoed throughout the building as Open summoned all his remaining companions except Swain and Sona. 3 ninjas stood on his shoulder as they looked at their young master in worry. They had heard everything while being on standby. Shen, in particular, was disappointed at himself since he was part of the reason that their toxic relationship happened. He had told Izuku his childhood friend only wanted to fight him to repair his ego, but he realized that he knew nothing about Bakugo and how he felt. The 3 of you, slow down Katsuki's advance and dismiss yourself immediately once you take a hit or you want to. I will run towards an open room that is far enough from the boom room. We will settle it there. The summoner ordered, causing the 3 ninjas to nod as Akali jumped from his shoulder first and transformed. Smoke bomb and a fist ready as she stared down the approaching ashen blonde. I will stop looking down on you now, Katsuki. I am sorry that I didn't realize that had a one-sided rivalry with me. When I first started this story, I didn't have school and had a lot of free time to write. You may have noticed how quality and word count seem to drop every chapter. That's actually due to the lack of passion and time for me to write. To get straight to the point, this story will be on hiatus until I get my sheet together. Compared to my other story, Shiketsu's Augustus. This one is more focused on emotion and being Izuku's adventure to become the symbol of hope. I made this my theme for the story ever since I decided to have Izuku Yui as the pairing. A couple struggling with emotions with one bottling it up with a brave smile while the other doesn't know how to show it. Chapter 2 will always be one of my favorite chapters that I have written. It was simply so fun to imagine the interactions they had and the world building with the library and city let my creativity flourished. That changed when we got to UA, however. One of the reasons why I did the changes to the school other than for the plot was to give me a way to create original situations and training exercises with both classes. But it's simply too far maybe after the internship arc where there would be a cool-down arc with some training and character development and with classes biting my butt and taking any time I have to properly think and write. I was struggling to write the last 2 chapters. Shiketsu's Augustus, on the other hand, is mostly fighting with the emotions part, which is centered around Izuku and Izusetsuna, being in the second half. With relationships and classes being established, it was simply easier to write that story with the limited time that I had. It is also off-canon, which gives me a lot of space to show my creativity and a lot of the original characters that I have made as a habit. I really shouldn't have done what my cousin said and just wing it with the story writing XD. Compared to this, my other story actually had an outline with a series of events and arcs taking place. I know it sounds weird that writing something original is easier than writing my take on canon, but it's just how I felt really. As I said earlier, this story will be on hiatus until I fix myself and actually plan what I am going to do. If you are blaming yourself for this due to the comments on the last chapter, don't. I always felt this ever since I was writing the battle trial arc, but I stayed optimistic and tried to make it work, but I was simply not happy with the final output. Satisfied, yes, but happy not. I might write some cheesy one-shots or mini-stories as practice on how to handle emotion during the story's hiatus. For now, I will be focusing on school and writing Grand General Izuku whooping UA until one of them actually gets their sheet together and thinks outside the box to finally take him seriously. Hope you guys can understand where I am coming from. I know some of you guys are disappointed, and I know that I said in a comment that I wouldn't drop this story. Sorry for going back on my word. Once I make my return, I will use what I have learned about writing emotions in stories and bring back the quality that I used to have in chapters 1. Always remember to smile as I see you guys in the future. Well, that was a short hiatus. The human mind truly is a mysterious one as I get my sheet together and make my return to this story. I finished up writing the outline up until the epilogue of Season 2, where Izuku meets Shigaraki at the mall, which is like 23 chapters. Holy shit, that's a lot of planning. Anyways, while I will be making my return to this story, the next chapter won't come out until I finish up Chapter 5 of Shiketsu's Augustus, and the prologue for another story. Also, more importantly, I had a dream, and after some meditation, in my backyard, I had an idea of what the themes for my 3 stories will be. The adventures of Deku the Summoner, maturity, growing up and realizing what truly is the world. Shiketsu's Augustus, living, realizing the meaning of life and being in the moment. Destiny, sometimes, the thing that we are meant to be won't be something we like. These will be the 3 themes that my 3 stories will have. It took me a while to finally get the courage to share my ideas, and I found the inspiration and drive to write this story again. If you want to thank anyone, thank my friends, since they were the ones who got me out of my slight slump and brought with me some positive energy that got me out of said slump. Also, holy shit, I didn't realize that this had 228 kudos. As a gift and a thank you to you guys, I will show some of the things that I have planned for this FIC. USJ arc will be different, along with a buffed League of Villains due to the sheer power of Summoner as a quirk. Hosu will also be different due to the said buff. By different I mean like a sheet ton of fire and villains. Diamin, I have been cursing a lot recently, looks like I still have too much negative energy. More Izuku Yui moments. Yep, I am planning to write one clueless idiot and a girl who has a problem with expressing emotions in awkward situations. I have an idea of how they will finally end up together, but it will take a while. Before that they will be like kinda dating? And acting like a couple before they actually make it official. Also, the way they officially ended up together is quite interesting to many men of culture. Note, I won't write the scene, more like imply it or else I lose my head to my aim. But, while the scene out of context is just a work of a hormonal teenager, with context on the other hand. Yeah, why the F did I decide to do that again? Oh yeah, right, plot purposes. To any League of Legends players or lore lovers out there, I will be revealing more champions, but most of them won't be in Izuku's roster. Most of the time it will be them summoning themselves for character development and plot, and mostly for their own amusement and interest. Like Zaya and Raken giving advice to our favorite broccoli. Most importantly, Dad Izuku. Even if I haven't reached the overhaul arc in my outline, I am planning to have Izuku as a father figure to Eri and probably Koda. Whenever I feel tired and down, I will always try to find stories that feature Izuku being a dad and just having some wholesome moments. I will be trying my hand on this as I try to make that little girl smile and prove to the boy that heroes do exist and you just need to find them. I think that's all for now. Hopefully I will return to the quality of the first 2 chapters and make you guys enjoy this story even more. The future will challenge Izuku's ideals and determination. The way that he understands things might change. Will he continue on as the world's symbol of peace? Or will he falter and try to change his goal? Who knows? I don't even FANG know because I haven't finished the outline yet. Anyways, always remember to smile as I see you in the next chapter. Holy cow, look at Bakugo go! Toshinori couldn't help but worry about his successor. He had heard Bakugo's and Midoriya's conversation through his communicator and the revelations that came with it. You really are a hero, aren't you, young Midoriya? Extending the fight so that you can remove all of his pent-up emotion. The symbol of peace, thought as he grimaced when he saw Akali his the wall smoking. She was clearly unconscious as she disappeared in a blue flash, signaling her dismissal. The blonde watched as Bakugo went to his next opponent, which was Shin, who was already in his stance. Though I worry that you are too much of a hero, even with those thoughts he still held his iconic smile, determined not to worry the students that he now taught. After their conversation had finished, Toshinori had waited for his successor's reaction. He didn't know whether to be proud or disappointed at the green-haired teen's decision to fight. We are too similar at times. If I was in the same situation, I would do the same. Toshinori frowned as he thought about it more. But you need to be someone better, young Midoriya, a better hero. Someone who will surpass me. The blonde resisted the urge of shouting those thoughts at his successor. The greatest evil of the world might still be out there. He had informed Midoriya of the duty of being a wielder of one for all, but the boy still thought that Toshinori would be there to fight with him. Swain had told him that if he had a fight that would force him to his limits, it would cut his time off by at least an hour. If there were multiple fights, then he would just have an hour left in him. He simply didn't have the time to fight all for one if he strikes later in the year. Midoriya had Toshinori's full support of his goal, but his actions today that had proved that he was still driven by emotion. Oh, that hurt. The two hero classes' winces and comments were something that Toshinori shared as he witnessed Shinbi launched across the hallway. The eye of Twilight was getting slower. If Toshinori was right, then he might be feeling guilty that his master had lost a friendship due to his influence. I can only imagine what you are thinking right now, Shin, Swain, young Midoriya. Toshinori thought as he slightly grimaced at the grunt that Shin gave in as he was struck by another explosion, before disappearing in a blue flash. Toshinori watched as Bakugo quickly launched an explosion to the left which destroyed one of Zed's shadows. The bright light forcing it to disappear with Zed dodging out of the way. Your emotions hold you back, young Midoriya. You are simply too much of a hero to not feel guilty with what happened to you and young Bakugo. The class cheered and awed at the fast-paced combat that Zed and Bakugo were having, with the red-eyed ninja swapping with his shadows and the ashen blonde trying to predict where he would go next. If you truly wish to be the world's symbol of peace, then you must learn that everything that happens won't be always your fault. The wall cracked at the sheer force that launched Zed from Bakugo's explosion. The explosion user was taking advantage of all the sweat he was producing and used it to knock Zed out. When Zed disappeared in a blue flash, Bakugo roared as he charged towards where Midoriya was staying. An open room that was far away from the bomb site, the green-haired boy clearly willing to sacrifice helping his team to conclude his clash with Bakugo. Toshinori looked towards the clock and saw that there were only 6.5 minutes remaining, the amount of time left for the two boys to settle the score and for the hero team to capture the bomb. Toshinori looked towards another monitor to see Kirishima and Tetsu about to clash with Kodai and Uraraka moving to engage with Kendo. Toshinori hummed as he chose to focus on the incoming conclusion. The next 6 minutes will decide who will win. The next 6 minutes will change how Midoriya and Bakugo will see each other, proper rivals or not. They needed to end this and finally talk. You will settle your personal matters now, young Midoriya, but I might need to talk to you after all of this. These clang. Two reinforced fists clashed, one with steel and the other with hardened skin. Tetsu and Kirishima grunted as they withdrew their fists to swing once more, only to clash again in the middle with no hits actually connecting to the other. It soon devolved into a wrestling match as the two showed their resolve that the one was determined to not lose to the other. Yui calmed her breathing as she took in her opponent. Kendo was wearing a turquoise knee-length chipao, over which she has a black double-bursted corset, ending just below her bristis. She also sports black short pants under the chipao. For accessories, she wears a loose brown utility belt around her hips, a satchel attached at the back, a thin black domino mask around her eyes, and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps that reach down to her toes, filled in with white slips. A costume that was made for fighting which complemented the massive fist that Kendo had as the sign of her quirk activating. The black-haired girl looked towards her teammate to see Uraraka struggling to stand up. The two girls tried to split up with Yui distracting the orange-haired girl and Uraraka moving to either tag Kendo with her quirk or capture the bomb. Their opponent decided to surprise them when she quickly threw a fist at the brunette and activated her quirk at the last second to increase the strength of the punch. The speed was something that they hadn't expected as Uraraka couldn't even touch her to activate her quirk, too shocked at the incoming fist. Are you alright, Uraraka? Yui asked, to which the brunette gave a shaking nod as she finally stood up. Seeing that her teammate would be fine, the black-haired girl pulled out some nuts and bolts that she had with her and threw them at Kendo. The orange-haired girl displayed her speed once more as she dodged the massive barrage that Yui threw at her. Kendo caught 2 bolts, one on each hand, and threw them back at the two girls, whose eyes widened in surprise before Yui put her hands together to change them back to their normal size. Give it up, heroes. I can react faster than any of the attacks you can throw at me. It's over. Oh, right, they were role-playing. From what Yui can guess, the villain team probably thought that it would be a good idea for them to get into the mood of the exercise. Not that Yui was complaining. It was pretty cool to relive what they would do as kids, but this time as teenagers with quirks. Steel hitting the ground caused the black-haired girl to look at her other teammate in concern. It looked like Kirishima was winning the wrestling match with Tetsu on the ground trying to release the redhead's hold. Tetsu. Uraraka shouted as she ran towards her teammate only to step back to avoid getting hit by Kendo's fist. The sound of footsteps caused the orange-haired girl to turn around and force Yui back from trying to capture the bomb. "Don't worry about me. You guys just get the bomb and win." Tetsu shouted as he roared. He released Kirishima's hold with a headbutt and pushed the both of them to the wall. Their wrestling match continued as the two of them slipped and began to fall down the stairs. Their grunts as they hit each step caused all three girls to wince at the sound. "We're okay." After sharing a small sigh of relief, the remaining fighters looked at each other with narrowed eyes. Yui, in particular, was assessing the situation they were in. As Midoriya predicted, Kirishima and Tetsu would cancel each other out. With Hananuki out of the way, they only needed one touch from Uraraka to move Kendo away from the bomb and win. But she's too fast. Yui thought worriedly as she glanced at her teammate. The punch had broken Uraraka's visor, which she now discarded. Kendo has clearly practiced karate based on her stance. Combined with her reaction time and reflexes, she was clearly a match for the both of them. What would Midoriya-kun do? Yui thought as she tried to think of what her best friend would do in this situation. Normally the boy would first scout out with Swain to wait. That's it. A metaphorical lightbulb lit inside Yui's head as she now knew how to beat Kendo. She put a hand on her communicator once she finally finished thinking about the idea that she had. "Guys, I have a plan." "I see. Good plan, Kodai-san, but I need some time before I can send out Swain. Bakugo is close right now and I need to save as much stamina as I can." Well, that was a lie, but Izuku wanted to be selfish right now. His friend had told him her plan and how important he was to it. To be completely honest, Izuku hadn't thought of using that in Swain's set of skills. Looks like he needed to pay more attention and not always to the flashy demonic powers and eyes. There were 5 minutes left in the clock. 5 minutes to beat Bakugo so that he can finally help Kodai and the others. Though that might take a while, Izuku thought as he frowned. He had just felt the rest of his combative champions be dismissed as they were defeated. Sona was out of the question since Bakugo would be too fast for her to catch. Swain was absolutely out of the question unless he decides to drain Bakugo's life force. Izuku shuddered at the thought. The demon that Swain carried was dangerous and he couldn't imagine the amount of destruction that a villain can do with it. "It's just the two of us now, though that won't be something that Katsuki wouldn't want." Izuku thought as he frowned again. The ashen blonde wanted to fight him at his full power but without any combat champions left he couldn't do that. "I only hope that this fight can blow enough of his steam." The room shook as Izuku prepared himself. Explosions could be heard outside as the summoner went into a stance. One for all, full cowling. A massive explosion broke the door as smoke erupted from its remains. Deku. Izuku amped one for all up to 7% for a burst of speed. He winced slightly at the pain but endured it as he threw a punch at Bakugo who had just arrived. The ashen blonde didn't waste a moment as he dodged the punch and raised his fist up to launch an explosion which knocked the green-haired boy back. Izuku paid no mind to his smoking cape as he quickly turned around for a kick which slammed his childhood friend to the wall. Bakugo recovered quickly as he roared at Izuku and charged at him once again with his explosions. The greenette's eyes widened as he saw the incoming charge. "What the ag?" Izuku grunted as he felt the shield he managed to summon at the last second bend. He got faster. He's probably using the sweat that he built up to boost his explosions. With those final thoughts, he moved the shield out of the way as he punched Bakugo directly at the chest, which made him take a step back. With the shield now desummoned, Izuku performed a leg sweep that made Bakugo hit the ground. The ashen blonde didn't seem to care as he threw another explosion once he landed, which forced Izuku back once more. A blue flash on the green-haired boy's hand caused Bakugo to widen his eyes as he quickly stood up. Izuku held Infinity Edge, the same golden blade that he used to cut the zero-pointer in half at the entrance exam, on his hands. He channeled one for all through it, which caused the runes to glow once more as he thrusted his sword forwards. Plus Ultra, Infinity Edge move. Windows broke as shards of glass landed on the ground, a line of smoking black that started from Izuku to the hole that was now in the wall. Instead of being surprised or scared, Bakugo gained a feral grin on his face as he charged at Izuku once more. "That's it. Stop looking down on me." Izuku panted as he desummoned Infinity Edge and summoned another shield to block the incoming explosive fist coming at him. The iron bent once more as Izuku used the shield to bash Bakugo and force him back. Moving the tool out of the way, he punched Bakugo again, connecting on his chest. The ashen blonde used his explosions to reposition himself and avoid falling. When Bakugo raised his head up, he glared at Izuku as he roared, "I said stop looking down on me, you weakling." He raised his right hand with his left holding it to brace him. If All Might didn't allow him to use the blasts from his gauntlets, then we'll release something of the same magnitude without it. He was too focused on his anger to notice the frozen Izuku, who was looking at him in widened eyes. "What is this? Does a small child think he can control me? Stop looking down on me, you weakling." A massive celestial dragon said as a 6-year-old Izuku whimpered under its glare. The dragon raised his mighty hand as a star began to form from it. Izuku screamed as he tried to run away, not realizing how endless the human mind was. "Now dash. Die!" Bakugo launched the explosion at the still frozen Izuku, still shook off the memory he had just relived. A blue spiral on his hand formed as the boy instinctively closed it to grab what was near. His hand glowed as a yellow barrier formed around him, protecting him from the explosion as he finally recovered and remembered where he was. Izuku looked around him to see the barrier that had just protected him. The bright light of his glowing hand caused him to look at it as he widened his eyes in surprise. He opened the hand to see a golden locket that was shaped like a bird mixed with the sun. A small symbol in gray was in its center as Izuku tried to remember why he found the locket familiar, only to realize that he was still fighting and desummoned it, causing the barrier to disappear. Another explosion made Izuku tense as he watched the charging Bakugo come at him. Instead of summoning another shield, he grabbed the explosive right hook that the ashen blonde was about to throw. With the grab, he proceeded to judo flip Bakugo to the floor. "I said stop looking down on me. Come at me with your full power." Bakugo ignited another explosion which made Izuku release the hold as he stepped back. The greenette narrowed his eyes as he used One for All to disengage from the fight, not wanting to give the other a moment to recover. Bakugo charged again with his explosions. A fistfight occurred as Izuku blocked, dodged and parried any attack Bakugo threw at him. When the two boys began to lock both of their hands as they tried to force the other to the ground like a sumo wrestler, Izuku shouted, "I can't, you idiot!" 3 minutes remaining. The green-haired boy headbutted the other as he released his hands from the lock. He quickly took a stance like his mentor. The successor threw a haymaker that would make All Might proud. Detroit Smash. Albeit only at 5%, the smash still packed a punch basing on the blood that Bakugo spat out as he was launched across the room. The ashen blonde coughed as he glared at Izuku. "What do you mean, you stupid nerd? How can I know how strong I really am? How will I be able to stand above you when you have such an amazing quirk and you're holding back? Then stand with me." A moment of silence was shared as Bakugo looked at Izuku in shock. The green-haired boy had rarely raised his voice to match his level. Izuku put a clenched fist on his chest as he continued what he wanted to say. "We don't have to beat each other, Kaken. We don't have to be the next Endeavor and All Might. We can be better. We can stand side by side as we become the world's greatest heroes, with you as the one who will rile the people up as I bring the hope that I wish to give." Bakugo gasped when he heard the childish nickname. It has been years since he heard that. Years since they manifested their quirks and having the one-sided rivalry that they had now. Years since he had a friend. To this day Bakugo will deny that he cried. Tears of frustration fell from his eyes as he roared, "Shut up." His voice trembled as he raised his fist for another explosion. "Izuku, once we get our quirks, let's become heroes together. We will be unstoppable as we become greater than All Might." Izuku powered up One for All as a blue spiral appeared on his hands. After the flash came an iron mallet with spikes that was coated in ice. At the same time, Bakugo launched the explosion, causing a cloud of smoke to appear as Izuku disappeared in it due to his speed. "Yeah. Let's be heroes together, Kaken." The summoner exited outside the smoke as he slid on the ground as he stood on one knee. The green electricity that danced around him when he used full cowling all rushed towards the hand that held the mallet that he summoned. Bakugo looked at his childhood friend in surprise as he desperately raised his fist to try to launch an explosion. Izuku roared as his weapon glowed and slammed it on the ground. Plus Ultra, Frozen Mallet. In a blink of an eye, ice formed from where he slammed the mallet and towards Bakugo. It didn't give the boy a chance to do anything as he was frozen from head, neck to toe. Izuku panted as he stood up. He opened his left hand to summon Swain as a companion. I can't use my quirk to the fullest, Katsuki. The champions I summon are people too. They have to decide that they will help before I can do anything with them, which left me 6 champions to summon from. The Noxian Grand General jumped from his hand as he transformed into a champion. Swain had a solemn look on his face, guilty of his influence in what made Bakugo like this. Izuku gave him a reassuring smile as he nodded at him with Swain sharing it. The gray-haired man snapped the fingers of his demonic hand. It was time to end this. Yui panted as she dodged another fist from Kendo. The black-haired girl and Uraraka was reaching the limits of their stamina. The explosions and the building shaking slightly had just stopped. Yui didn't know if Midoriya and Bakugo took a breather or one of them finally won. The lack of All Might's announcement made the girl think that it was the former as she held the last volley of nuts and bolts that she had on her person. Kendo was smirking as she tried to hide how tired she was. She was about to charge once more before the sound of squawking caused her to pause. A flock of ravens began to harass the girl as Kendo tried to protect her eyes. When Yui noticed the red eyes that the birds had, she smiled as she knew what happened below. Now Uraraka, she shouted as the brunette instantly charged at Kendo. Once touch and Kendo was in the air with the birds now ceasing their assault. Yui ran towards the bomb and slapped her hand on it. Hero team wins. The black-haired girl sighed in relief as she collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. It was hard, the villain team made it like that, but they won. Their first battle training at UA and they won. Yui pumped her fist as she began to giggle at the thought. She was going to give her best friend a giant hug after all of this. Speaking of best friends, Izuku looked at his hands as he thought about everything that had just happened. He had just freed Bakugo from the ice that trapped him. The green-haired boy leaned on the wall as he sat. All of the summons had exhausted him and he just wanted to rest. Izuku closed his eyes as his thoughts went to what he was going to do after all of this, only to widen them when he heard Bakugo's voice. Tell them to F off. Izuku raised an eyebrow at what the ashen blonde said, who was looking at him without any glares or hatred. The guys who refused to join you, they don't know what they are missing out if you are as crazy as this, Bakugo said, causing Izuku to be confused. When he saw the greenette's look, the ashen blonde sighed as he gestured towards the room. Izuku raised an eyebrow only to pause when he began to look around to see the destruction they had created. Then he laughed, a genuine laugh that caused Bakugo to smirk as he contained his own. The explosion user began to walk away before stopping when he heard Izuku. Katsuki. Bakugo turned around to see Izuku, who was now standing. The ashen blonde frowned as he was about to shout at him for wasting his time only to pause when he saw the raised fist pointed at him. He looked at the summoner's face only to see a smile and his head gesturing towards it. Bakugo smirked as he raised a fist of his own and completed the fist bump. With emotions finally revealed, it was time for something new. Something that will be born at UA High, the School of Dreams. They may not be friends but rivals sure as hell they are. Sigh. Forgot how much time and dedication it takes to edit videos. At least I finished up quickly and find time for this. If you guys didn't know, since I only announced it in the notes of the latest chapter of Shiketsu's Augustus, I will be taking a break from writing due to some tasks I had to do and exams comings up. Backstory aside, to what the contents of this chapter are all about. As some of you may know, when I started this story I didn't have a clear vision in mind with this concept. When I posted chapter 1 and got a lot of support, I was honestly shocked since this experiment of mine was actually liked by people. After that, I wrote chapter 2, then chapter 3 and so on and so forth. After building up my confidence, I started a second story to clear up my head to avoid writer's block. But then I went into a slump. As you can guess to the announcement of my hiatus, I was going through some things. Nothing serious really, more like having an argument with my mom and reflecting on myself afterward. Having that PRD made it hard to write this positive energy-driven story compared to Shiketsu's Augustus, which was simpler in terms of writing. After that slump, I came back and wrote the last chapter with a renewed view on what this story should be. I started another story, Brotherhood, Vigilante, then got Shiketsu's Augustus going and gained experience and my own sense of identity as a writer along with concreting my writing style. But with experience comes awareness. Due to the lack of vision or plan when I started this story, I wrote some things that actually messed up the story in the future. Power leveling was messed up due to the things I wrote that came into conflict or got retconned with the new ideas I had. Things like Yui and Izuku's relationship had to be changed to fit the new theme and try to salvage it since I was trying to be optimistic and push on. To get straight to the point and in accordance with the chapter title, I got an idea with a question. I know I am going against my word again, but I am stuck in a choice that I can't make without you guys. Since I am still new to writing, only entertain the idea of me actually knowing how to write a story like 2 months ago, I will be using the terms that I am more familiar with. Gaming. Basically, I have 2 plans in mind, a remaster and a remake. A remaster is me polishing some things up, fixing things like pushing the Bakugo and Izuku reconciliation later in the future since I have finalized my potential outline now. Making the tags more accurate since Izuku doesn't really scream overpowered due to me screwing up. Change the champion companion roster to fit in more with Izuku's goal of being the symbol of hope and the theme of maturity and growing up. Don't rush the relationship between Izuku and Yui. While I was actually pretty happy with how I handled their pacing, I think I could have done better and made it slower. A remake, on the other hand, is in the name. It's a remake with the concept in mind. To all the League of Legends players that are reading, this decision was actually influenced by me deciding to start playing ADC, or marksman for those who don't, since I wanted to have a challenge, or basically torture myself with all of the assassins running around with that I spammed Ezreal since he was the only one I can actually play and not get one shot. But most of the influence was actually from my friends and me watching some Isekai anime. As you can guess, yep, I am making it a FING Isekai. Now hear me out on this or don't, IQ do you. I was watching an analysis of the difference between the dub Deku and sub Deku a lot recently. As you can probably guess, I am talking about the video that YouTuber made. To get straight to the point and paraphrased from a comment that had a lot of likes, dub Deku would be Japanese Batman while sub Deku would be dead. Yeah, realizing that actually surprised me by a lot since I didn't notice the change of dialogue they do in the dub from the sub. In this alternate universe, All Might didn't drop the bottle that held the sludge villain. This turns into a butterfly effect where Izuku goes into a depression since his only escape from reality was shattered by his idol. The key factor of this remake, as you probably guess, is that Izuku doesn't have a quirk. Everything goes the same way as canon except for the sludge villain incident. No Izuku charging in and showing his heroic instinct, and no Izuku getting one for all and living his dream as a hero. Instead, Izuku now faces reality as he tries to adapt to his delusion of being able to be a hero blinding him. I will explore this in greater detail when I actually write this since there are some ideas I really want to try. Most people would say, well, what if Izuku becomes a doctor or something? Yet, but would he escape the ridicule and being looked down upon as a victim of losing the genetic lottery? If I would make it a question, would you rather be treated by someone quirkless or by someone who can do the same but with a quirk? I don't know about you guys, but I would go with the guy with the quirk, simply higher chance of me getting healed up, and I think the people in the MHA universe would say the same too. As you might be waiting, how the hell does Izuku and probably Yui gets Ice-Skate? And yes, I am keeping the Izu pairing. It's simply too cute to imagine, and I wish there were more stories centered around them. Anyways, 3 months after Izuku's dreams were shattered and faces reality, he meets our beloved Kaderi at the same library that is present in this story. Their interactions will be different, full of awkwardness since neither of them has the ability to lead the conversation, but that's not really important. Basically, after a month of awkward friendship, a villain fight that destroys the library and Izuku, while being Izuku with his need to help others rushes in to try and save a trapped Yui. Note the try there as the cliches continue with them dying due to the debris and the crossfire of the fight. When they arrive at the afterlife, they get greeted by yours truly and tell them how I kinda messed up their universe. There will be a lot of jokes about my mistakes on this story in the conversation, but to not spoil much, I Basically give them a chance to relive their life in another world, and you guess it, it's bloody Runeterra. Izuku will still have summoning powers, but only to items and not champions. The story will still have the theme of maturity as Izuku explores a world where the gray is not covered by the media and the public perception of black and white, good and evil. For the League of Legends fans there, Izuku and Yui will be members of an explorers guild in Piltover. With that, they will take quests and missions from rich people as they travel the world of magic and demons and live their new life. All the while traversing a world full of demons, monsters, mages, the freaking void, and Wind Samurai. Yep, don't forget the Wind Samurai, but most importantly, their relationship along with a future daughter Eri. It will most likely won't have the amount of attention that this story had since, well no, All Mights or Bakugos and the story not really being Emiche with more LL in it. But I don't really care that much, the views and kudos are just numbers to me since it's just a sign that I should do better while writing. This actually sounds pretty fun to write, and fun is my whole motivation in life. Being in the moment and making bonds with people around you is what matters. The success and money you can gain by sacrificing it might not be worth it at times. I know it sounds weird since I am technically Asian but got colonized by like Spain and America and got invaded by the Japanese, but still I am Asian, and it might look weird that I am not being like groomed by my family to be a doctor or something. Well, I think being a computer engineer is close, but stereotypes, plus Yutang, for the win boys. Anyways, that's all. Help me decide in the comments below by typing either remake or remaster. You can also add an explanation of your choice and some advice that you wish to give. I will count all the votes after I finish exams, which are like next week Monday and Tuesday, so August 27th I will make my decision in accordance with your thoughts. You can even suggest another way with the same concept that I can read and probably write. I will still respond to comments if you have questions, but the decision will still be made on August. I hope you will understand as I see you guys in the future. Remember to stay safe and always smile out there. Thank you so much for the kind words the last chapter when I was asking you guys on your thoughts. Anyways, I think you might be wondering why the hell this is bold, right? To get straight to the point, I simply got tired of studying and was bored. Before I made that announcement, I actually began writing the Aftermath chapter that also leads up to the USJ arc. I will be posting some portions of that draft chapter in this one because I needed your thoughts and opinions on the scene because I am hopelessly single and clueless about romance. Note, this is a draft and I didn't polish it like chapter 2, which was mainly about the romance and first meeting between Izuku and Yui. With that out of the way, to the not final chapter they didn't post because reasons. Midoriya-kun. Izuku's eyes opened as he groaned at how stiff his muscles were. He stood up from the couch that lied down from to see Kodai, whose face was literally right in front of his. Blushing slightly, he quickly stood up with the girl looking at him in confusion. Before Kodai can even ask what was wrong, he interrupted her as he asked, "How long was I asleep?" The girl pulled out her phone as she sat beside him on the couch. They were in the balcony area of the library where they first met, the same area where Izuku gave her book back and helped correct some of the fanfiction that she was writing. "You were gone for an hour. I managed to finish Mike-sensei's homework during that time." Izuku shook his head as he began to stretch. He decided to follow Bakugo said, albeit in a different way. Once they were dismissed, he told his friend that he was going to the library to try and go to his mindscape, with Kodai deciding to come with him. So, any luck with convincing them? The question made Izuku paused as he was taken aback by the curiosity that was in the beautiful cerulean orbs that were Kodai's eyes. "No, they say that while they don't mind helping me, it's just that they wanted to know something other than fighting." Kodai hummed when she heard the answer. The girl began to pack up her things, with Izuku doing the same. The crack of thunder caused the boy to pause before smiling when he saw the rain beginning to fall. It was like the time when they first met, walking to the station under the rain. The two worked in comfortable silence. When they finished packing their things up, they shared a nod before opening the door back to the main library. After saying their goodbyes to Sakura, they walked toward the station, making small talk about their day. "I heard that you and Bakugo made up." The question caused Izuku to pause as he looked towards his friend. Like last time they shared one umbrella, the boy rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, coupled with a smile. "Something like that." The green-haired boy began walking again, only to stop when realizing that Kodai hadn't moved. The girl was frowning as she looked at him. "Why?" The one-word question puzzled Izuku, as he raised an eyebrow at his friend. Why what? He asked only to receive a deeper frown from Kodai. Why did you forgive him so easily? Izuku's eyes widened before looking around. He saw that they were blocking the way and he knew that this question will take a while. He grabbed Kodai's hand and brought her to some shelter. Once there he bit his lip as he struggled to answer when he saw the emotion that was in Kodai's eyes. A mix of curiosity and concern. Izuku sighed as he leaned onto the wall. They took refuge under a bridge, the rain falling from its side as they played a soft melody. It's my fault that I didn't realize what he really wanted. If I knew better IW dash. Except it's not. Kodai interrupted, causing Izuku to look at her in surprise. The girl sighed as he dropped her heavy bag to the ground. Midoriya-kun, you're not at fault here, not Swain nor Shin. The only one at fault here is Bakugo, who wasn't clear in what he wanted. Izuku looked at her with widened eyes as he took in what he just heard. The boy shook his head in denial. No, he was the reason why all of this happened. If he wasn't so weak, then he wouldn't have been influenced by the two companions. If he hadn't been influenced, then he would have seen Bakugo in his own view. No. I was too weak back then. I allowed myself to be dash. Midoriya-kun, you were a child. Kodai screamed as she held his hand with both of her own as she looked at him desperately. Her eyes changed from curiosity and concern to complete desperation and worry for him. Izuku looked at her bewilderment. In all his time as Kodai's friend, she had never raised her voice or scream. You were 4 years old, who wouldn't be weak at that age. You are letting your past view of Bakugo when you were still friends blind you. But if I was stronger, then all of this wouldn't happen. What if I actually tried to be rivals with him? Stop going through what-ifs. You can't change the past. Izuku paused as he took a step back, the emotion in Kodai's voice. He could see her eyes began to water as tears formed. She held his hand tighter as she put it in front of him as if she was pleading. Midoriya-kun, please, you don't have an obligation to be his rival. Before the battle training you didn't care for Bakugo at all. But the moment you know why he's so angry, you start to beat yourself up. You feel guilty at something that was impossible to do. I know that you want to be the symbol of hope, but think about it. Following Kodai's words, he began to think about it. Before the battle training, he didn't give a DMN about his childhood friend who he believed to be too full of pride. Back then, all he was thinking about were how to improve himself and Kodai, how to accomplish the goal that he had set before him. When Izuku saw that the girl was now shivering from the cold as she cried, he released her hands as he hugged her. An attempt to keep her warm. But how can I be a hero if I ignore a way of helping someone? How can I be a hero if I can't even help my childhood friend? That wasn't the only way, Midoriya-kun. Besides, heroes are human too. Izuku gasped as his eyes widened in realization. He felt Kodai's cold hand touching his cheek move his face to look at her. The taller boy couldn't help but blush at how cute she was now. Her eyes now showed concern and hope for him. It's all right to make mistakes. Heroes are those who inspire people for their noble qualities that set them apart from others. Can you call an almighty god a hero when he can do anything? No, you would see them as a god, someone who can do anything, the opposite of who you are. Izuku could feel his eyes getting wet now. Tears were forming as he held Kodai closer and tightened the hug. He could now feel her heartbeat as he cried. Based on his wet arm, the girl was crying too. A hero is someone who answers the call and steps up to the challenge. A hero can't do everything but still won't give up as they try to find a way. A hero is you. Kodai looked at him with an eye smile, the tears still present, but Izuku didn't care. Neither did Kodai as she continued her speech. You don't have to do everything alone, no one can. You already said that when you declared you will be the symbol of hope, someone who will bring hope instead of the peace the All Might brought. So please, promise me that you will not blame yourself for everything that happens. I want you to actually think about yourself. Promise you that I will selfish? Izuku asked as he shakingly held Kodai's hand, which was still holding his cheek. No, I want you to promise me that you will be a better hero and realize that you have no obligation to be Bakugo's rival and friend. And more importantly, not blame yourself for everything that happens. With that, I will be a hero? A hero that you are proud of. Kodai brought his head down as their foreheads touched. You already are. Izuku laughed as Emerald and Cerulean met. The boy smiled as he thanked any higher being out there for letting him meet Kodai. Then I swear, with my honor as a man, that I will be a better hero, who will realize that everything won't be in my control. And more importantly, keep Yui Kodai safe. For every good there will be evil, one can't live with the other. Who would be good when there is no evil? And who will be evil when there is no good? Even in a superhuman society where the crime rate was at an all-time low due to All Might, there will always be shadows that escape the light. The societal underground, hidden from the watchful eyes of the law, the black market, and villains, all things that people would consider evil. Heh, Tamura snorted at the thought. The people up above didn't know what was going on below. There was a reason why there was still crime even with All Might. The concept of villains was something that had changed along with the concept of heroes due to the rise of quirks. Back then, heroes were the things of fairy tales and myths. There were some real-life heroes, but they were too small that they couldn't be considered one by the public. Villains were always the enemies, the bad guys to the invincible heroes who will always save the day. Now, you could just pass a licensing test to become a hero while doing any crime even though it was petty, you would be branded as a villain. An image of black and white, an image that Tamura was sure to destroy. Tamura Shigekraki, Kurogiri's voice snapped the blue-haired man out of his thoughts. He looked towards the mist man who gestured towards his neck. You are scratching it again, you might injure yourself if you continue further. Now that he thought about it, he was scratching his neck again. Tamura sighed as he disintegrated the shot glass, irritated of long they were taking. Sensei, when will my mages arrive? I am getting impatient and I need to finalize my party soon, he said, causing Kurogiri to sigh as he cleaned up the dust that was the remains of the shot glass that Tamura just destroyed. Ding, looks like Jiren was right, you are crazy. A foreign voice caused Tamura to pause as he turned around. There they were, the mages that he was gonna need for his party. The first was a young man with black hair and matching eyes. He wore a black bodysuit under some pieces of armor, gray form-fitting plates that protected his entire body. The attire looked expensive, especially the armor. He was clearly a good man with a high price to pay if he could afford to have things like that at his age. The other was someone who was older with gray hair. His attire was more simplistic with his brown trench coat with some padding here and there. So you decided to finally arrive, Fives and? Cage, a pleasure to meet you, Tamura Shigaraki. The underground has heard your exploits and the money that came with it. Looks like the League of Villains was an actual thing. The now identified Cage said with a grin. He looks like one who would be nice for his party. He had respect for him and Tamura like that. It didn't help how useful his quirk was. It will be instrumental in his plan to kill the symbol of peace. Quite the nice bar you guys have here. I am tempted to withdraw that discount offer if you have money like this. Fives whistled as he sat down on one of the bar stools and told Kurogiri to give him a drink. The misty bartender complied as he went about to his task. You better not, we are the only way for you to achieve what you want, you mercenary. The young man only laughed as he thanked Kurogiri for the drink, with the bartender giving him an appreciative nod for his thanks. At least Tamura knew that Fives was just playing with him. The League of Villains was his only way of achieving what he wanted. The young man wanted a way for mercenaries like him to have a place in the world and can be recruited easily. What better way than destroying hero society? With the total chaos and anarchy that would be sure to follow after the destruction of order, mercenaries like him would be on high demand as they go to the highest bidder. Even if he was grayer than the black and white that society views things through, he would be a good member, especially with his quirk. ×5 allows the user to multiply a trait by 5 times. Do you want to be stronger? Have the man slap you and you will be 5 times stronger for 5 minutes. It was a good thing that it also worked with itself, as he can multiply the boost that he had given to someone by 5 also. Instead of 5 minutes, you would be able to be 5 times stronger for 25 minutes. He was the definition of a cheat code for Tamura, and coupled with Cage's quirk, they will give the symbol of peace no escape as the man watched his students fall. With him gone, then the destruction of human society will begin. Total anarchy and chaos, where the weak dies while the strong lives, the same chaos where Sensei made his criminal empire and ruled all of Japan with an iron fist. Ag! Izuku screamed into his pillow with all of his companions except Zack looking at him in amusement. The moment he arrived at his home, he ran towards his room to try and shake away all of the embarrassment that he had from the moment that he and Kodai had shared. He only realized how romantic it was when he boarded his train and suddenly froze as he recounted everything that happened in his day. Izuku sighed as lied down, as embarrassing his talk with Kodai was. There's some good points that she had said. He didn't know why he forgave Bakugo so easily, well until Kodai knocked into his head how he was blinded by his previous view on Bakugo when they were still friends and forgetting everything that the Ashen Blonde had done in their one-sided rivalry. Now without the adrenaline rush and the trouble of combat, Izuku could now remember how much of an a-hole Bakugo was. The boy sighed once more as he berated himself of being driven by too much emotion only to stop when he remembered Kodai's words under the bridge. Everything wasn't in his control. It didn't matter that Izuku let himself be influenced when he was just a kid back then. It didn't matter that Bakugo was his childhood friend. As a symbol of hope, he should be better than that. How can he bring hope when he was struggling with himself? All of his thoughts caused him to remember the conversation that he and Yagi had after class. The blonde had told him that while he would do the same in the situation that he was in, if Izuku really wanted to surpass All Might then he had to do better than that. If you are swayed easily when someone who was clearly a bully had a moment of weakness that he poured out all of his feelings and emotions. How much so when you fight a villain who shared why they turned to villainy and killed innocent people? Those were the words that Yagi had said to him and hit him hard. If he was really going to take into account the essence of the exercise, then he would be showing mercy to a villain who had just killed, or hurt for Bakugo, innocent people. Blinded by his jealousy of him, Bakugo had tried to assault people since he knew that Izuku would intervene. It was no different from a villain claiming innocent lives for their own selfish desires. Kodai was right, heroes are humans too. He shouldn't have felt guilty and start beating himself up for a wasted opportunity. His sense of heroism made him blind to Bakugo's sins the moment he knew why he was such an a-hole, but it was all in the past now. As his best friend had said, he shouldn't dwell into what-ifs. While they were now properly rivals, Bakugo finally got what he wanted and can know if he can stand in equal footing with him. They shouldn't ignore Bakugo's past actions, cases of illegal quirk use, assault, and possible instigation of suicide, not that Yagi knew the last part. Izuku was only safe from this due to Good Samaritan laws that allowed him to use his quirks defensively. Izuku had to talk Yagi out of expelling Bakugo from UA. All of Bakugo's actions were directed towards him in a sense, so as the victim, he could influence the punishment the Ashen Blonde would receive. They eventually settled into therapy for anger management and community service. The green-haired boy knew that the only reason that Yagi had agreed to not expel Bakugo was due to his trust in him as his successor and not knowing how Bakugo would react to it. They already had a hard time understanding Bakugo completely. Expelling him out of his dream school would just damage his image. Applying to another hero school would be difficult due to his now accurate track record. The only way for him to go is either law enforcement like the police or vigilantism. The green-haired boy knew that the Ashen Blonde was simply too stubborn to be a villain. He would rather be in the less prestigious police corps than devolving to villainy. Demon. What a day. Izuku sighed as he sat up on his bed. The boy shook his head as he stood up towards his desk where his companions were staying. He still had homework to do. Izuku summoned Zack only to be greeted by a small cute blob that was sleeping. The sight caused the green-haired boy to smile before dismissing the sleeping champion. He needed his rest. Swain, where is this from? I summoned it during my fight against Katsuki and it looked familiar. A blue flash on his hand caused the gray-haired man to begin walking towards him. On his hand was the locket that he summoned, which had created a barrier that protected him from an explosion. Swain took a while to observe it before clearing his throat to speak. It seems that you have summoned a locket that has the same design as the Solari of Mount Targon. Izuku widened his eyes in surprise before looking back at the locket. Mount Targon was the tallest mountain in Runeterra. It is said that if you climb up to the summit you will be checked if you are deemed worthy of the power that the heavens would grant you. The aspects of war, change, sun, moon, and the protector, powerful beings that take hosts in the people that they have deemed worthy, the same aspects that had rejected his request for help. Compared to the other regions and nations, Targon had the most pride. At least with champions that were from the other regions, he could actually talk to and try to convince why they should help him, but the Targonians didn't deem him worthy of their presence. Oh right, you tried to talk to the Targonians on helping you, forgot how they easily just rejected you, Akali said with Zed and Karma nodding in agreement. Swain and Shun stayed silent and opted to look at the locket which still rested on his hand. Izuku noticed this as he raised an eyebrow. Swain, are you okay? I would like to apologize for influencing you and making you lose a friend. Shen said with a bow, with Swain nodding in agreement as he gave a small one of his own. Izuku looked at them with widened eyes as he frantically waved his hands. Guys, it's alright, you don't have to apologize. We have to. Young Izuku, being clones and being in a different world had let us drop our guard and become rusty. Lady Kodai had already told you on how nothing was your fault and you shouldn't blame yourself, even if you won't like or accept it. I and Shin will work harder to atone for our mistakes. Swain interrupted, causing Izuku to sigh as he looked at him with a smile. There was no use arguing with the two men, they were stubborn on what they think is right. Instead, he opened his notebook to answer the homework that Present Mike had given them. At least he knew it was easy based on what Kodai said. Izuku blushed when he thought of Kodai as Akali, and Zed began to laugh with the green ninja, beginning a barrage of teases that Izuku had to endure. This was gonna be a long night. Leadership, normally the duty of being a class representative, would be something students would avoid. But if you put the hero in students, then you would have a literal sheet storm of shouting as everyone tried to convince people to make them one. It was good practice for when they would graduate and be older, when they have agencies of their own. Being a class representative and leading the class was the equivalent of owning an agency as pro-heroes. The experience that it would grant would be something beneficial. Izuku didn't raise his hand, opting only to laugh at the sheer chaos that was going on. Nedzu was right, this was fun, watching everything spiral out of control while you merely observed, preferably with a cup of tea. It would be nice if the Chimera would invite him to watch the entire school through the cameras. He felt his phone vibrate as he froze, looking around him to see everyone still shouting and paying him no mind. He pulled out his phone only to shiver at what he had just read. Nedzu, take your lunch with me tomorrow at my office. I can let you watch Power Loader try to contain the support course. Laughing face. Okay, that was creepy. How the Chimera knew everything that was going on was a mystery that Yagi didn't even know the answer to. Izuku pocketed his phone just in time for when Ida grabbed everyone's attention. The blue-haired boy had suggested that they settle the matter by vote. Makes sense if Izuku didn't win the election with 3 votes. He only voted for himself since he didn't think that he would win. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as he looked at his classmates. Are you guys sure about this? I am the same guy that made a hole on the wall with a sword. A blue flash on the top of his head and the sound of laughing caused Izuku to sigh when Akali had just summoned herself. Well, the strongest of guys can be good leaders, and looks like some of your classmates believe you're up to the task, Izuku. What your companion had said is correct, Midoriya-san. Your performance on the battle trial, while destructive, was still built with strategy, Yaoyorozu said, causing Bakugo to huff as he looked away from the podium. Even if he was finally rivals with the boy, he still wasn't his friend, as he was forced to do some community service. Izuku sighed as he nodded at his deputy representative. Looks like I'll have to do my best, I guess. All over the place, right? Yeah, I wrote this at like 4 to 5 a.m. when I woke up while waiting for class in a span of 3 days, since I was procrastinating and I was doing something else. So a bit of context for this. After the battle trials and when classes were dismissed, Izuku and Yui went to the library to try talk with the other companions in his mindscape. But you already know that what I left out was the actual conversation between the champions that he was trying to convince. The main purpose of this was to explain why the hell Izuku and Bakugo are being dumbass with their motivations in the fight. For Bakugo, well, I wanted for it to be, well, him being hot-headed and thinking too simply when it comes to emotions. Izuku, on the other hand, was blinded by his sense of heroism and ignored all of the sins that Bakugo had committed in the past. It was supposed to be in the heat of the moment thing where Izuku seems out of character due to the adrenaline rush and relying on his instinct due to how surprised he was on how emotional Bakugo was being. As you may have noticed, I revealed some of the buffs that the League of Villains had. I also wrote the draft for Shigaraki's motivations in the story. Nothing is final in all of this. For the remaster, importantly, I haven't counted any of the votes yet. I just wanted to post this because of boredom and curiosity about your guys' thoughts and opinions. For the reason why I thought of the black and white thing for Shigaraki's motivation, I was thinking about the story's theme of maturity. Basically, I wanted good old Shigaraki to be the opposite of Izuku and open his eyes to what the world really is and make him grow up. This chapter and the previous arc was my attempt on showing Izuku's simple way of thinking, an image of black and white. This duty of making Izuku grow up is shared by one little unicorn that we all love and can cure depression. Daughter Eri is supposed to move Izuku and Yui in a tough spot. As teenagers, they have to raise a little girl that is as naive as a toddler. That struggle of his love for Eri as a father and his goal of being the symbol of hope is going to be one of the main points of this story. To actually do this while still staying within what was already shown in the anime, since I haven't read the manga, I had it so that Eri was rescued early in the internship arc. Instead of the dorm system that some of the class 1A and 1B students were to test after the internship week. Izuku and Yui have to play house in a completely different building due to Eri's connection and attachment to them. Cliché, I know. As for those who might wonder how the hell are the quirk-destroying bullets and the entire Shai Hasaikai arc is gonna happen. Blame my depressive side since I got an idea that I liked for the story that would make it hurt. For me at least, IDK about you guys. That event is also the catalyst for Izuku and Yui to finally admit their feelings and have that scene, as they promise to work harder to get the unicorn back. Yeah, no surprise, huh? It's pretty cliché, I know, but it works, so deal with it. These are just ideas that I wanted to share with you guys since the deadline for the vote is fast approaching. I haven't counted any of the votes yet, but I am slowly leaning into the remaster due to a lot of points that you guys made. Tell me in the comments below if I am rushing it with the pacing with Izuku and Yui's relationship and opinions on the ideas that I have just shared. Nothing, I repeat, nothing is final about all of this. I will post all of the changes and plans that I will do if the remaster actually wins the vote and how I will deal with the disconnected lore of League of Legends for the remake when August 27th actually arrives. Anyways, I think that's all. I will answer any questions you guys have in the comments. Stay safe out there and always remember to smile as I see you guys in the next chapter. Well, today's the day, August 27th. Well, for me at least. Thank you so much for the support and advice you guys have given me. It made studying for exams less tedious and editing videos easier. To the votes. Remaster 11. I don't know if I counted that correctly, but I double-checked and I had the same result, so it's probably right. Obviously, the remaster won the vote. I will now be taking the time to explain how I will be handling the remaster. Bakugo's personality. Let's start things off with me saying something important. How the actual F do you write this guy? Pardon my language, but this has been one of the hardest things I have done in my really short life. I will first explain why I find writing Bakugo hard. My way of thinking, as you may know, I always do the more fun route since it's how I see life. The thing is, I have a really hard time trying to have fun in writing Bakugo. His jealousy in this story was a product of me trying to add a factor that would make writing his dynamic with Izuku fun. Obviously, it was the complete opposite as I scratch my head on what I just created. Not gonna lie, I handled him pretty badly in this FIC. I wanted to find a middle ground between my perception of canon Bakugo and the notes I made using the wiki and small analysis of his reactions in the anime. This brings us to the next point, which is, how does someone be that angry? This is the main reason why I have a hard time trying to write Bakugo. Basically, there's a textbook, Bakugo reaction, that I noticed from a lot of fanfics I read, blow everything up and shouting at people. While writing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing on an opportunity with the character. If I wrote the closest I could get canon Bakugo into this, I would be close to character bashing, which is something I don't really like to do. Every reaction he does would be negated and be made a fool of by Izuku's summons. The factor of his jealousy is something that I tried to use as a way for him to not be a useless character in the story due to actually not adding anything into the plot. Bakugo is essentially a plot device for me to move Izui and start Izuku's development and realization of the cost to become the symbol of hope. Without Izuku being guilty on something that he wasn't even wrong in and not ending the fight early to reconcile with Bakugo. Explodey Boy would be useless since Izuku didn't give a DMN about him, where he will slowly fade into the background by not adding anything into the story. Other than the Kamino arc where they would rescue him, but that's mostly just Izuku being a hero. Those two are the reasons why I find writing Bakugo hard. So for the remaster, I was thinking of having a nicer Bakugo who would be the anchor for Izuku's idealism. He will still have his jealousy, since how can you not be when your best friend had a quirk with infinite potential, but it will be toned down to him overworking himself and trying anything to catch up to Izuku. His main purpose would be, as stated before, an anchor to ground Izuku down. His way of thinking might make a cool dynamic for the two's friendship. But these are only my thoughts. I need your opinion on how I should handle Bakugo in the remaster. Should I do the nicer Bakugo route or still make him an a-hole but with better execution, or neither and make it so that he's basically canon Bakugo and most likely fade into the background? Your choice. Adaptation. Alright, to make things clear, I will be copy and pasting a lot of things from this. The most notable one being Chapter 2, since it's one of the best chapters that I have written due to how fun it was to write. Until I finalize the outline to accommodate things that you guys might suggest, Chapter 1 will be a big question mark for me. So the remaster will take a while to actually be finished since I still have to plan things out. Izuku, nothing much will change in their relationship. Izuku will still take the lead with Yui slowly warming up and learning emotions from him. I might be taking things a little slower, but the time when they actually get together is finalized together with daughter. The little unicorn will be rescued early, near the end of the internship arc. After that, they will begin to play house with Eri due to her attachment to the two who saved her in an alleyway. This will mark the start of their denial phase, which will last until the Kamino arc where they realize that Eri was gone. That realization is the major push for the two's relationship, a promise to get their daughter back and be stronger to always protect and be there for her. League of Villains. Last Chapter 1 revealed the buffs that were for the League of Villains. More members with good quirks and different strategies and approaches compared to canon. Shigaraki will still be childish, but he will understand the purpose of allies and won't whine all the time. I will be accepting OCs that you think will fit in for the League of Villains and be able to make a challenge for Izuku. So go wild in the comments with any original characters that you will like to see. Perspective lock. This will be an important thing that I have to clarify and explain. This is a writing style that I developed without even noticing it and decided to develop and use it for all of my stories. Basically, the story is locked by the character's perspective on things. This includes the narrative, as the words you read are part of the character's thought process. The remaster will still have this, as it's easier than writing it on a third-person perspective as the narrator. Champion rosters. The only champions I finalized are Swain, Shin, Akali, and Zack. The first two due to being good mentor figures for Izuku, Akali for the comedy that I will try to use to lighten up the story, and Zack since he will be a good fight for the Nomu. I also finalized two other champions, but I won't be revealing them yet. Power scaling. Champions will be nerfed. Yep, I am saying it, champions will be nerfed since I f'd up the power scaling in this story. To get straight to the point, I will be removing my idiocy and inexperience as a writer when I started this and change a few things on Izuku's quirk. They won't be perfect copies in terms of fighting, but their personalities will be close to it as my perception of them. Izuku will still get one for all, obviously. It's needed for his goal of being symbol of hope, plus ultras will still be there, and most importantly, I will be doing a rough calculation and estimation of the champion's strength. Without one for all, they will be roughly about 10% as strong as their original selves. With one for all, they will be 15% as strong. This is to clear up any issues and have some rules for the fighting in this story. That is all for now. I will be announcing anything else when I actually begin the story. As for the remake, there's a chance that I will be either making it a passion project or a series of one-shots with MHA characters in the world of Runeterra. IDK for now. I will still be answering questions in the comments if you have any. Stay safe out there and always remember to smile as I see you guys in the next remaster. Dear God, it's been a while since I touched this. To be completely honest, I planned to begin the remaster after October and near November, but it seems life had other ideas. I'll try to not rant here since that would be stupid, But as you guys can guess, I was forced to focus on Shiketsu's Augustus because I was able to write it in the small instances I was free. This is because I already planned out a lot of things in that story, and as of yesterday, I actually finished the final outline, arc count, and chapters for the War Simulation Saga, which is the first half of that story. So for any essay readers reading this, I will be revealing this. For 20 chapters. And this is only for the first half of the story that I am beginning to question my decision-making now. By the way, this is not including chapters, so technically you guys still have 21 chapters for the first half. So back to this story. I am really sorry. I felt like I betrayed you guys, let you down or something. To properly explain the future for this EU, let us discuss a lot of things beginning with my personal thoughts. I am really shocked at the level of writing I had and my idiocy in this story. I remember not planning anything for this story, which then lead to the clusterfuck and realizations of my mistakes as I got better and better at writing. My handling on Bakugo was really bad. Making Izuku's quirk was worse. And I just couldn't get this story to work like Shiketsu's Augustus. But even with all of that, I still love this story since this gave me the push to improve my writing skills, storytelling, and creativity. This entire fanfic was essentially an important chapter in my life as it leads to a domino effect. Because of this story, I learned how to properly direct videos with my friends, understand small things and little details, and most importantly use my wasted potential. This story was the first time that I really used the potential that the people around me always mentioned. Before, I did not acknowledge that potential and completely denied it. I didn't have any self-confidence and was hesitant to take the lead. Through writing, I understood motivations and the reasons why people do things. Writing for the MHA fandom, in particular, lead me to the decision that I will be a doctor in the future so that I could help out people. So I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. All of this really meant a lot to me. I hope I can still make you guys smile from my stories. With that, let us discuss my plans and decisions for this story. The future. I will be making my return to this AU. Yep, you heard it, folks. This dumbass gonna try his hand again at this AU with a better mindset, I think, and more experience. Anyways, seriously speaking, I will be now explaining what I figured out and planned for this story. So last chapter 1 explained a lot of things for the planned remaster, and I actually figured out some other things that might make this story easier to write and better overall. Let's start with Izuku's quirk, Summoner, which didn't really change much from my original plan. Now, this quirk is Bats hit OP and a really bad decision. But don't worry, I won't be changing the quirk. Instead, I will actually be changing it a little. At its core, Summoner allows Izuku to summon people and items from League of Legends and the world of Runeterra. The people are obviously the characters in the game called champions. These heroes will be appearing in 2 forms, champion and companion. The champion form is the true state of the character and allows them to fight at the cost of Izuku's stamina. Companion form is the standby mode of the champions, appearing in their chibi forms and having limited abilities. One vital change is that the champions summoned are not perfect copies. Like I stated before, they will be weaker. A good way to picture it would be the leveling system in LoL, starting at level 1 and stopping at level. Obviously, it won't be like that. Rather, as Izuku gets 1 for all and the better he is at handling it, he will be metaphorically leveling up his champions. Now, this allows me to write Izuku better, have him actually struggle at times, and better writing throughout the entire FIC. I will also be addressing another issue, which is how sudden the story in L can change during champion reworks and new characters in the game. Also, how massive the lore can be, and I am limited in my ability to accurately portray the characters. So I will be introducing another factor to Izuku's quirk, which allows him to send his champions off into updating. I know it sounds dumb, but hear me out. This allows me to address sudden lore changes, mistakes in my portrayal, and make them stronger if I discovered another factor that I did not notice before. Champions that are updating will not be available to be used, which can actually set up some fun plots or problems like Izuku sending off half of his champs to update, but then there's a villain attack. Cliché as hell, but who cares? Sounds fun to write. I can also make it so that as Izuku gets better at 1 for all, he has to send the champs to update so that they also get that power boost, but I will need your guys' opinion. That is all for the quirk, which will then allow me to explain the changes to Izuku's fighting style. First and foremost, Izuku will be using the item part of his quirk more. Shun will still become his first summon as a mentor who will then teach Izuku how to fight effectively with his quirk. Swapping weapons for the occasion and not relying on his champions. This is because I will be making the tax on Izuku's stamina in maintaining champions greater. Instead of the initial 3 champions he can maintain at the same time, it will be reduced to 1 without 1 for all and 2 with it. This is for balance purposes and adds some struggles for Izuku in his fights. So he has to be smart in his combinations and when to use champions. Plus ultras will still be there though, so expect a lot of them since Izuku will be relying on items. I also noticed how most of the people that read this actually don't play League, so I will be posting some pictures of the items to expect. Especially since Riot, the creators of did the item rework last December. Infinity Edge. Frostfire Gauntlet or Iceborne Gauntlet, still not sure which version to use honestly. Sunfire Aegis. So expect these 3 in the remaster since I have an idea on how to use them. I have mentioned Shun. Now let's talk about champions. There are 154 champions in League of Legends, and I cannot include all of them and still make a fun story. So the champion roster will be small, with a primary group and others that might be high in demand. The primary champs will be Kali, Kennen, Karma. So the LoL players might ask, why are all of them from Ionia? This is because I love Ionia as a region, personal bias, and I think it's the easiest for me to write. Let me explain. To those who are not aware, there are multiple factions in the universe of League of Legends. Demacia, Nox, Ionia, Piltover, Freljord, Targon, Shurima. Demacians are afraid of mages, to the point that it's kinda racism? Magicism? Noxians are kinda too much I suppose for Izuku? Piltoveran and Zonai champions are a little difficult to write, can't really explain, just not confident writing those two. Freljord has some champions that I can write, but some of them like Ornn and Volibear, which are demigods, are too strong. Shurima is a desert and kinda dead? They are rising back up again, but I am not too sure on the lore, so they're off the list. Even though I love their thematics and is my second favorite region faction. Finally, Targon is strong, like think of Spartans but with magic and basically demigods. So I decided to have Ionia. I have the easiest time imagining them in MHA, and would be a good fit for Izuku. Also, to those who don't play, I highly recommend searching up Ionia on Google Images. The artworks there really show the beauty of the place. Though be careful, one of the artworks there is actually a picture from an off-brand manga. If you guys understood that, I don't know how that picture got there, and I won't be explaining why I know that image. You guys may be wondering, where is Swain? As much as I love that guy, focusing on Ionia would make writing easier and allow me to make Swain an even more interesting character because of the thematic I will be explaining later. Like seriously, this guy is amazing, especially his quotes. You can sit on a throne, that doesn't make you a ruler. It only means you have an arse. With that out of the way, now I will be explaining their roles. Shen will be the central mentor figure, Akali will be teaching Izuku how to fight dirty, Kennen will be teaching speed and other techniques, and Karma will be the guiding light. Speaking of Karma, yes L players, I know that Karma got possessed by the ruined king in the lore. Let's just say that this is before all of that happened. That's all for Izuku's quirk and fighting style. Let's get to the story itself, beginning with characters. Izuku Midoriya. Not many changes for Izuku, he will be similar to my portrayal here. Confident but awkward at times, nerdy, not a fanboy, smart, and overall a good guy. The one thing that is a massive problem for him is his black and white view of the world. This is not S.A. Izuku who got his life fed and knows how shitty the world can be. This Izuku will be something akin to naive. The theme for this story is learning the reality of the world. Slowly understanding the world is a dark place and not everything is black and white, but rather a messy gray of conflict and discord. This story will be testing Izuku's ideals and make him question society as a whole. Is fighting for the small bits of white out there worth it? Yui Kodai, shy and blunt. She will obviously be Izuku's love interest. Her character arc is something I have yet to decide and finalize actually. One idea I had was her journey to opening up to others and learning standing how to stand by Izuku's side. But I will need some ideas from you guys for her character arc. One thing that didn't really change was how different Yui will act with Izuku and other people. She will be open to Izuku and hesitant and quiet to others. Katsuki Bakugo. Alright, first things first, I have to thank my friends for spamming Kuriko's basketball in our Discord server because watching that anime allowed me to have an idea of how to write Bakugo. He will be something like Kagami, stubborn, loves a good challenge, and having a temper. Meaning, he will be nicer and will be Izuku's best friend and wingman. His character arc will also be something that I am not sure of. I like the idea of him being jealous of his best friend's power and overworking himself in training. His arc might be Bakugo slowly accepting that his best friend will have more potential but will continue to rival him so that the both of them can become the heroes they want to be. That will be it for the characters, and I will be needing your help for this next part. A new name for the story. As I have mentioned, Bakugo will be nicer and a proper rival for Izuku. That means no Dekus, so I will need a new name for the story. That also means that Izuku needs a new hero name. So submit your ideas down below for both story name and Izuku's hero name. Anyways, I think that's all. I will be beginning the writing of the outline tomorrow because I will be reading your guys' opinions and ideas. If you guys have any questions, just ask them in the comments down below. Always remember to smile as I see you guys next time. Nature was beautiful. The sense of calmness you gain from just sitting in the middle of a forest was simply amazing. The feeling is intensified when you were partly responsible for the site. Each tree was planted by your own 2 hands. There are flowers because you tended to the soil, made sure they were watered in the summer and protected them from being drowned in harsh rains. Izuku sighed in content as he finished digging up another hole for new tree. He was exhausted, especially since it was early in the morning, but still, he was content with what he had done. With a smile, Izuku picked up the nearby sapling he had prepared and began planting it. What does that make it? 600. A gruff voice asked from behind him, which made Izuku laugh. I lost count years ago, Katsuki, you know that? He said as he finished planting the sapling and turned to see his best friend and foster brother. Katsuki Bakugo smirked as he took a look around the small forest before a sigh left his lips. It's a school day, you know? You have 2 hours to clean yourself up, and that's not even counting how long it takes to get back home. He said, his voice laced with both concern and frustration. Izuku let out a sigh of his own as he began packing up his tools, which prompted Katsuki to help out. They worked in relative silence. Only the peaceful mix of tweeting birds and the breeze could be heard by their ears. When they finished putting everything on his wagon, they began dragging it towards the middle of the forest, the place where Izuku began. Today's the first day of our 3rd year. Katsuki said as Izuku let out a sound of acknowledgement. In a year, we'll graduate, ace UA's entrance exam and become the top students of our class. The green-haired boy raised an eyebrow in speculation. Are you sure about that? Isn't Endeavor's son the same age as us? Between my natural talent and your broken quirk, he's got nothing on us. Yeah, really humble there, Katsuki. Izuku trailed off as a solemn expression took over on his face, making his brother let out a quiet curse as he rubbed the back of his head in slight shame. Sorry about that. It's all right, it really was. Izuku had nothing against him. After all, what Katsuki said was correct. His quirk defied all logic and explanation. We're here, he declared as they finally arrived at the small clearing that was the middle of the forest. There the biggest and first tree he planted all those years ago stood mighty as it began to bloom. The beautiful cherry blossoms that was the sign of spring, a season of renewal and rebirth. Yet, as Izuku stared the tree, he couldn't help but still feel like the crying little boy that struggled to plant it. He could still feel the heat of the flames that consumed the apartment complex where the tree now stood. Every time that tree bloomed, those painful memories were reborn with growing intensity. You all right? Katsuki asked in concern, shaking Izuku from his thoughts. Yeah, just stop thinking, he said as he gave him his best smile. He could see the hesitation in his bright red eyes as he just nodded. He didn't believe it, and neither did Izuku. They began walking towards a nearby shed that housed all of Izuku's seeds, saplings, and gardening tools. After they brought the wagon inside, they locked the shed as they began walking towards the tree at the center. There they saw a small gravestone underneath that shade of its branches. In loving memory of everyone that was lost during the Great Musudafa Fire of 20XX. Then there was list of names, too many for them to count, but Izuku's eyes zeroed in one particular name that he could find in a heartbeat. After years of doing this small ritual every day, his eyes would automatically focus on one name in particular engraved into the gravestone. Inko Midoriya. Izuku. Katsuki said, but boy didn't turn to him, choosing to continue staring at the gravestone. Izuku, what you did here is amazing. Not everyone can make a small forest like you did in a few years. But he hesitated as he took a deep breath. This isn't healthy, you know Auntie would want you to dash. 8 years. Izuku interrupted Katsuki as his lips began to quiver, his voice hollow. For 8 years I went here every day because everyone thinks that the fire was accident. He then looked at his brother with a sad smile. This is the least I can do for everyone that died because we're the only ones that know the truth. The ashen blonde's mouth opened to say something, but all of his words died in his throat. He had his own share of regrets from that day. Sorry, if only I. He trailed off as Izuku's face became even more solemn as he took one last look at the gravestone. A list of names that were lost, all because Izuku lost control. Ever since that day, Izuku never felt whole. In the afternoon, after school, Izuku and Katsuki exited Shibuya Station to be greeted by the bustling streets of Shibuya Square. Katsuki cursed as someone talking on his phone bumped into him, causing Izuku to laugh nervously as his brother did his best to hold back from hitting someone with his quirk. Why do you, hey, watch the pole, dumbass? Always have to buy here of all places? Katsuki asked as Izuku sighed and carefully dodged someone on their phone. Musudafu doesn't have a plant shop that can match the quality you can find here. He answered as he helped pick up a young boy that tripped and waved him goodbye as he walked away. Besides, this way we can also play in that arcade you were itching to try out. Katsuki grunted as he realized he couldn't beat his logic, not that it changes his annoyance at bumping into so many people. They eventually entered a quieter street with less people in, coincidentally the same street that had the plant shop that Izuku wanted to go to. After a quick look through at all the items and with the help of a thankfully competent worker there, Izuku happily left the shop with a brand new shovel on hand. Can't you just summon a shovel instead of buying a new one? Katsuki asked, causing Izuku to form an embarrassed smile as they began traversing the streets of Shibuya, with their destination being the famous arcade he mentioned before. Yeah, I could, but getting a new shovel just feels. Izuku trailed off as he scratched his cheek, looking for a word to describe what he was feeling. Right, I guess? It's like the difference between buying a gift and receiving it. Katsuki snorted as he barked out a laugh that made Izuku look at him in confusion. Yeah, right, receiving a gift is 10 times better than racking your head looking for a good one. Okay, he had a point. Izuku had to admit that comparison wasn't the best one. Just admit you're too much of a goody two-shoes to cheat the system and get your own stuff, Izuku. Instead of responding, Izuku just had an embarrassed smile as they continued walking through the busy streets of Shibuya. Only to stop when the both of them heard a cry for help from an alleyway. The two boys looked at each other and shared a nod as they bolted towards the direction of the cry, only to pause at what they saw. A crying boy, the same one that Izuku helped pick up at the station, crying and cowering in fear on the ground as a girl loomed over him. The girl was wearing a different uniform from their school. She had shoulder-length bob-shaped hair and her back was turned to them. When the boy saw and recognized Izuku, he immediately rose from the ground, pushed the girl aside as he clung onto Izuku's leg. Confused, both teenagers looked towards to the girl only to pause and straighten up when they saw the expressionless look on her face. Izuku put a hand on the boy's head as he kneeled down to comfort him while Katsuki made a protective wall between them and the girl. Oi, the heck did you do to the kid? He grunted out as he stared the girl down. The girl said nothing, nor did anything change in her expression. For a few moments only the boy's slowly quietening down sobbing was heard in the alleyway. When the boy finally calmed down, Izuku asked him what happened. I got separated from my mama when that girl found me. The boy then pointed at the girl. She was really scary, she said nothing, and when I tried to run away she just kept following me. Tears then began to form again on the boy's eyes as Izuku let out a nervous smile as he sweat dropped. He looked at Katsuki, who just shrugged at him before going back to glaring at the girl still staring at them. Sighing, Izuku wiped the boy's forming tears as he gave him his biggest smile. Alright, what's your name? Suda. Okay, Suda-kun, don't worry, okay, let your Oni-san's handle this. Izuku said with a raised fist as he gave a quick glance at Katsuki, who cringed before raising a fist of his own. Yeah, don't worry kid, what the hell. Thankfully Suda didn't seem to hear the last part as he began to smile. Seeing that the kid was finally calm again, Izuku stood up as he took a second look at the girl. She was shorter than him, probably by a good 3 inches. Her fair and expressionless face remained, but what caught Izuku's attention were the girl's eyes. A beautiful pair of beautiful Curline orbs that seemed empty at first glance, but Izuku saw more. Beneath something akin to a sheet was a flurry of emotions, the greatest of which was regret. You wanted to help him, didn't you? Izuku asked, causing everyone in the alleyway to be surprised as the first hint of emotion broke on the girl's face. After a moment and two of probably processing his question, she nodded, causing Izuku to realize something. You aren't good at communicating, aren't you? A mix of shame and embarrassment filled the girl's eyes as she dropped her head solemnly, causing Izuku to panic. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. He then glared at his brother when he heard him, barely able to restrain from laughing out loud. Izuku looked at the girl again as he scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. Anyways, I guess what happened was that you Suda-kun looking lost and tried to help but scared him instead? The girl raised her head before saying her first word, or more like sound, with a nod. Well, at least they made sure the girl just wanted to help. Izuku could see the sincerity in her eyes as she answered his question. He then looked at Suda, who was blinking in surprise as he looked at the girl. See, Suda-kun, Kodai. A soft and melodic voice that almost made Izuku snap his neck to look at the girl answered. Kodai-san just wanted to help you and is sorry for scaring you. Suda still seemed hesitant but stopped hiding behind Katsuki and Izuku, which made the latter let out a small internal cheer. The boy then began walking towards Kodai as the boy began talking to the girl quietly. Izuku walked up to stand beside Katsuki as they watched the girl awkwardly give the boy a head pat. You're smitten, Katsuki said, which caused Izuku to look at him confused. What dash? Boom. An explosion boomed in the distance as the ground began to shake. Then came the screams as they saw people begin to run past the alleyway, terrified. Izuku then felt the hairs on his skin rise as he felt danger. When the ground shaking intensified, he shouted, "Move!" A monster bursted from the ground in the street in front of them. It was massive, faceless, purple monstrosity with claws and a mouth filled to the brim with sharp teeth. It pulled itself off the ground to reveal its long tail that swept a group of people to a nearby wall, quickly ending their lives. It then turned towards them in the alleyway as it screeched. Izuku moved quickly. He picked up Suda and grabbed Kodai's hand as they ran. Katsuki! He shouted as the boy immediately knew what to do, laws be damned. As the three moved away, Katsuki pointed at the monster with both his hands and let loose a massive explosion that sent it flying. Katsuki then moved to follow Izuku and the others as they joined the crowd of fleeing people. Izuku gave a thankful nod to his brother as he looked at the absolutely terrified Kodai and Suda. In his arms, the boy was shaking in fear while the girl's previously blank face was filled with fear as her mouth opened and closed, yet nothing came out of it. Oni-san, how are you so calm? Suda shakenly asked as Izuku grimaced as he tightened his hold on the boy. Those monsters, they killed people. Not the first time me and Izuku saw someone die with our own 2 eyes, kid. Katsuki said as he looked behind them to see another one of the monsters bursting from the ground as he let out a tisk. Frustrated at the sight of more people dying from being eaten or crushed by it. Still, this is absolutely insane. As Izuku ran, he couldn't help but feel that he had seen those monsters before. It was then he began hearing them, words being whispered into his ear. Desperately calling out for him to unleash them, to use the power that caused the great Mizurufu fire 8 years ago. It had been so long since he last heard them, he thought he could finally move on and hide this part of his quirk forever. The whispers became louder as he focused on one particular word that was being repeated. Voidborn, he said breathlessly as he came to a halt. The ground shook again as another one of the monsters bursted from the ground, swallowing a group of people that was thrown into the air. Oi, Izuku, move! Izuku felt Katsuki shove him aside as debris rained on their previous position. He then felt Kodai wrestle her hand from his grasp as she began moving forward. Kodai-san! Wani-chan! The hell are you doing? She touched the massive blocks of concrete on the ground as they shrinked in size. The girl then threw the blocks towards the monster. Just as they were about to hit, she put her hands together as the blocks returned to their previous size, slamming into the monster and sending it back into the ground. A size manipulation quirk? Izuku shouted in surprise before the girl gestured towards an empty backstreet. He looked at Katsuki as they shared a nod as the small group began moving towards the backstreet in hopes of getting into safety. Are you okay, Suda-kun? Izuku asked in concern as the boy gave a sound of affirmation as he struggled to control his sobs. As they ran through the backstreet, he noticed that Kodai seemed to know her way here. It seemed she had used this path before to most likely avoid people. A screech echoed throughout the backstreet as Izuku spotted several monsters the size of large dogs. They didn't have any arms, and only had a massive head with 4 fangs. Izuku knew they couldn't waste the time stopping and fight. They needed to keep on moving. He adjusted his arms so that he could comfortably hold Suda with one hand as he freed up his dominant right. In a flash of blue light, a short sword materialized in his hand. One of the monsters jumped at him only to be cut down by Izuku blade with Suda screaming as he buried his face into his neck. Katsuki also made short work of the monsters as they began clearing a path through. Eventually they were able to escape the encounter as Izuku studied the purple liquid that now stained his blade. Izuku's eyes widened in slight surprise when he saw Kodai beside him, with open arms, ready to hold something. Quickly getting the message, Izuku passed Suda towards her as his short sword disappeared as he instead summoned a long sword to hold with both his hands. Izuku, Katsuki said seriously as he ran beside him, you called those things something? The green-haired boy nodded as he remembered suddenly stopping and almost risking the life of 2 other people. He quietly berated himself before replying, the voices. He said, causing Katsuki to be shocked. They called them Voidborn. I have no idea what it means though. Katsuki shook his head as he took a quick look behind them to check for pursuers. I am beginning to think power of yours isn't a quirk. That makes 2 of us. The ground shook once more as Katsuki cursed. In front of them, one of the larger monsters bursted from the ground as it screeched at them. Suda began to scream as the 3 teenagers took a step back as quick and smaller footsteps from behind. The smaller dog-sized Voidborn were now behind them with one of the big guys in front. Kodai grabbed some rocks and threw them at Swarm in their rear. She then enlarged them to create a wall that they couldn't climb nor break. With her covering the rear, Izuku and Katsuki shot forward as the massive Voidborn lunged at them. The 2 were able to dodge, as Izuku slashed at the monster's neck. Katsuki then let loose a massive explosion that pushed it back. Suda's crying made them aware of Kodai moving towards the alleyway on the side, the last option they had with the massive on blocking the front. As they ran towards the alleyway, the whispers in Izuku's head became louder. They were desperately begging for him to let them out, but Izuku couldn't, lest he brings another disaster to this world. But disaster came in another form when the alleyway was a dead end. Katsuki cursed as Izuku held his head in pain. The whispers were getting too loud. The ground shaking alerted them of the monster getting back up and were now looking for them. Was it attracted to them or something? It was then a louder and calmer voice silenced the whispers as it beckoned for Izuku to listen. Summoner, you and your friend cannot hope to hold back these monstrosities. I know you are afraid. Mama! Suda cried as Kodai did her best to comfort the boy in her arms. I know that you blame yourself for what happened years ago. Looks like this is our final stand, huh, Izuku? Katsuki said as he took a protective stance between the monsters and the group. He was probably going to lose, but he would be dead if he wouldn't do his best to protect them. Especially Izuku, the brother that lost everything because he was too weak to help him. But remember your mother's words. Izuku gasped as a memory invaded his mind. He remembered the agonizing flames he had brought to the world. He remembered the laughter of a madman that burned down his own in search of something that wasn't even in their world. He remembered him and Katsuki finding his mother, dying in the middle of ashes and debris. He remembered the tears he shed as he apologized. He remembered his mother's soft hands. She wiped his tears, forgiving him. He then remembered her last words, words that he had forgotten in his grief. "Don't blame yourself for this, Izuku." Izuku's eyes began to glow as he walked forward, moving a shocked Katsuki out of the way as a circle formed on the ground in front of them. Runes and more shapes formed as the summoning circle began to take shape. Izuku raised an open hand forward and pointed it towards the circle. "I call forth into a world unknown, to heroes of legend, through wishes crystallized. You are still young, we all make mistakes. I call upon thee in my time of need, to one that is remembered throughout the ages. You have an amazing gift, Izuku, but with great power. Let us share an oath of loyalty, not as master and servant, but allies of the same goal. Comes great responsibility." Even as the massive Voidborn draws nearer, Katsuki, Suda and Kodai looked at Izuku in amazement as he chanted. In the middle of the summoning circle, a tall man began to materialize. The man's build and the shape of the sword caused Katsuki to gasp in recognition. "If you are weak now, then become stronger than anyone else. I ask to be the anchor, to Ionia's keeper of balance, between spiritual and material realms. Become the hero I know you can be. My sweet little summoner. Come forth, the Eye of Twilight, Shin." When the Voidborn arrived, a flash of blue light filled the alleyway. When it faded, the summoning circle was no more. Replaced it was a tall, muscled man with blue ninja armor. On his back was an Eastern-style blade. Beside him was blue greatsword that floated and looked mystical in nature. "Izuku!" Katsuki called out as the boy dropped to one knee as he began panting. Izuku had a massive smile on his face. His eyes registered the sight of an old friend and mentor. "You really did it, huh?" The ashen blonde remarked as he picked Izuku up and wrapped his arm around his shoulder to support him. "Things are never going to be the same after this," Izuku confessed as he watched the Voidborn halt at the sight of Shin. Katsuki snorted as he watched the ninja take a stance before blurring in a burst of speed. For 1 second the Voidborn had a head, the next it didn't as Shin cut it off its neck. The action made Izuku grimace as he felt energy leaving him. Looks like years of not using this part of his quirk was bad for his body. After almost half an hour of fighting, Shin was able to push back the Voidborn and lead the group to its source. A massive rift on the earth that exceeded purple light. Beyond the maw was a silent nothingness that made its name fitting, a void rift. Shen then instructed Izuku to follow the whispers in his head as he pointed his hand at the rift. He chanted a new incantation that made a glowing rune appear on the back of his hand. What no one but the ninja noticed were the formation of other runes on the back of Kodai and Katsuki's hands, but they didn't glow like Izuku's. Eventually, when Izuku finished the incantation, the rift closed as Shin disappeared in a flash of blue light, leaving the group bewildered. When they began hearing the shouts of some nearby pro-heroes, Izuku's head began to feel light as he dropped to the ground unconscious. Shocked, Katsuki tried to check up on him only to suffer the same fate with Kodai soon following after. "Hold on, so you're saying that Izuku's quirk is actual FING magic that latched onto him as a quirk?" Katsuki's outburst echoed throughout the empty space that was apparently Izuku's mindscape. After passing out, they found themselves in the space with Shin, who began explaining a few things about what was going on. The monsters that appeared were called Voidborn, creatures of a great horror known as the Void. It was so horrifying in fact that godlike warriors and even a celestial dragon feared it. Then Shin dropped the bombshell that Izuku was well and truly a mage in every sense of the word. To reasons unknown to even Shin and the others that await the summoning, Izuku gained the power to summon champions from a world known as Runeterra. This power latched onto Izuku as a quirk. The reason behind his gift was nothing like his mother's small-scale telekinesis or his father's fire breathing. Everyone was obviously absolutely shocked but acted on it in different ways. Katsuki had his outburst, Izuku stood still as he tried pinching himself to see if everything was just a dream, and Kodai just stared at Izuku with a gaping mouth. Vulgar language aside, yes, Izuku has magic, but he is not the only one in your world. Shen said, which made everyone pause as they looked at him. Izuku, as the Summoner of Legends, has a counterpart, the Herald of the Void, not to be confused with another man with a similar title. The ninja then shook his head as if trying to forget a bad memory before he continued. We do not know who the Herald is, but what we do know is that they manifested their power before Izuku, reducing the sample size to people who are older than him. Do you know how little that narrows it down to? Katsuki whispered as Izuku almost broke into laughter despite the situation. A possible explanation is that the Herald desired destruction, so much so that the Watchers, essentially the overlords of nothingness, gifted him powers. Then the universe proceeded to attempt to create a counterbalance in Izuku. Okay, that explanation made sense, but it was really out there that also gave Izuku an immense amount of pressure as he realized the responsibility that he had now with his power. There was somebody out there that wanted the destruction of everything and had the backing of an otherworldly force. And Izuku is the only one with the power to stop him before everything is just gone. But if that were the case, then why? Kodai's soft voice made everyone look at her in surprise. If Izuku-kun is the one with power, why are we here? She then pointed towards Katsuki, who then frowned as he looked at Shin. Izuku was then realized three different things. A cute girl calling him by his first name felt nice. That was the most he had heard Kodai talk before, and based on what they had learned so far, the other two shouldn't be here. Well, it seems that you two became secondary contractors to the power of the summoner. Shin explained as the teenagers only got more confused, causing him to let out a sigh. We don't know what that means. We are also very much in the dark as you are. But it seems that there is a reason for you two being chosen alongside Izuku. Silence then filled the mintscape as the three began thinking about everything they had just learned. So what do you plan to do? Katsuki asked Izuku, who proceeded to frown in thought. I know how you think, Izuku. You won't just leave this alone, especially since you just realized how deep the rabbit hole you are in now. Well, the easy answer would be going to UA and train to be heroes, since the pros won't take us seriously. Izuku said as he began thinking about what they should do now. But if the Herald is already running around opening rifts and killing people, the best option might be vigilantism. Kodai continued where Izuku trailed off as Izuku nodded at her. Katsuki sighed as he dragged a hand through his face. So what? We're gonna walk up to mom and dad and ask them to let us go vigilante to try and save the world? Why didn't you tell me you almost died yesterday? Hold on, after everything we revealed, you focus on that? It was the next day and the new trio were in the living room of the Bakugo family home. Thankfully, both Mitsuki and Masaru didn't have work today, and they were able to quickly set up a meeting. A meeting that eventually devolved into a screaming match as Izuku sighed, suffering from second-hand embarrassment as he sat beside Kodai in a coach that was thankfully away from both Mitsuki and Katsuki. Sorry about them, this is just how they show that they care about each other. Izuku said as he served Kodai some tea he prepared. It's fine, she said softly as she quietly blowed on tea. The sight brought a smile onto Izuku's face as he watched how both his foster mother and brother were losing steam in their argument. Mitsuki Bakugo dropped onto the couch beside her husband exhausted. She dragged a hand through her face. Look, I'm not stupid enough to say how dangerous being a vigilante is and all. After all, I supported your dream of being a pro hero. You're bound to get hurt. She then looked at Katsuki in the eyes. Seriously. I want to know why you want this, and if you really are really serious about going vigilante to go off and save the world. Katsuki's eyes narrowed momentarily before he let out an exhausted sigh as he collapsed on the couch opposite his parents. 8 years ago, Izuku lost control of his power and accidentally caused the Great Nuzatafu fire. Izuku's hold on his teacup hardened as he held himself back from breaking it, unable to see the look of concern Kodai sent him. I hated myself for being weak, that I couldn't do anything to help Izuku or save Auntie Inko. Katsuki began to shake, as did his voice as his lips quivered, tears of frustration forming in his eyes. Katsuki Mitsuki said with a pained look as she tried to stand up only to be held down by Masaru, who shook his head. That's why. Katsuki looked at his hand, and the rune that magically engraved itself on its back. I promise to be the strongest, so that I won't be that pathetic little brat that did nothing to help. Tears began to stream from his face as he looked at his parents with eyes filled with resolve and determination. I promise that if I had the power to do something, that I sure as hell will do it. Everyone in the room was shocked at his declaration. No one dared to say anything as silence filled the room. No one but the normally soft-spoken and smiling Masaru Bakugo. Well, if you're that serious, I guess the only thing we can do is help them out, right? He turned to his wife, who was also beginning to cry, as she gave a shaky nod as she smiled. He then looked towards the other two teenagers. What you're about to do is going behind the law. If you guys get caught, you will suffer harsh consequences. As Izuku's guardian, I'm fine with him as long as Katsuki is there, but how about you, young lady? Have you talked about this to your parents? Kodai took a moment to process the question as she blinked. She then took a sip from her tea before answering. I live alone, mother and father are abroad. She then took another sip, ignoring everyone's surprised and concerned looks. They don't care about what I do. Silence filled the room as she absent-mindedly sipped from her tea. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked with concern. Of course, the tea is well made. That wasn't what I was concerned with. A week after, they officially formed the Protectorate, a vigilante group that was focused on hunting down the Herald of the Void. Their base of operations was a massive building that the Bakugo family owned due to Mitsuki and Masaru's work. On the rooftop in the middle of the night, Izuku and Kodai had a chance encounter. I wasn't expecting you here, Izuku said awkwardly as she gave a nod in agreement. She then gestured beside her before returning to looking at the moon. He took her up on the offer as he walked to take the spot beside her. He joined her in admiring the beautiful full moon that lit up the night sky. I don't mean to pry, but I wanted to ask you something, Izuku said, making Kodai look at him with the same blank look she had most of the time. Well, Katsuki revealed his reason for joining a week ago at home. Mine was when we were in my mindscape and I accepted my responsibility as the summoner, but... He then looked at the girl and briefly lost himself in her Curleen eyes. What about you? They soon entered their own world as they continued to stare at each other. Time seemed to halt before she formed one of the most beautiful yet sad smiles that Izuku has ever seen. Because I can. Just like them, Yui Kodai had her own share of regrets. Author's notes. Well, that was quite a ride. Slept at like 1 to 2 a.m. to finish this rushed mess of 5,000 words of story that I am not even sure is good or not. My crippling self-doubt aside, let's get into more greater detail on the concept. The Summoner and the Herald. Izuku's summoning power is actual magic that latched onto him as a quirk. Not only does this let me avoid trying to justify such a broken quirk, it also lets me not worry much about the power scaling in FIC because they're fighting Voidborn to non-LL players. You might be curious as to what these monstrosities look like. Well, these things are Zursai, a species of Voidborn that plagued the southern deserts of a region known as Shurima in League of Legends lore. And they are absolutely terrifying. My rushed descriptions doesn't do them justice. If you're wondering how the hell Katsuki, Izuku and Yui were able to fend them off, well, the Voidborn they fought are smaller in both size and number. This is because Izuku's counterpart, one Tamura Shigaraki, still can't fully grasp his powers as the Herald. Really weird explanation, but it kinda makes sense in my head. Speaking of counterparts, yes, the Herald of the Void is obviously Shigaraki as he yearns for the destruction of everything which fits the Void's MO. Since in LL lore, the Watchers were basically just chilling in nothingness when the light of creation woke them up and they wanted to turn it off so that they could go back to sleep. Weird metaphor and a massive oversimplification, but you guys get the whole message that these guys just wants to destroy everything. Summoning system. I'm taking a lot of inspiration fate here. Hell, the summoning incantation was inspired by a fan-made incantation I found in the FGO subreddit. Champions like Shin are revolved around their legend. This will allow me to take into account things like massive lore and gameplay reworks that Riot does. Especially with the amazing success of Arcane, the lore is bound to have some changes if Arcane doesn't have its own canon. Evidently from the concept I have written, Izuku can still summon tools and weapons. This in particular is really important with regard to the secondary contractors. Katsuki and Yui as secondary contractors can use mythical and legendary items that Izuku can summon. In turn, they can also help out in summoning champions or closing massive void rifts. In short, they are allies of the summoner. I am also thinking of having void vassals as their counterpart, which will be the future League of Villains. Tell me your thoughts about this in the comments below. Lastly, and probably most importantly, the power level of champions are revolved around how much Izuku understands their legend. This way I can write a gradual progression for Izuku's strength and have the champions be actual characters that Izuku slowly understand instead of just guys he calls up to beat up a group of Voidborn. With great power comes great responsibility. After Spider-Man No Way Home, this line stuck to me again. The theme of this concept is regret and responsibility. Izuku, Katsuki, and Yui all have regrets from their past. If anything, it's the reason why the latter two were chosen as Izuku's allies by his power. Let's start with the simplest being Izuku. Izuku is scared of his own power. I may not have shown it off properly, but he is scared of creating another disaster like the one that took the lives of Inko and several other people. His arc is about understanding his responsibility as the summoner as he comes to terms with his own potential. Izuku's empathetic nature and his desire to save people is pretty straightforward, so hopefully I don't have any issues writing it in the future if you guys like this concept. Next up is Katsuki. Back when I first wrote this FIC, I was dumb teenager that didn't understand the beauty of Katsuki's character in Emichi. In here, Katsuki hates himself for not being able to do anything during the Great Musudafa fire. I wasn't able to convey it due to how rushed this is, but Katsuki is protective of Izuku. He wants the best out for his brother and strives to be the strongest like All Might so that he won't be, in his words, that pathetic little brat that did nothing to help. If Katsuki has the power to do something, he will work his butt off to pull it off. Yui is the trickiest and the one that is very much still up in the air. I may have shown that she has her own share of regrets, but I didn't show it because I still wasn't sure of it. Anyways, SSSS Gridman and Dynazenon were emotional roller coasters that I fell in love with. For Yui, there is one character arc from the latter that I took much inspiration from. Yui had a neighbor that she very much loved as she filled the hole that was left from her always working parents. She admired that neighbor as she became Yui's role model and big sister figure. However, she began feeling that something was off from her, but Yui didn't pay it much mind because she was young and relied a lot on her big sister figure's affection. When the neighbor committed suicide, Yui became distraught and was traumatized from the whole ordeal. She started to not think much of herself, as she became less and less in tune with emotions and communication. Yui thinks she should have done better at understanding her neighbor and people in general so that she could have saw her depression and save her. She blames herself for what happened, and like the others, wants to help save the world because she can. Which then leads us to the Protectorate. The name is derived from the really old League of Legends lore where it was the name for the blue team. Anyways, this is the vigilante group that Izuku, Yui, and Katsuki formed to hunt down Shigaraki. Well, we all know their motive at this point, but what about how they go about it? Well, I am not really sure, to be honest. At first, I was thinking of them making teleport points all around Japan to close the void rifts that Shigaraki opens. But then I thought, what if void rifts can only form at certain points which both Izuku and Shigaraki can sense? This way, they have the option of stopping Shigaraki before he can open a new rift by protecting the point. The Protectorate then becomes a quick response team that goes to any new point, I really need a better name, that Izuku senses. Stop Shigaraki from opening a void rift there or close the rift if he already opened it. A game of cat and mouse then begins as it slowly escalate until the summoner and herald's final battle. I have also been thinking about future members of the Protectorate that also become secondary contractors, but I haven't thought anyone else yet. Especially since a sick side of me found it amusing to have the group be a collection of traumatized misfits that all have regrets from their past. Well, that's all, I guess. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, or at the very least were intrigued at what I managed to cook up. This is really rushed and messy, and I need to sleep now because I have an exam to prepare for. Comment down your thoughts and ideas about the concept. If enough people think this is a good concept, I might make a full-on FIC in the future when I finally get my butt to move and fix my schedule. Stay safe out there and always remember to smile as I see you guys next time. Gonna keep this short, but I wrote and posted the first chapter of the rewrite of the concept I shared in the last chapter over here. Summoning Chronicles, The Protectorate. Thanks for all the support guys and good luck to me writing this one out.